Good evening and welcome. Hi, everybody. Everybody, and welcome. We haven't had one yet because there are some new people here too, I think, and we'd like to welcome you. I've been trying to put an itinerary out on this workshop for 3 weeks, then it was 2 weeks, then it was 1 week. When things like this occur, I know that it's security clearance information when they don't even tell me what it's about. And after I have my meltdown, because I have this little emotional meltdown vertically on occasion, where I just go, I can't take it anymore, I really can't take this anymore. I love doing workshops, but not when I don't know what I'm teaching, right? Until we're here, right? And they got me over that meltdown this time, where they just said, you can look at it differently, and you don't have to upset yourself. So I said, okay, let's try that. And I did. I've done really, really well. I've been doing graphs. I have. You saw the state I was in. I was ready to quit. I mean, just, let me go write books, because at least people can then go get the books and read the books, and they don't have to, wait and all that kind of stuff. And, but of course the books don't get shield work done, and that is part of what all of the workshops are about. So at least I'm happy, because right before we came down, they finished up something they started 2 days ago, but then left and didn't finish, right? So can't even say anything about that. So I have a little thing to read that is kind of in replace of an itinerary. It gives you an idea of what this workshop is about, and it will also give us an idea, kind of like, not just about this workshop, but this one and the next two, which they call the intermediate sliders triad. There were first the 1, 2, and 3 were the beginning triad. These are the intermediate triad. So they've talked a little bit about what the last ones were and what we've accomplished and what these next 3 are about. So I'll read that before we leave. In the meantime, I just would like to welcome you and also thank those of you who were in the Sarasota workshop and the drum circle. That was an awesome event, and it did everything it was supposed to. And just thank you, on behalf of the beloveds, for being there, those of you who were. So give you guys a hand. Thank you. It wasn't until they gave me this writing that I realized really how important that event was and what it was connected to. And in that workshop, interestingly, they had begun teaching us about probabilities, and a little bit about probabilities, the structure of probabilities, and what those kind of things meant. And we worked with probabilities there. We began working with the probability codes, using the numeric codes with the drums in order to influence probability alignments. In this workshop, they've actually, let me find the official title, because there is one. Right? It is called, what is it called besides Sliders 4? It's called Sliders 4, The Call of Aurora, Probability Alignments and the Adjugate Bond, Freeing the Mind for Slide. So just like the last 3 sliders, they did preparing the mind, preparing the body, and then engaging the spirit. Again, it's going to be a mind, a body, a spirit thing. But this time it's freeing. And this is different than preparing. And by reading this, it will bring that into a little bit more focus. But the freeing has to do with certain codes that bind us. They're biochemical codes that, because we live in a system that happens to be in the Milky Way galaxy, that is encrypted in our genes. And that encryption actually limits us in certain ways. And in order to be able to slide and to ascend and those kind of things, those codings have to be overturned and put back to their natural order. Where the Milky Way galaxy came from was what they call the Andromeda M31 galaxy. So we are going to, in this next block of 3 workshops, progressively work to bring back in the full set of natural organic Andromeda codes that belong in our system. They're called the Aqueous codes, because that's the real name of that matrix, not Andromeda. And this, it allows us to, I'll read it so you can hear how they worded it, but this little, especially the last 3 paragraphs of this writing, they had just given me like 45 minutes before we left. And it helped me understand a little bit more about what we were teaching. I've been working on graphs now for about 3 or 4 days. These are graphs that I call them alignment graphs, where it's like micro alignments. I'm using one of those little plastic magnifying glasses just to see numbers and alignments. There's so much detail in some of these. And these are an important part of the part of the workshop that will deal with understanding more fully what probability alignments are and why they're important. So I've been working on all of those things, and I'm still working on them. I'll probably be working on them right up until it's time to come and deliver them. But aside from the new graphs, they've also said there's going to be 4 new techniques, and they'll be new to me too because they haven't told me what they are yet. But there is a thing that is going to occur that I didn't know anything about, and it's like I felt this whole big secret. It's like I almost wanted to call it, can I just call it the secret workshop, right? Because I feel this, like they know something, and I get this sometimes, but sometimes it's extremely strong, where I just know there's something big coming, and almost like the least they say before a workshop, the more I know there's something big coming. So I've learned to shift my perception of when it's like, oh God, here we go, Guardian time again and all that stuff, to, ooh, this must be really good stuff coming because they're waiting till the end. And they just gave us a little hint about some of the things that we're going to be doing. So what I will do, as long as my eyeballs hold up, because they're very tired already from working on the micrographs, my eyes get very, very sore, and you combine that with some of the computer work for typesetting and stuff, not that the graphs are typeset, there's no time to do that with the micrographs, but yeah, I will try to, how about you do this? How about we share? Let me do this part.
I'll develop it. Thing.
I'll do from here.
You want to do from there?
Yeah, my eyes can handle that.
You sure?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. I haven't proofed it though.
So you're going to do the interruption and
Yeah,
development thing, right? Usual. Right.
Do my usual interrupting him when he reads thing.
Shall we begin?
Yes.
Okay. Sliders 4, the call of Aurora, probability alignments, and the adjugate bond, freeing the mind for slide. Intermediate Atmic and Aahs body training, May 22 through 24, 2009, Phoenix, Arizona. Overview. Overview of the Sliders 2008 Introductory Triad and Sliders 2009 Intermediate Triad Workshop Sets. Okay, the 2008 Introductory Workshop Triad of the MCEO Sliders Workshop Series included Sliders 1, Emerging from Darkness, Preparing the Mind for Slide, Introductory Atmic Body Training, August 8 through 10, 2008, Phoenix. Sliders 2, Reclaiming, that was 08. Sliders 2, Reclaiming the Vessel, Preparing the Body for Slide, Introductory Telluric Body Training, September 19 through 21, 2008, Virginia Beach. And Sliders 3, The Wind Beneath Your Wings, Engaging the Spirit for Slide, Introductory Atomic Etheric Rasha and Spirit Body Training, November 2012 through 22nd, 2008, St. Christopher's, or that's St. Kitts, British Virgin Islands. The 2008 Introductory Triad introduced the most important beginning aspects of the bio-spiritual dynamics by which humanity can actualize the potentials of direct biological ascension, focusing upon the most practical introductory applications of knowledge pertaining to the structures, processes, and anatomy. Hello.
Whoopsie.
Associated with Christ-star biophysical ascension. The purpose of the 2008 Introductory Triad was to prepare the Density 1 mind-body-spirit system to receive, anchor, assimilate, and activate the progressive Density 1 biophysical transdimensional frequency infusions associated with the phenomenon of slide and span ascension. Within the 2008 Introductory Triad, we learned of the Density 1 aspects of the Aahs hydroacoustic body anatomy and processes. Our exploration included the Jade Tia Wa Grual Jandas Rasha dimensional hydroacoustic planes, the hydrolase living water substance, the translation and transduction sequences, hydrolase conversion, oblique solar symbiosis processes, the Pythagorean circulatory system, and the first 12 steps of materialization, through which consciousness translates and transduces into Aahs, Eckasha-Aahs living light units, and atomic structure. We have learned about the fetal integration process, organic biodoa transition, and the Vaba T cell biological time filters, our embodied spirit Jari, its inorganically reversed aspect Jarosh, the internal biological war of attrition, that's between the Jari and the Jarash force, and the hidden birth imprints, light quotient potentials, and evolutionary options that currently govern our personal ascension potential from within. Through these studies, we have come to better understand the important and tangible meaning of the personal light quotient, its immediate connection to the physical body atomic structure, and the unavoidable direct relationship between the physical body atomic structure and the complex processes of real spiritual ascension. The 2008 introductory triad featured 12 psi interactive intuitive psi skill development biofield activations techniques and 11 MCEO Crystal River Aquatone Hydroacoustic Systems Masters Cathara Biospiritual Healing System Practicum techniques, through which the Density 1 Mind-Body-Spirit system came online with the eternal flows of the Density 1 Aahs Hydroacoustic body. Restoration of the organic Density 1 Aahs Hydroacoustic body flows enabled the personal light quotient to reach 75% Shalaya light, the minimum needed for Slide 2 translocation ascension. The planetary stewardship events of the Crystal River host that took place during the Sliders 2008 introductory triad period included opening of the Aahs hydroacoustic body windows and doors between median ascension Earth and net Earth, activating the planetary Aahs elemental watchtower sentinels and lighthouses. Aahs?
Yeah.
Didn't I say yes on the end?
And I said Aahs.
Yes, Aahs.
It's not Aahs, that's something different.
Oh.
That's why I pointed it out.
Right. That's something different then. Aahs. Elemental watchtower sentinels and lighthouses of the median and net Earth. Shield of what? Where do we go? Net Earth shield of. Hello, just a moment.
I might have put them in our...
We just have a page slip.
There you go.
Of Solomon, yes. We should have known that anyway, shouldn't we? Shield of Solomon, and merging the net Earth, Christic Host, and Green Dragon grid quantum through the Treaty of Albion, July 2008, all of which enabled net Earth's Templar to successfully engage the November 1, 2008 probability leap alignment from Metagalactic Probability 3 to Probability 4, and the April 10 through 13, 2009 grand event probability leap shift alignment from Metagalactic Probability 4 to Probability 6. Through achieving these recent Metagalactic Probability leap alignments, the net Earth Templar was able to retain direct frequency connection to the current time accelerations of the Crystal River host, which allowed for the Aurora Continuum and Middle Earth Edon Actuality Dominion gates to open into net Earth's Templar for the first time ever during the April 10 through 13, 2009 grand event. If net Earth had not successfully achieved the April 2009 leap shift to engage Templar alignment with Metagalactic Probability 6, the Aurora Continuum and Middle Earth Edon Actuality Dominion gates would have been unable to open, and the net Earth Templar would have been unable to progress through the coming 2009 through 2012 time accelerations and galactic and solar system leap alignments of the Crystal River host. Ascension potential and link to the universal Crystal River host would have been lost to net Earth populations if it were not for the transdimensional biofield frequency infusions anchored and activated in net Earth's Templar by the net Earth Aquafereion shield through the Sliders 2008 introductory triad activations. Net Earth would be unable to engage the ascensional alignment of 2009-2010.
Yeah, just read that again. Just the title.
What, the essential alignment?
Essential
The essential alignment of 2009-2010.
That's what the next 3 workshops are about, this thing they're calling the essential alignment. This alignment will determine whether or not we will be able to see a positive probability through 2012 or not, because in 2012 some big events take place. So I just wanted to emphasize that, and we can go back to the readings. It talks more about that later as we go back. But the essential alignment of 2009, 2010.
Okay. Knowing you probably expanded on it anyway here. And they have failure to engage this essential 2009-2010 alignment would end Net Earth's Crystal River host ascension potentialities, including that of the Green Dragon's sovereign Crystfall host. In such case, the Net Earth's Aquafereion shield would engage emergency evacuation. In parens, this would be known as pulling the shield to the Middle Earth Actuality Dominion by October 2010 through 2011, and those remaining in the Net Earth field would engage phase lock into the Omega fall probability in December 2012. Fortunately, the Aquafereion shield and Net Earth's Templar has successfully achieved the April 2009 Metagalactic Probability-6 leap shift alignment, and thus, so far, remains on course to
Thank you, guys.
And it remains on course to sustain the universal Crystal River host alignment through the period of the loadout evac to 2230 AD, 2230 AD. The next big event in which failure is not an option is the essential 2009-2010 alignment upcoming. On a personal level, the trans-dimensional biofield frequency infusions that were progressively anchored, assimilated and activated in the Net Earth Aquafereion shield during the 2008 introductory triad prepared the density 1 mind-body-spirit system and DNA-RNA ego strands 1, 2, and 3 to engage the November 1, 2008 probability leap alignment from metagalactic probability 3 to probability 4, and the April 10 through 13, 2009 grand event probability leap shift alignment from metagalactic probability 4 to probability 6. Through achieving these metagalactic probability leap alignments, the physical body was able to retain direct frequency connection to the time accelerations of the Crystal River host, which enabled the density 1 mind-body-spirit system to initiate access to the Aurora continuum and Middle Earth Edon actuality dominion during the April 10-13, 2009 grand event. Achieving access to the Aurora continuum and Middle Earth Edon actuality dominion allowed the physical bodies of those holding co-resonant BPR with the Aquafereion shield to engage backrun regenesis healing. Healing, what's that?
Healing / rebirth.
/ rebirth of the strands 1, 2, 3 DNA, RNA epigenetic overlay. Initiation of backrun regenesis healing is a prerequisite for biologically engaging the transvector biofield frequency infusions associated with the density 3 adjugate bonding activations featured in the Sliders 2009 Intermediate Workshop Triad. The 2008 Introductory Triad Technique sessions featured 12 psi interactive techniques, intuitive psychic development, and what?
You don't have to worry about that part. Just
okay.
12
psi interactive techniques and 11 aquatone practicum techniques. The 2008 Introductory Triad Aquatone Practicum techniques representing beginning, intermediate, and advanced level 1 aquatone hydroacoustic techniques, which is advanced Gassara 12, essentially. The FOL 09 and Sarasota April 09 workshops contain preview preparation techniques for the coming Sliders 2009 Intermediate Triad Level 2 Aquatone Hydroacoustic Techniques Advanced Gassara 13.
So that means we're going into Gassara 13 technologies now with this set of them. Let me see which is the next page.
Is that the last page?
And the next one.
Yeah,
Didn't have them in order.
it's either that one next over or that one there.
I think it's this one.
I didn't have time to look at it.
Yeah, this is where it starts with the 2009 one.
So,
And
right.
then I will finish, where's my last
This
page?
one here.
Yeah, and I will finish that one.
Right. Okay, got a plan.
Yeah.
Cool.
Now this is on the 2009 triad, the 3 workshops that will happen, that are sliders workshops that will happen, during 2009. That's sliders 4, 5, and 6.
Okay. So sliders 4, 5, and 6. Current view. Sliders 4 is where we're at. The call of Aurora probability alignments and the adjugate bond freeing the mind for slide, which is the intermediate Atmic Aahs body training May 22-24, which is now. Sliders 5, essential alignment freeing the body for slide, intermediate telluric Aahs body training August 14 through 16 this year in Phoenix, here again. And finally, slider 6, the sleeping sentinel and the great crossover, embodying the spirit for slide, intermediate atomic etheric rasha and spirit body training October 9 through 18, 2009 in the Emerald Isle, Ireland. And I'm trying to persuade Noel and Rose to do a presentation at Heathalon about Skellig Michael and some of the foundations for our going there. And you're going to try and do a little bit of Atlantean history linking to that, aren't you?
If they give enough of it to me.
Yeah.
That'll fall out
So
my face
that's
during
obviously
the
not a
process.
promise, but we're working on it.
Yeah.
The 2009 intermediate triad will feature density 3 adjugate bonding activations that will progressively and positively free the density 1 mind-body spirit system from the Procyon genetic harness that phase locks the embodiment and consciousness into the metagalactic encryption of the failing Milky Way galaxy.
Falling.
The what?
Falling now.
The falling is doing both, isn't it?
Yes.
Right. That's the universal Veca M31 fragment. Whereas,
Right.
the 2008 introductory triad prepared the density 1 mind-body spirit system to achieve the April 2009 Metagalactic Probability-6 leap shift alignment. The activations contained within the 2009 intermediate triad will free the density 1 mind-body spirit system from the Milky Way Procyon phase lock, enabling the individual to achieve the essential alignment of the great crossover, which is required to retain direct frequency connection and BPR co-resonance to the Aquafereion shield through the 2009-2012 time accelerations of the Crystal River host. The essential 2009-2010 alignment great crossover must occur within the Aquafereion shield and Net-Earth Templar between May 2009 and May 2010 to retain viable frequency connection and BPR co-resonance with the Crystal River host during the 2012 final metagalactic leap shift from Metagalactic Probability-6 to Probability-12. The 3 workshops contained within the 2009 intermediate triad will each feature next level teachings, techniques, activations, and level 2 aquatone hydroacoustic technologies, advanced Cassara 13. These are focused upon freeing the mind-body spirit from Milky Way Procyon biochemical and morphogenetic phase lock, thus enabling the members of the Net-Earth Aquafereion shield to fulfill the essential 2009-2010 alignment great crossover. The 2009 intermediate triad will also explore progressive intermediate studies in Jade body time travel projection, orbing, elemental command, materialization technologies, and slide 2 translocation training, as well as stepping up contact with the Christ Guardian nations. The 2009 intermediate triad workshops will energetically prepare members of the Aquafereion shield to join with the Crystal River legions during the progression of Crystal River host planetary stewardship events that will take place between May 2009 and May 2010. Each of the 3 2009 intermediate triad workshops will include a planetary stewardship event that represents a part of the essential 2009-2010 alignment great crossover. These events will culminate in early 2010 with a series of 3 Christed Templar elemental command stands. These will be, the 3 Christed Templar elemental command stands will be, number 1, FOL 2010, Easter 2010, Hisaro May 2010, all of which will be held at Sarasota and at Siesta Key for some of the time. And through this process of these three will become known.
It will become known.
It will become known. If.
It will become known if the great crossover.
Oh, it will become, yes, of course. Perfectly sensible, yes. Through these, it will become known if the great crossover of Net Earth Templar has succeeded, and hence whether or not the loadout evac can progress to 2012 and beyond.
So by the end of that third workshop,
We will know where we stand or
in
fall,
2010. Yeah.
as they say.
Yeah. Okay, and now I'll finish the last little bit. So now they've told us about where we were. They told us about where we're going, the next three, and now they're just giving a little bit more on this one in particular. They didn't give me a format yet as far as, like, we're not even going to try to put times, okay? This one we know better. We'll just say we'll meet at 8 p.m. They are evening sessions till a.m. ? All right, they are going to be evening sessions, and that's because, especially, not just because I'm going to have to work all day to get the things ready for the evening, but they said these are all nighttime activations that are coming in. So it's a good idea, at least when they give us warning that they're going to be night shift, that you can use some of your day, to get some sleep, take a nap. I know it's harder for you used to sleeping at night and being awake in the day, but it might be worth it. Even power napping helps with that kind of thing. So they did let us know from the beginning that these are night shift. So we'll get together after dinner at 8 o'clock, and I won't even put a time of when it's going to end. They'll end when they're done with that segment and that kind of thing. And I don't enjoy that either. I don't know who enjoys it less, you guys, a lot of you guys, or us, because we don't get any time to sleep or anything during those periods because we're working all day and then delivering all night, so it gets a bit hectic. But it's usually good stuff. I mean, it's usually that, that little extra bit of stuff you didn't know was going to happen. And they just gave us a little bit of almost like a teaser on what this might look like for this particular workshop. So what they said is, now this one is on the Sliders 4 workshop. The 2009 Intermediate Workshop Triad starts out with the Sliders 4, the Call of Aurora, Probability Alignments, and the Adjugate Bond, Freeing the Mind for Slide, Intermediate Atmic, and Aahs Body Training. And that's the one we're in now. In this Sliders 4 workshop, we will further explore the nature and mechanics of probabilities, a topic of study that began in the April 2009 Sarasota workshop. In order to comprehend the dynamics and significance of the 2009-2010 Essential Alignment Great Crossover event, a more in-depth understanding of probability alignments and how they pertain to the metagalactic, galactic, and solar system probability leap shifts of the Crystal River host, that will determine which probable future 2012 net Earth will see. So they're going to teach us more about probability alignments because we need to understand certain other levels and to be able to work with them. And it is these particular probability alignments that will determine what 2012 set we get to see, because there's a bunch of different Earths. We have probability systems. We've talked about the 12 Earths, and that's only the immediate local one in different probability fields. And this planet will be aligning itself with one of those probability fields, and the people on this planet will see that as their mass future, history for the future. So the probability alignments they want us to understand through this workshop have to do with just having a better grasp on what the probabilities mean, what probabilities we need to align with and why, and what happens in the ones that, let's say the probabilities we don't want to see. Through understanding the alignments of where we need to go with the alignments, it'll also show where we don't want to end up with the alignments, because they've taken the maps that they introduced in Sarasota and elaborated on them and showed all sorts of different alignments and also explained some very interesting things. And I'll get into a little bit of what we'll find out about here. So through greater understanding of the reality of probabilities, we will uncover the answers to the secrets of the New Age numerical code phenomena, such as the 1111, the 1212, the 333. You know how those numbers keep popping up where you happen to wake up at the same time? Every time you look at the clock when you wake up, it's like 1111 or 1212 or 333. We'll start to find out what is that? What is actually happening with this stuff? Because it's not just our groups. This is across the board. And it's even connected in to the people that are into the Mayan traditions and all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot more to this than just our work. So they're going to explain a bit about what that is. And that understanding will come out of seeing these probability maps and what they mean. It will help us to understand what those things are, and some of them, what you do about them. It's like, fortunately, you can't get a 666 on the clock, you know what I mean, right? Right. Excuse me. All right, so we'll get a bit more understanding about the New Age numerical codes, and we'll also develop a greater appreciation for what has been accomplished since the 2000 SAC began, and we'll become more fully aware of what it means to assist this planet in its passing through the 2012 end times period. So all of this understanding of the probabilities is tied to these multitude of micrographs that I'm doing, and I call them micro because the print is so tiny that I have to use a magnifying glass just to see what I wrote on the last one, and then I have to photocopy it and make that as a piece of the next one, and it's like they're intense. So I call them micrographs because I'm doing microvision on them. But all of those things, will start to understand them and be able to conceptualize them well when you see these alignments they're talking about. And that's why they wanted to spend the time on these particular set of graphs. They said, okay, along with probability studies, the Sliders 4 workshop will also delve into the greater anatomy of the D3 Atmic mental planes, the Aahs vibrational water body, and its relationship to probability alignment, and the dynamics of the Adjugate bond as a tool for healing and freedom. The workshop will introduce 4 new Level 2 Aquatone Cathara 13 Adjugate bonding activation techniques for freeing the mind and the D3 epigenetic overlay ego from the Milky Way Procyon biochemical and morphinogenic phase lock caused by our planet's metagalactic alignments. The Sliders 4 workshop will also feature 2 planetary stewardship activations that will raise the light quotient of the Aquafereion shield from 75%, which we achieved in the Sarasota workshop, to get this, to 82% Shalaya light. We'll crush that golden number of 80, which makes it where you can span, right? You're not span yet, but yeah, go to median Earth. So it said to 82% Shalaya, enabling us to biologically enter the Mashaya fold 1. This is also the minimum Shalaya. Now, 80 was the percent that they gave on the things as far as being able to go into the Mashanic fold, but they're giving us 2% more for something else that we're getting to go with that. There's also the minimum Shalaya light percentage needed to initiate the call of Aurora. I'm going, what's that? Besides the title you gave me, right? By workshop's end, we will have learned more about the nature, function, and usage of the trans-vector Aurora continuum that we just started to learn about in the Sarasota workshop, and will be gifted by the Adjugate Aquafereion, Zionate Aquafereion, and Ajuna Christics with the sacred sentence numeric code of the Aurora call, the cornerstone of Mashiach elemental command, which marks our graduation from the Milky Way Melchizedek priesthoods into the first stages of the M31 Aquinas Christadashi Mashayahana, the Mashayanic free priest caste of the Eckasha dominions. We're getting an upgrade, right? Oh, wow. Right? So that was new, had no idea that was coming. And the interesting thing, they only said one thing to me that wasn't put in the writing after that, was that, oh, and by the way, 3 years before he left, that was the ministerial upgrade that Jeshua received. All right, so this, and that's why he ended up with the Aquiel matrix, and, well, the Melchizedek priesthoods tend to serve within the 15-dimensional structures and even within the Eka structures, but they don't tend to go up and beyond that into the Akasha levels. There are other levels of consciousness and structures that deal with consciousness there. The Melchizedek priesthoods are very honorable, and they're kind of like, you go through, well, before you get your PhD, you have to get the schooling before it and the service work in. And the fact that we're being invited to become a part of the Akasha teams, they call them the Mashayahana. I believe I was really trying hard to get that the last time when I was Miriam, right? But I didn't get there. I died, sort of, first. This was something that a lot of us in other periods before Atlantis were working hard to graduate from. It's almost like the Melchizedek priesthoods, because they're dealing with the densities in a certain way, you can get stuck here for long, long periods of time in the density matrices as you're trying to fulfill your contract. As you make a promise, you got to fulfill it, even if it takes 5 billion years, right? And it's a thing you do with yourself that nobody makes you. It's this, there's an honor code that you carry in yourself that you clean up your own messes first of all, and you stay to finish what you promised you were going to do in the first place. And that is part of the Melchizedek priesthood code that it's kind of like we carry it within inside of ourselves. And to get to the point where you get invited to come back home on that level, it means you finished that. However, whatever promises you made that had you keep incarnating back in and ending up in ascension schools, be it in Egypt or in Atlantis or way, way before that, or on other planets before that, the commission of the Melchizedek priesthood is finished. You've fulfilled that level. It's like not clearing a karma, because it wasn't a negative karma. It's kind of like a positive karma, but you agree to help the evolution of masses. And there's a point comes when that job for that wave of people is done. And this is our homecoming call. So they're going to teach us some things about, they hadn't talked to me either about what is the call of Aurora, and how they described it here was the sacred sentence numeric code. I have a little clue of what that might mean. They started to give me their words for their numbers. You know how we can count to 10, say, right? 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. Oh boy, you should see these. I don't know how they do math with these numbers, but they've given me the beginnings of the word names for the numbers. So not only will we be, as we started to get taught to use the numeric codes in vibration by using the drumming and that kind of stuff, even if you're drumming with your feet or your hands, that kind of thing. There's also chants that can be used. They're kind of like magic words, but they're actually magic number sequences where you use this particular dialect, and it's a very specialized dialect that only the Messianic ones use and have access to, and they are giving us the beginning of being able to do that, so we can actually use as the chants the alignments, the number alignments, not only for what we started in the Sarasota workshop, which allowed us to fulfill that grand event there, where we were able to make the time leap into Metagalactic Probability-6 alignment. But we're preparing now to make, not only, we're in the Metagalactic alignment that we need to stay in until 2012. However, what we have to next do is we have to align the galactic level and the solar system level. Because there are two levels other. If you have a Veca level, then, which is your universal level, then you have the metagalactic level, and that is actually the probability level we were shifting when we've been making these probability jumps. Then the next level we have to shift into the right alignment with is the galactic shield level, and then into the solar system shield level and planetary shield level. And we'll see these, we'll see a bit, it's easier to describe this with the diagrams so you can see the structure that we're dealing with. And it's through understanding these structures that we understand what the crossover is. In simple terms, it's basically a clearing the numeric sequence that is actually encoded in the DNA, and starting with the epigenetic overlay, which goes with D3, which goes with the mind training stuff and the Atmic level stuff. We start with the epigenetic overlay because that actually controls the DNA underneath it, kind of thing. We're going to be seeing what the crossover actually means. It's crossing over the base mathematical program that your body is running on. So it's not just tied to the Milky Way galaxy anymore. So it begins to bring back the natural organic codes of the original human form, because the Aquafereion people, now the Aquafereion, they were hybrids, but the Aquafereion people were the original prototype used for the first humans that were ever created, the angelic humans, the Turanician humans that were created over here. So this is literally getting an upgrade that even the first angelic humans in this matrix never even had, that full level upgrade. So we're getting the original angelic human and beyond, the Aquafereion codes back. And what these allow us to do is create an alignment between our bodies and the ascension pathways all the way up, from the planet to the solar system to the galactic alignment to the metagalactic alignment. And it's at the metagalactic level that we have to actually make the crossover from the Milky Way system coding into the coding of M31. And literally are kind of like the Andromeda call, right? We get our Andromeda codes back. And this is a really big event because our shield needs to do it first. The Aquafereion shield needs to do it first, because it will begin the process of the Net Earth shield doing it. But we will finalize that. If we weren't able to make the shift first within our own bodies and thus within the shield, we would not be able to assist the Net Earth to complete that same process in the 3 events that will take place in early 2010, which are, one is during the FOL workshop, one is during the Easter workshop, and one is during the next Etharo workshop. And they are being held at Siesta Key for a reason, because that accesses both the Gruol and the SG2, but it also accesses Watchtower, and it plugs into the whole Solomon matrix. So it's an important site. I know there's a few people who are saying, do we have to go to the beach again? I hate beaches and stuff, and I'm sorry that that they want it done there, but at least as far as beaches go, that's a great one. You might not like beaches, but it is beautiful there as far as beaches go. I've seen a number of beaches, and they usually don't have white crystal sand like that does. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's also not as hot in January, by the way. So like it's not freezing, but it's not it's not where you're going to roast to death, being on the beach. And the May one, it'll be probably like it was, April, May is around the same. But anyway, they want us to do them there because of the grids and the location there. And what is interesting too, I wanted to thank the people who sent in the photos again of the Orb Fest number 3 that was at Sarasota. That one was wild because lots and lots of people, even I got orb photos that time. I never get orb photos, right? People get photos of orbs over me and around him sometimes, but I never got orb photos. Even my daughter Zan gets orb photos, and she has since Morocco, but I never get orb photos. Even I got some at that one. So it was like there were so many. There was a lot of company in that one. And the little orbs we've talked about we're starting to see the dimensional interface that is occurring when one set of things like median Earth is starting to open into our net Earth. And that's where you get the little ones. They're like kind of like orb blizzards. It looked like in some of the photos looked like there was just a blizzard of orbs. But then there's the visitors that come with them. Now, we've been taught from tribes classes on about learning to project. We've learned to, project in our Christ Star vehicle. We learned to activate our Rasha bodies and all of those kind of things. When we project, we orb. Other people in other places see us come in as various shaped and colored orbs that communicate telepathically with them. Now, when we get these orb pictures, the ones that are not just the orb snow, that they just show the interface of the opening of the gates between the 2 domains. We are seeing visitors, just like ourselves are visitors when we project. And eventually, we will be able to go someplace and not just have our consciousness split. We will eventually be able to take our bodies. And the same will occur here, except a lot of the ones who are orbing to visit us can't fully manifest here because they would become very ill very quickly because of the distortions on the planet. But there will be points where we get into the Aurora zones where certain areas have the ability to shift up partway, and other land areas, and certain ones have the ability to shift down and meet and create a manifest platform in between the 2 spaces where these types of encounters can happen, where we can physically meet them at some time. So what's really neat is at this point we're collecting the photos that people are getting with only one criteria, that the photos are from workshop, right? That's kind of like the control thing. So anybody says, people aren't, first of all, that a lot of people that try to detract, and call us names and that kind of stuff on the internet, they're saying, oh, they just photoshopped them. Well, no, we didn't. At least a dozen different people have submitted photos from completely different cameras. Nobody's photo touching these. But if they're coming from one event, we can explain what that was about. We can say what the framework around it was, what time it was. There's witnesses all over the place, right? 200 people. So this is why I'm sure you can probably get orb photos by yourselves too, and that's cool. But the reason we don't want to bring those on is just because we wouldn't have the element of explaining context where we want to put together a body of proof. And this is the beginning of the proof. One of the amazing things for me about the Orb Fest, the first one, was, and that was in St. Kitts, was the first one was unexpected. Nobody warned us about it, but we had been talking about things, in the anatomy and parts of the anatomy that had to do with projecting and orbing. And then all of a sudden, it just spontaneously happened. I think one or two people had cameras, and they just happened to take pictures of something and go, wow, I got orbs, right? So more people started taking pictures. The second time it happened was in St. Kitts on another night, and they had kind of nudged us, saying that we would probably bring your cameras because you'll probably get some. And sure enough, we did. There was more photos that came in that night than the next. They didn't nudge us in Sarasota, but at this point, most people that come to shield things, especially ones that are outdoors, will bring their cameras if they want orb pictures, because we're getting pretty good. You're getting to the point where you can you and your friends can go hi, and then have orbs around, right? We can get your classic orb vacation picture, which I think is lovely. You and your friends, yes. Not all of them are embodied at the moment, right? So now indoors, we don't seem to be able to generate as much, but most of the time when we're doing stuff indoors, we're dead tired too. Not to mention we don't have a lot of the fresh air and the comfort that we have when we're bouncing around out. And our energy will affect how much we can open, the gates between the various places to allow that kind of contact to occur. But there's one lady sent, a number of people have sent indoor ones as well, where there's this big, beautiful, kind of blue and pink, huge orb that was just kind of floating by. And you saw the lights in the background and the chairs and that kind of stuff. So there's a few that we've also gotten inside. One of the ones that I found most striking was, and I've never seen this before, but you know how we've been taught about putting our Christ Star vehicle on, right? Russia, you're a Christ Star now, and you get that Christ Star vehicle shape around you. One lady submitted a photo with 2 indoor orbs in the same photo. They were both shaped like Christ stars as opposed to orbs. I kind of went, whoa, look at those, wow. So they're starting to show us something with compiling these photos, and we're just putting them in file 13 and keeping them and giving credit to whoever sent them in just to see where it goes. But I have a feeling it's going to go somewhere. So anybody that wants to contribute to Orb Fest at workshops, please feel free. And if you want to use a name, not your real name, in case they go out someplace, you can use a nickname or code name or whatever. If your boss at work might get weirded out if somebody sees a publication with you in orb photos, right? Or whatever. If you want privacy, that's fine. It's just kind of like a 3D level of research that we're trying to do. But I know the beloveds are up to something with it. They're facilitating this occurring. So anyway, I just wanted to mention about the fact of we've gone from just little orbs to larger orbs to blizzard developmental orbs with accompaniments of larger persons projecting orbs. And now we're getting Christ Star-shaped orbs. What's next? I don't know. People shapes? Maybe. It's possible. I mean, eventually, I think they would allow us the ability to not just catch them in orb, but as we grow and our abilities open, and maybe part of this, all right, ability opening is shifting that Milky Way sheath off of us where we can get free. We've got our bodies prepared, we've done the activations necessary, but now what has to happen to become free from the Milky Way imprint, which is the lockdown imprint. That's what, it's not just the planetary level, this goes all the way up to the Milky Way galaxy. We can get that original imprint back. Kind of like sky's the limit, or maybe Andromeda's the limit, I don't know. But anyway, as far as what this workshop is going to look like, I haven't a clue, but I think it's going to be a good one. And and I really appreciate you being supportive of that, because it's not an easy process. It takes a lot of gumption to get up in front of 200, 300 people sometimes and say, hi, thank you for, paying all this money to come and see me at a workshop and take time off work and do terrible, sometimes international flights and all of this stuff, right? I don't know what I'm teaching yet. Oy. I absolutely, that could make me lose it. It really could, where I don't want to do any of this anymore. I'll just write, But that wouldn't be fair either. If you guys can, be patient with me. I can be patient with the process too. But I do appreciate the support. Because the workshops would be great fun if I had it all ready a month in advance, nice color Mylars, everything's typeset. I could like do a vacation week the week before, so I'd be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. I could socialize with everybody during the break. So yeah, that would be my fantasy. But that's not what happens at the moment. Hopefully someday it will. But we will at least we know we will keep on schedule, because schedule starts at 8 p.m. and it goes to question mark. So therefore, there's no misleading times, right? Show up at 8, we'll show up at 8, and we will take it from there. Something will happen at 8 o'clock. I don't know when the breaks are going to be. I don't know if we're going to see sunrise. Just be forewarned. And I have a feeling that part of this too, I felt like this last week especially, I was just grumbling vertically, not at them, just grumbling so they could hear me grumbling. Right? It's like, here, come on, please, just a paragraph to put out the week before so people have a clue, so I have a clue what we're teaching. They're like, it will come, doesn't it always? Yes, it always does, right? And I realized somewhere in there, I was getting part of the workshop myself, my own as a participant, where I was being taught to respond differently. And I mean, I was feeling really, really stressed out by this. I progressively get more stressed out every time we have one of these type of workshops. And you know that. I'm like sniping at everybody. Quiet, leave me alone. Right? But I learned, and I'm laughing right now, and this is good, because before I would just be like, begging through semi-clenched, just please deal with this with me, because I can't stand it either. I'm learning to shift, and they've repeatedly, and they're very patient with me. They said, like, we noticed you're very stressed out. I said, gee, how'd you notice? I look like an atom bomb going off in the astral field, that's how, They said, we're sorry you're feeling so stressed. I said, thank you for that. Any suggestions? We could talk about it. Yes, let's do. So I talk in writing, right? And writing down incoherent, like, with a lot of those like things that you use curse words, but you don't do curse words. So you just make funny marks, right? Not at them, just like, I can't take it anymore. And I get, do you feel better now? After like 4 pages of ranting and raving about this and that and the other thing, right? And I went, yeah, actually a little. At least I vented on paper. They said, yes. Now, try breathing, right? Just breathe. Yeah, right. A little bit of deep breathing, right? And the next they said, now, why don't you look at the things that you've written and see where the main areas of stress are coming from. And they were all centered around the work and having to deal with the schedule of workshops and having to come in and having to do these like marathons of crash course everything and then go deliver it and all of that. And they said, now, there's several points in there. Have you noticed there's several points you can actually de-stress that situation? Do you realize it's the way you are perceiving it that is actually causing the stress? And I went, yeah. But it's not just my stress, it's stress about the people that come too, right? I said, that is their stress. I said, okay. I said, first of all, own your own stress and don't own anybody else's. Okay. I said, okay, I'll try that. Don't know how to do that, but I'll try that. And they said, how are you looking at the fact that this occurs? You're looking at the fact that it doesn't show up until you all get there as a negative. I said, well, it is. It'd be so much nicer if it was organized and all that. I said, would it? I said, it is the most live, most direct, most personal way that we can communicate with you together. Anybody can write it all down and then go read it. But to have it come live, it comes because of all of you coming together. You could look at this, and the more we have to do this, yes, some of it's a lot of it's on security clearance, but let that be okay. Have we ever let you down? Have we ever not showed up for a workshop with you? I said, no. Because that would have been my last one. Seriously, nobody'd come back for the one after it. That's a good point. So they spent the last week, instead of giving me the itinerary that I really, really, really wanted, or even the title that I really, really wanted, anything, they were coaching me on how to de-stress myself by changing my perception and changing the words I was using to represent something to myself. So that is part of the mind shift, I think, for everybody. And it's not just about workshops. It's about life in general. It's about how your life is. It doesn't mean you don't change what you can, but some things are maybe not ideal, but perfect, as we were talking about, as they are at the moment. And you can choose how. If it's something you'd like to be able to change, and maybe sometime you can change that. But if you can't change it right now, you can change your reaction to it. And you can choose to not stress out. You can choose to use a positive outlook on it. You can choose positive self-speak on it. So I was having my crash course in positive self-speak week. Because I was letting myself really get to a level of agitation and stressed outness over it, that I was really ready to quit and write books, because I felt so bad for people coming and me having to say this all the time. So at this point, I think I've learned at least something in my week with the beloveds on there, learning how to de-stress oneself week, is that, first of all, it is okay this way. There will be some people that do not think it is. And let them have that. They're entitled to that opinion. You don't have to be one of them. They told me I don't have to be one of the people that has a problem with this, right? Right, okay. I said, that my biggest problem, I look at, okay, why do I have a problem with it? It doesn't actually bother me. I show up whenever they want me to be there to take stuff down. That's my life, and that's okay with me. What the real stress factor was, is I realized I was taking on everybody else's emotional issues, but not even necessarily. I thought I was taking on everybody else's emotional issues, but most of the people weren't that worried about it. It was me that was worrying for them, and then getting upset at myself because they were upset but they really weren't, but I thought they were, that kind of thing. So there's a lot of things in our life we can do this with. I have a feeling we're going to get a little bit more on those kind of things, of how to change, take hold of perceptions and actually say, wait a minute, this perception is not going to control me, because right now I'm feeling yucky about this, and building up a lot of emotional energy and don't know what to do with it. It makes me feel lousy in my life. I can do something about this. I think they're going to give us some information, more information on how to work with that. I think they're also going to do something that has to do with these, they're just showing me again, the probability graphs that they have me working on. There is a period that we have gone through since 2000 that is quite it's been extremely stressful in the planetary grids, in the splitting of the New Age movement, the whole bit that has been going on here, this drama that's been unfolding. And when we see these diagrams, we can start to understand why, what we were actually in alignment with. And when we made this leap into Probability-6, Metagalactic Probability-6 alignment, which means we're aligned with the encryption of that probability. We're still Milky Way, but at least we're in Probability-6. We started out in Probability-1. If we hadn't leaped, this would have been a mess. It is a mess in those probabilities. So we'll be able to see a little bit of where some of the other levels of stress come, not the self-created ones so much, but the ones that are environmentally created. And when I saw these diagrams, they're showing me what's aligned with what and where we were, and I'm amazed we survived. I really am. And what's nice is we have this window of freedom that began with this last leap in the last workshop, that it is a time that there's more grid support than there has been for over 24,000 years, actually. Yeah, so we should have a bit more of support with us now. It's an underlying thing. You'll still have issues in your life and the things you need to, work on and change. And if you can look at those as growing experiences, I'm supposed to be learning something from this. And somewhere, some part of me knows what it is, right? So you let it be okay, and you just try to work with your, your own inner self, higher self, that part of yourself that's connected with spirit, to get an idea of what the little areas in your life are, because now you will have the underpinning of frequency support that we were all actually fighting against its opposite for a long time now. Not just us since 2000 and that have come and been a part of the Aquafereion shield, but for 24,000 years, 24,000 something years back, we had been stuck in one probability alignment that was literally in direct alignment with the black hole systems. And it's amazing that we weren't pulled in before. And when I saw those diagrams, it helped me to understand really the scope of what we're a part of here, and how long this has been going on. And it was kind of like, for me, it was like one of those moments of like humility, and you just feel so honored that you're trusted to be a part of something that huge, because this was big. So we'll show you the probability things, you know, that for different reasons, for various reasons. It will be important to understand the alignments. Most of what's important about the alignments will help us to understand where we are now and where we need to move in those alignments, and how to, you know, begin to understand how to do that moving. It's frequency moving. But where we need to be for 2012 to be able to hold the host. And the first thing is getting through this year and next year, because that is that essential alignment, the crossover alignment. And that is literally the crossing over from the coding from the Milky Way into the M31 coding as your base core encryption. And if we can do it, then we can get a part of the Net Earth shield to do it. And if we don't do it, nobody is going to bring those codes back into Net Earth, and these gates are not going to make it through in 2012. They will crash, and the host will be lost on Net Earth. So it is huge. The commission we're being asked to carry here, I just sometimes feel a bit overwhelmed by it. Like I feel like a little, you know, raindrop in an ocean kind of thing. But I feel like it's an ocean filled with warm, fuzzy, cuddly, very loving Christic beings that are everywhere. And there really are. And some people say, oh yeah, they're up there and they're out there. But you know what? They're here too. People like you guys that care, that come and learn with me and listen, and, you know, listen vertically and have your connections. And there's a lot of other people that don't get a chance to come to workshops or don't even know we exist here on planet right now that are doing the same. For as much of the negative we've had to open our eyes to see in this world, there's also something that's equally important to not forget, is there is still an awful lot of love left here. There is a lot of goodness left in people. And they might be people that have been messed with for eons, you know, and generations and generations. They might be right now believing in dogmas that keep them imprisoned because they really don't know any better. But what they do still have is the ability to love, and they love deeply. And they will honor that love for God in whatever way they best can wrap their minds around. And some people can wrap their minds around big concepts of God. We teach large concepts of God here. We teach God and science together, physics and spirituality together. That's a bit much for a lot of people. It really is. And that's okay. So I think it's important, because it can be so, I know I've gone through periods with the next level of revelation and just gone, oh God, I don't want to know anymore. You know, because you get all this negative stuff about the Metatron and about this and the black holes. And it's like, great. You know, I just don't want to be here anymore, but the shield's here and I won't leave them here. You know, I'm moving out of that. They're helping me to grow out of that, where they're saying, they keep teaching me, you need to enjoy here while you're here. Because once you're out of here, the big thing about being here is you're afraid you're not going to get out of here, right? But if you realized you could walk through a gate tomorrow and walk into utopia, but you might not be able to walk back over. Don't you think you might decide to hang out for a little while and enjoy some of the nicer things that are here, and help things that you might want to nurture, that you care about here? If we knew that, without a doubt, that we could get through, if we knew we could come back, it would be fun, because I'm going to live there and I'll visit here. But if you could get through, but the gates were going to close and you might not be able to come back. But the gates weren't closed yet. There's a time where we can enjoy the beauty that is still here, the beauty in the planet, the beauty in the people that do carry beauty and grace with them here. So they're trying to lead us into that kind of the last sentiment to hold, and in serving as a planetary steward, is to, with all the craziness and the negative stuff that might have been part of that drama for the last, you know, millions of years, there's still the good. It is still there. And just embrace as much of that as possible. Choose to de-stress. Choose to not react to things negatively. Choose to choose differently. If you find your emotions going, wait a minute. I'm not going to waste my emotional energy on this nonsense anymore. Right? I had to talk to, tell me how to talk to myself this way. I said, okay. And I've had some really good talks with myself this week. No, I will not waste my emotional energy on that. I am not upset at all. I am not going to be upset. Right? And then also, they said, because I tend to do these things where I will go for like 3 days and barely shower. I will shower if people are going to be near me, but if nobody's going to be near me, I will sometimes just work through for 3 days straight and just curl up in a ball and a blanket on the floor and sleep, and then wake back up, have a pack of crackers by me just so I can munch on crackers, and I don't take care of myself, right? One of the things they're teaching me now is, look, you're supposed to last a while longer. You know? You need to take a bit of time to take care of yourself. You know, like do a soaky bath in the evening because it like helps your swollen knees to unswell, right? Just little things like that. And it's not just advice to me, it's advice to all of us. They are, with this commission that they just let me know about of graduating from the Melchizedek priesthood, there's a whole different level of carrying oneself and one's consciousness that goes with this. And somewhere we have the potential there, or that we wouldn't have been invited. But I will learn this with you. But part of this is honoring our own selves as well. A lot of people who care to go to workshops like this have a very deep caring thing in general inside of them, and they tend to let everything run them over, where they'll take care of the dog, the cat, the person, the boss at work, everybody else, but don't give a lot of time to themselves. They're too busy doing that or making that perfect or fixing that, and the fixers of the world, right? It tends to go with the guardian pattern. We have this like, need to fix it, help it, save it complex. We need to take time, a little bit of time for ourselves. And that doesn't mean I'm going to go up and soak in a bathtub while you're waiting 3 hours past when I was supposed to show up. No, I won't do that. No, most I will do is I realize I cannot go in public without that 5-minute shower. I mean, I will do that much out of respect for you. Right? But anyway, there's more to come on mental shift, because this is about mental body shift with the next level of mental body shift. And as we learned, and I was quite surprised when we had the first Sliders workshop, Sliders 1, which was preparing the mind for slide, I figured it was going to be about changing your perspectives and getting control, like that kind of thing. I had no idea about the Adjugate body, the Pythagorean flows. I mean, oh my God. I was like, oh, that's what mental body beginner level is. So I can hardly wait to see what mental body intermediate level looks like. After I get done, if I ever get done with these probability diagrams, I'm wondering if there's an anatomy section that plugs into this too. So I don't know, but I do know in Sliders 1, it had a little bit to do with what I thought it would, mental body-wise, but it went completely on a tangent of telling us all these huge things about our anatomy structures and how atoms formed and through us and solar symbiosis, and yeah. So this could be a very enlightening workshop that we just have no idea what that's going to look like. But by Monday, this is how you always get through. I always have this joke. I go, is it Monday yet? It's the only way I survive. I project myself to Monday, right, to get through these. And now at least I'm doing it with a sense of humor. I think this will be more fun, though, because something has shifted that I can't put my finger on, but I feel like a bit of a healing in that stress that I tend to carry with me, around workshops, because it's part of that like have to please everybody principle thing. Because I like everybody to be happy, and I really don't like anybody to be unhappy with me, and I get a bit wimpy with that, and get too affected by all of that and stress myself out. Something must be healing a bit, because I'm sitting here joking with you about it. That doesn't mean I'm going to abuse your time. And anyway, what? Excuse me, incoming. Tell them about the what? Think a crystal, yeah. Okay. All right, they're teasing me here. They're saying, tell them about that. Something we're going to talk about at some point has to do with something that we saw during the Sarasota workshop. A couple of us, I think, saw it. And it wasn't anything on the beach or at Siesta Key. It wasn't during a group anything. It was after, I forget which day it was. I think it was 2 different days I saw it, so it doesn't really matter. But we were walking outside after like a workshop session. And all of a sudden, it was like around the building, just the hotel building, there was like an etched crystal outline as if there were 2 layers of buildings. I didn't remember, what is that? Am I seeing this on the inside or the outside, or both? Both was the answer. There was some kind of, it was like a crystalline understructure, as if I was starting to be able to see this crystalline effect around. It looked like kind of like milky white, maybe ectoplasm or something, crystal structure that was in the structure of the building, like as if the building had been made of that first, and then the matter stuck to it, that kind of thing. And they just said, mention that, because I guess that has something to do with some of the things we're going to learn that might have to do with Atmic constructs, mental body constructs. Okay. Yeah, they're teasing me now, right, us. Anyway, I think we're going to talk a little bit about what is that effect, and maybe this is the next part of anatomy we're going to learn about. Because I only had a clue that it existed because only twice, for a very brief period, maybe 4 or 5 minutes, which is not too brief. It wasn't just a flash and gone. It was actually, I was seeing this, and my physical eyes were seeing it too, but I realized if you took maybe if I didn't try to take a picture, gee, maybe I should have, it just dawned on me. So if you took a picture, it probably wouldn't be there, but maybe it would have been. But there was something that was bleeding through that's a normal part of structure. When you see a structure like a table, it's as if there's a layer where it's all made of crystal, where it looks like it's made of just, crystal light, and then the atoms follow that imprint. I think we're going to learn more about what that is, and that probably has something to do with the obvious body, because they said that this was part of the obvious body training. So anyway, I'm sharing with you as it comes in pieces of what we might be learning. I think that's probably enough for an orientation. I love orientations. They're like disorientations, and that's okay. Yeah. I mean, they make sense within themselves in general, and by the end of the workshop, they tend to make sense with whatever it was we learned. I think I'm getting this too, that part of the way that workshops have evolved, we're actually getting a different type of training that actually affects us on different levels of ourselves, where we're used to being locked into a logical, linear, orderly type of pulsing energy, of following energy pulses. And there's something in the structure where you can still have structure, but it's a more loosely structured structure that actually has to do with organizations that come down naturally from the larger levels of spirit and those kind of things, where if we get really rigidly locked in to, A, B, C, D, E, which I love that. I love to have section 1, A, B, C, section 2, A, B, C. I love to have it cleanly organized for my little brain to process. But there is something that we're learning from just the pattern that evolves in these workshops themselves. And it can be uncomfortable sometimes, especially if there's new people with us today, which I believe there are, and you've not been to a workshop before. Well, for some reason you got guided to come to one that's going to be a nighttime one, and I hope that's okay. Best thing I can suggest is please use some of the daytime hours to take a nap and to get some sleep. Plus, it's okay, and nobody gets upset with you if you do fall asleep during workshops. We've had snoring workshops before. Yeah, that was only when we were doing activations that you didn't have to stay awake for. If you were there, you would get the activations anyway if you wanted them. And I remember that was a Phoenix one too, a number of years ago. But on the tape, it was so loud you could hear the. It was like a chorus of people snoring on the floor, which was. One thing I think about these workshops is we always learn something new, and they tend to be fun. At least they look like they're fun. I don't get to have much fun because I'm doing my job thing, and Az doesn't get to have much fun either. But you guys seem to have a lot of fun even though the hours are weird and stuff. It looks like it's fun, and I hope they are. I would like them to become more fun, and I've asked the Beloveds, can you please make it more fun for people? Me too. Yeah, Az too. So we're working on that. But just everybody, welcome, and we will. I know that Mac, I think, has scheduled catch-up techniques and stuff for tomorrow. Yeah.
I don't know what the times are.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. Mac will have to announce that. Where is Mac? Is Mac there? Hi, Mac. You want to talk to him about the thingies, or do they already know? Okay, so I'll let you talk to him about that right after I say goodbye. Okay, starting at 1.
Will you have enough time to do that? You do any kind of comfort break in between, or you can need longer than that?
Yeah, they'll need a comfort break. Yeah, the same ones we did at the Sarasota ones, because they're the ones you need the activations for to be able to pick up the next levels. Yeah. Yeah, and again, people that have done these in group shield before, you don't have to go to those, catch-up ones. But people who have not done these techniques in group shield, you need to do them if you care about being able to anchor in your body the activations that come through at this workshop. Eventually we'll get to a point where we don't have to do the whole series of them, but they do this a lot with the beginnings. We just started, like, there are some people that could actually hold it if they just did it by themselves, but for the majority of people you won't be able to build enough frequency unless you've gone through with the amplification factor of the group shield once. So it's worth going through them, even if you did them on the DVDs or something, you know, before. If it wasn't in the power of group shield, which is like exponential, it just, you know, raises everybody's ability just because everybody kind of creates kinetic energy together and it builds the energy. So, and again, if people that have done them want to go, you can also go. If you've done them before, it doesn't mean you can't go, but it's, you know, you don't have to. But if you do want to catch the activations, you have to have done them at least once. And hopefully we'll get to a point where there's like one quick, easy one, takes 5 minutes, everybody's got it, no problem, but hasn't worked that way yet. So anyway, that's 1 o'clock for the, for the technique catch-ups. And, oh, there's one I think you need to do for me Sunday. The one they did at Sarasota with the sheet, with the drumming on the self, the birthday ones. You can run that, right?
Yeah.
On Sunday, yeah. All right, there'll be another catch-up one on Sunday, whatever time we'll see if Mac's doing anything that day or not. But for the people who weren't at the Sarasota workshop, they introduced something that's part of the background regenesis, DNA regenesis, where you actually use the drum codes that are drawn from your birthday leap years and literally just use your hands to vibrate them into your body. If you haven't done those, we will do a round of that for you and give you the sheets that go with it, because there's a sheet that you use to kind of like tally up, see how the numbers work and how to tally up what your number sequence is. So we'll be running that, you know, one of those two for people that haven't been at the Sarasota workshop. Okay, what's this?
These are
You can read that.
Other scheduling announcements. Level 1 and 2 ordinations will be at 5:30 tomorrow. Is that right? Saturday, yeah. Dinner is in 3 different locations. Is that first come, first serve stuff? I mean, people are not assigned to a location or anything. They just go. Well, that's going to be fun. Anyway. Dinner will be in 3 places: the atrium, the sunrise room, and the restaurant, between 6:30 and 7:30. Okay. And then finally on Sunday at 5:30 p.m. will be the regent level ordinations. Okie doke.
Yeah, and workshop starts, like official program workshop part starts at 8 p.m. tomorrow evening after dinner, and the same will be for Sunday, and who knows what time it will go to in the morning. If you want to bring something to keep yourself comfortable with, like, you know, a pillow or something, that's fine, but if you do bring pillows or blankies, I can't tell you to bring pillows or blankies because the hotel might get very upset with me for bringing them out of the rooms. But whatever, if you have pillows or blankies with you and you want to bring them, that's okay for the evening sessions. And since both sessions are going to be evening sessions, it's just a suggestion, because we do care about you being as comfortable as possible. I don't know if we'll be able to do any of the laydowns, because we have to be careful of the fire codes and that kind of stuff. I don't know if this room is large enough to do the laydowns with this many bodies, so we'll have to see if we'll be able to do any of that for the techniques. So we'll see.
We're about 200.
I think we can.
Yeah, just about.
Yeah, because that one there was quite a bit more people. The one everybody was stepping on everybody. Yeah, yeah. We were almost 300 people at that one time, and it was in this room, wasn't it? Yeah, where there was like you couldn't even make aisles for people to walk over, and people were getting stepped on. I was like, wait a minute, this is not cool. This is not safe, right? So we're aware of that and being careful now, right? Okay. All righty. Okay. So anyway, we will see you tomorrow evening, and thank you for being here, and I hope we have a great time.
I've got to get on with the job, with my instructions, but This is a pattern we've seen before. And that means there are a lot of patterns we've all seen and experienced before. Isn't it funny that this is preparing the mind? Or the brain, or the inner child. The thing that tells us what is best for us, but it doesn't really understand what the options are, so we just struggle to think of something better. We were talking about it on the way back to the room last night, this very thing. As often is a pattern that we've experienced a bit, where I'm not blowing any trumpet of mine, but it seems more and more often in conversation that what seem to be simple utterances of my own, not being false or in my humility, but it's true. And we were talking to Ash about that very thing, about the brain tends to resist any alternative unless you provide it with one. And judging by what's emerged through the charts today, we're going to be seeing quite a lot of brain and hearing a lot about what we do to help it to broaden its horizons. Look forward to all of the delightful tomorrows in places we only dream of right now and sometimes reach in a feeling way. Anyway, usual story is that we're behind promised time. We have to get certain things done rather than leave them into the early hours of the morning when there is activation that we have to do. We need to get the shield charged and your individual field charged and so on. So it's a no-brainer that I break out. I've been doing my end of the kitchen sink, so to speak, and I've got the Mylars and the Masters to a point where I can break out and, you know, shower up and come and do this little bit, and then I've got to rush back and finish off the full Mylar set while Ash gets herself ready to come and talk to you all. So what we have to do is to get you a little bit in a concentrated way connected with your Aveas. Familiars, I would say, really, in order that that part is complete before we get to the activation later on in the whole proceedings. So what the beloveds have suggested we do, we do, is to deal with the technique that came out of Sarasota, which only those people that attended Sarasota will be aware of. And just as a matter of interest, how many of you on a hand show were at Sarasota? So roughly, yeah, close, better than half, maybe close to half, something like that. Well, just bear with, and it won't do you any harm whatsoever either to just get pumped up as a result of running through this new technique. It will be a part of the Sarasota package, and I did my best to record this on a CD, which will be in the pack too. Anyway, I will read the footnotes and the side notes, which I didn't incorporate into the CD, because I think that when you're in technique mode, you really want to concentrate on where the technique is trying to take you and what you're supposed to be thinking about. And I tend not to like reading those things on the CD, but tonight I will do that. Okay. So, what we're dealing with is the Aurora Continuum Time Travel Technique number 1, General Application Parts A and B. And we'll concentrate our energy on doing parts A and B. And then there are some footnotes which are in fact practical exercises to assist people who would like to either experience more, to feel more confident in their direct cognition, or people who still struggle to connect with the confidence and the aspect of self that is as connected as we know it is, but don't actually have the filling in the sandwich, so to speak, happening quite yet. But it really is there, and it's sometimes tough to provide self-support and to think positively about it when in fact the thing that you crave most is not really happening. And sometimes having deep attachment to its happening at all actually tends to have adverse effects in bringing it on a little bit. One needs to be quite relaxed about that and just know that it really is there. Anyway, So I will read the side notes, but I won't read through the short version, because this thing is supposed to be repeated on 33 consecutive days. The first time you do the long version through, and tonight will count for those of you that have not done it at all. But you should ideally use the short run version for the correct number of subsequent nights in succession before you go be-byes. Sleep. Right. So we begin with the Aurora Continuum Time Travel Technique number 1, Part A. This is Part A of entering the Aurora Continuum, and it is entitled Aahs Breathing. Part A is a 12-step long-run version, clearing the Cal sheath and progressively restoring atomic integrity to maintain and increase the personal Shalaya living light quotient. Preparation is simple, which consists of using 3 quick rounds of the Christ Star breath. And the instruction here is just a little bit different than I think most people are accustomed to using, because the tendency is to use Rasha Ira Christ Star now all in one breath, almost as if that was happening on the inhale. And the way that the update on this is to use the Rasha Ira Christ Star on the inhale and now on the exhale. Okay, so if you can use 3 rapid breaths following that pattern, Rasha Ira Christ Star now on the inhale, and now on the exhale, excuse me. At the same time, push your Christ Star vehicle outward around your physical body. The technique begins next with our calling to mind the image of the Shalaya light unit with its tri-Veca 3 interlocked spheres configuration and its small central atom. And focus your attention upon the top sphere. This is known as the Aahs aquagel sphere. Just breathe easy while you're doing this. So just imagine a tri-Veca. A small central atom. Central means an atom in the middle where the 3 overlap. Now imagine or visualize the billions of materialized atoms that make up your physical body and the invisible dimensional atomic layers that make up the layers of your bioenergetic field. Light body, Ilumera Dana spirit body, and Ajay hydroacoustic body. Now turn your attention to the billions of Shalaya light units, one surrounding each materialized atom, that are implied by the existence of each materialized atom. Focus your attention upon the billions of Aahs aquagel top spheres of the Shalaya units. Each materialized atom is accompanied by a singular Aahs top sphere within the Aurora continuum, between the outer and middle domain light bodies of the Kali Hara body. Next, imagine or visualize that you have a second body and biofield that looks just like your materialized atomic body and biofield, but is made up of billions of pale aqua blue aquagel Aahs units. This is your endoplasmic vibratory Aahs body, or vibratory water gel body. Your Aahs body exists within the Aurora continuum, between the materialized atomic planes of the outer probability dominions and the core atomic planes of the central actuality dominions. Now, move your awareness into your atoms, and then do your best to sense the spaces between your atoms. And continue moving your awareness into, through, and behind the spaces between your atoms to get a feeling of the presence of your Aahs vibratory water gel body. Take a few breaths whilst doing your best to connect with the feeling of sensing the spaces between your own atoms. And moving your awareness into, through, and behind the spaces between your atoms. Now continue to breathe gently. And notice that there is a dim orange-brown glow. And this dim orange-brown glow is of inorganic Jarosh energy sludge, surrounding each of your physical atoms. This inorganic sludge creates a veil membrane called the cowl sheath, which is an electromagnetic harness. It's made of inorganic calorines, and these exist between your materialized atoms and your obvious aquagel body. Now continue to breathe gently and notice as best you can the dim orange-brown glow of the inorganic Jarosh energy. This stuff and the cowl sheath causes the organic Tri-Veca structure of Shalaya light units to mutate into the polarized bi-Veca structure of the Shona dead light units, which in turn distort the structure and polarity of materialized atoms. The mutated atoms of the atomic body and their corresponding Shona light units can engage regenesis and heal to become living light Shalaya structures through reconnection of the atomic body and the organic Aahs vibratory water gel body within the Aurora continuum. So to begin reconnection of your atomic body and your Aahs vibratory water gel body, inhale into the Azure at the thymus gland, and at the top of the inhale, draw the breath from the Azure down to the carinatus seal near the bottom of your breastbone. Hold the breath momentarily at the carinatus seal. Next, exhale slowly and deeply from the Azure, using the exhale to push a flood wave of pale aqua living water hydrolase from the water seed in your Azure outward through all of the cells and atoms of your atomic body. Now to repeat that simple process by taking several Azure inhale-exhale breaths, using each exhale to saturate the orange-brown Jarosh sludge cowl sheath around your atoms with pale aqua living water hydrolase. Okay. And we have to have some other assistance. A little impression will be transferred here in order that you can call to mind the two stellar translocation codes introduced at the Sarasota workshop, which I'm not able to show you. So I've asked for a little help, and you have what you need. One is the Imare elephant code, and the other is the Shu Yan, the flaming rose code. Take a final inhale, hold at the Azure, and visualize or intend the image of the two stellar codes as strongly as possible, positioned in your Azure, and just intend that these two codes are now positioned in your Azure, even though some of you have never seen them. Exhale firmly from the Azure, using the breath to push billions of copies of the two stellar codes, riding on a pale aqua living water hydrolase flood wave, outward through all of the cells and atoms of your atomic body, and into the cowl sheath sludge surrounding your atoms. And when you feel done, just breathe gently and observe a mild fizzing sensation, a little like Alka-Seltzer buzzing away in water, occurring all around your atoms as the two stellar codes progressively dissolve the inorganic calcite Jaroche membrane atomic harness. After a short period of this atomic fizzing sensation, become aware of a new one which corresponds to your atoms having suddenly loosened and relaxed, allowing for the spaces between the atoms to become larger and more detectable. Just take a few more relaxed breaths. Have the mirror, the loosening tension and increasing relaxation, reflecting the expansion of the spaces between your atoms. Next, inhale slowly and deeply while feeling the inhaled breath enter into all of the spaces between your atoms. Feel the breath pass between the atoms as a warm, soothing backflow wave of invisible air. Hold at the top of the inhale and sense the billions of Aahs top spheres of your Aahs vibratory water gel body in the Aurora continuum absorb this warm, soothing backflow wave of invisible air. Now exhale slowly and feel the Aahs vibratory water gel body begin to gently vibrate as it releases a backflow return wave of warm, soothing aqua air back outward and into the electron rings surrounding the nucleus of each atom in your atomic body. Now take several more of these inhale, backflow, exhale, backflow, return Aahs body breathing rounds while sensing the airflow circulating steadily back and forth through the spaces between your atoms and feeling the warm, soothing aqua air of the black backflow return, progressively building and amplifying within the electron rings of all of your atoms. So, having completed the 12 steps of Part A, in future, from this evening onward, you may engage Aahs breathing at any time simply by utilizing steps 10, 11, and 12, which is where you inhale slowly and deeply and feel the inhale breath enter all the spaces between your atoms, and then to continue through the inhale, exhale, sensory breathing, where the soothing aqua air of the backflow return is happening, building and amplifying. Now, that's essentially one part, almost one half of the shorthand 7 step when the whole thing is done. Now, to use this breathing technique assists in easing fatigue, calming emotions, recharging energy levels, harmonizing the mind-body-spirit system, and facilitating healing and or manifesting, that is in materializing objectives. And aside from that, it's a prerequisite to engaging Part B, obviously. The 33-day still layers biofilter shift and hedonic awakening. And that is what we're about to do. Before we do it, though, I've been asked to read the notes, so the purpose of Part B, the 33 days delay, is biofilter shift and hedonic awakening, which is subtitled Engaging the Jade Body, slide 1 by location into the Aurora continuum, which consists of entering the trans-time transcendental planes of the Aurora continuum and perceiving from the transcendental Jade state. And this is the state the beloveds wanted us to get you into before the activation occurs later on. Now, how this works at its most full and most powerful is a progression over 33 consecutive nights, which are not critical for our purposes this weekend. So, when used following part A, which we just finished, each night before sleep for a period of 33 consecutive nights, that's the short run version for nights 2 to 33. This technique 1 part B will progressively assist to activate within the DNA RNA ego and to open within the neural network structure the round 3 probability 6 Aurora continuum biologically frequency platforms corresponding to the Aurora continuum. Activating and opening the round 3 probability 6 Aurora continuum biological frequency platforms creates a biofilter shift out of the round 1 probability 4 net Earth field, progressively transmuting the probability 4 bionet control filters. Now, if it isn't obvious, when we're talking about shifting out of the net Earth field, we're talking about shifting out the things that actually are responsible for the epigenetic overlay and all the difficulties we have sometimes with managing our brains and its persistent need to follow certain thought patterns and get in the way of allowing more expansive consciousness to be a part of our living reality. If I wanted to paraphrase what I've just said to you, that's what it's talking about, just to be very clear. Now, these net control filters keep the embodied consciousness chemically phase-locked into net Earth probability 4 perceptual fields, as the probability 4 bionet control filters are progressively disengaged from the Aahs vibratory water gel body and corresponding atomic body. The net Earth probability 6 and Aurora continuum biological frequency platforms and their inherent Middle Earth actuality dominion hedonic code are activated in synchronization, creating an unbroken linear perceptual passage through the probability 4 to probability 6 time shift leap. As the probability 6 Aurora continuum biological frequency platforms progressively activate and replace the probability 4 bionet control filters as the active encryption for materialization, the net Earth probability 4 biochemical perceptual phase lock progressively unlocks, allowing the reality fields of the net Earth probability 6 and the transcendental planes of the Aurora continuum and Middle Earth to progressively enter the biochemical systems and perceptual range of the embodied consciousness, thus progressively enabling one to become more consciously aware of personal, group, and mass activities taking place within the round 3 probability 6 transcendental planes of the Aurora continuum and Middle Earth actuality dominion. Once the 33 consecutive nights of the probability coordinate alignment phase have been accomplished, the activated Aurora continuum biological frequency platforms can be sustained and progressively enhanced thereafter through use of the 7-step short-run version 3 times per week prior to sleep, and use of this long-run version, that's both parts A and B, prior to sleep once every 33 days. Eventually, with consistent practice, and the time period will be different for each person, the newly developing neural networks associated with the Aurora continuum biological frequency platforms will enter physical materialization and remain open, allowing the Jade body projection into the Aurora continuum and elsewhere to occur instantaneously with simple thought intention. An obvious breath inhale into the spaces between your atoms to lock onto your Jade body, and an obvious breath exhale to expand your Jade body out into the Aurora continuum or wherever you desire. There is a footnote that you should be aware of, which reads that the round 3 probability 6 transcendental planes of the Aurora continuum are being utilized by the Christics of the Crystal River host as the primary meeting planes for interaction with Christic races and your personal slide team. At first, these Aurora continuum planes will be used to develop and enhance skills in slide 1, Jade body by location, through which personal direct cognition communication and projection skills can be progressively enhanced through personal dream state and conscious projection interaction with your slide team members. In the future, once further communication projection skills and bioatomic capacities have been developed, the round 3 probability-6 Aurora continuum transcendental planes will be the space-time coordinates used for slide 2 translocation, first into the Middle Earth Edonic Actuality Dominion, and the interdimensional association of free worlds, seat of Edon, city of the crystal temples, Solomon's Shield, Avere's Watchtower, Cathedral City, and Regenesis Educational Complex, located there, as in all located there, and later to the outer domain median ascension Earth. All of that said, we turn to part B, the 33-day Stellaeus biofilter shift and hedonic awakening, engaging the Jade body, slide 1 by location into the Aurora continuum. So, next, we begin by inhaling rapidly and firmly, completely filling our lungs with air and holding momentarily at the top of the inhale. The exhale is slow, and on completion, hold momentarily at the bottom of the exhale. Next, inhale quickly, then exhale quickly, and take several more inhale, hold, exhale, hold, quickened Avere's breathing rounds at a more rapid pace, while sensing the corresponding quickening of the Avere's circulation airflow as it circulates more rapidly back and forth through the spaces between your atoms, rapidly and progressively building and amplifying the warm, soothing aqua air of the backflow return within the electron rings of all of your atoms. As you continue, feel for a sense of building heat rising up within your atoms as you continue the quickened Avere's breathing rounds. When you feel or sense this building atomic heat, then take a final slow inhale, momentarily hold at the top, and then exhale slowly and deeply. And just take a few relaxed breaths before we go on. Just breathe easily, and I'll describe to you what we're going to do next, which consists in our working with several slow, short, and shallow inhale-exhale breaths. And we take these breaths while calling to mind the image of the Tri-Veca Shalaya light unit, but with your attention focused upon the 2 bottom spheres of the Avere's that's the Avere's, not Vias, electrothermal gel spheres. So what I'd like you to do now is to take several slow, short, and shallow inhale-exhale breaths, calling to mind the image of the Tri-Veca Shalaya light unit, focusing your attention upon the 2 bottom spheres, the Avere's electrothermal gel spheres. Can you please proceed with that? Just slow, short, and shallow. Inhale, hold, exhale, hold, all of it short and shallow. Focus your mind on the Tri-Veca Shalaya light unit and your attention on the 2 bottom spheres. And moving from there, continue to breathe the short, shallow style. Turn your attention to the billions of Shalaya light units, one each surrounding each materialized atom, that are implied by the existence of each materialized atom. Focus your attention upon the billions of Avere's electrothermal gel bottom spheres of the Shalaya units. Each materialized atom is accompanied by a phase set. Continue the slow, shallow breathing. A phase set of 2 Avere's bottom spheres within the middle domain light body, Mane field of the Kali Hara body. Each electrothermal gel bottom sphere, Avere's phase set of the middle domain light body, is connected to a singular Avere's aquagel top sphere within the Aurora continuum. As you continue rounds of slow, short, and shallow inhale-exhale breaths, imagine or visualize that you have a third body and biofield that looks just like your materialized atomic body and biofield, and your Aahs vibratory water gel body. But this third body is made up of billions of pale blue and pale violet electrothermogel Aahs unit phase sets. This is your ectoplasmic oscillatory Aahs body, or oscillatory thermogel vapor light body. Your Aahs body exists within the middle domain light body Manet field of the Kalihara body. Again, as you continue to breathe, try to feel for the presence of your endoplasmic Aahs vibratory water gel body in the Aurora continuum, and then try to sense the presence of your ectoplasmic Aahs oscillatory thermogel vapor light body as a thin, electrified blue-violet vapor that hangs between your atomic body and your Aahs body, your Aahs vibratory water gel body. Once you sense the presence of your Aahs oscillatory thermogel vapor light body, take a slow, deep inhale breath into the Aahs while visualizing or imagining that each of the billions of Aahs body bottom sphere phase sets all simultaneously phase closed as you inhale. Hold at the top of the inhale as the Aahs phase sets spark. Then sense the energy rush as a backflow return wave of electric blue sparks releases into the nucleus of each of your atoms from the Aahs oscillatory thermogel vapor light body. Now then, exhale slowly and deeply and feel a sensation of becoming slightly less dense as the atoms of your body are currently capable to transmute into mana light. Inhale gently and sense that your transmuted mana light atoms suddenly flash off, dematerialize, and enter hyperspace, forming a backflow spark wave as their quantum pulls gently inward and upward through the spaces between the atoms and into the Aahs body in the Aurora continuum. Inhale and hold at the top of the inhale as the atomic backflow spark wave completes delivery of the atomic quantum into the Aahs body. Exhale gently and then breathe several rounds of slow, deep inhale, hold, exhale, hold transmutation breaths, each round creating a release of another backflow transmuted atom spark wave into the Aahs vibratory water gel body in the Aurora continuum. As the transmuted atomic quantum enters the endoplasmic Aahs body, it draws with it the corresponding aspects of the ectoplasmic Aahs body. Continue to breathe like that. When Aahs endoplasma, Aahs ectoplasma, and atomic plasma merge in the Aurora continuum, the atomic and Shalaya light unit structure transfigures into photoplasma, forming a photoplasmic atomic replica of living light aquagel within the Aurora continuum. This is your photoplasmic Jade body, your transcendental atomic vehicle of travel within the Aurora continuum. Now, having brought your photoplasmic Jade body fully into being, as it were, we'll move on to what is referred to as the peel out. Peel out. So, breathe gently for a little while. Continue to feel relaxed. And simply focus your attention within your physical atomic body, your here and now body, becoming aware of the feeling of its cells and atoms from the inside out. And having made that simple connection, try to sense, to feel the presence of your Aurora continuum photoplasmic Jade body, now fully present within, around, and between the cells and atoms of your atomic body. The atomic and Jade bodies currently occupy the same space, but the atomic body still exists within the outer domain reality field, and the Jade body exists within the corresponding space-time coordinates within the transcendental planes of the Aurora continuum. Now inhale slowly into the Azure and extend the breath further upward to a point just outside the top of the head over the fontanelle. That's the translation duct 4. Hold momentarily at the top of this breath, right over the fontanelle. And then slowly exhale a wave of living water hydrolase downward from the fontanelle and throughout the entire body, using the wave to create a pale aqua veil between the atoms of the physical body and the photoplasmic atoms of the Jade body. And once you've done that, just breathe gently. And in beginning to breathe gently, begin the peel out, the separation of the physical and Jade bodies and the transfer of consciousness into the Jade state of Aurora continuum by location. As you breathe gently, focus your attention on feeling the presence of the Jade body as similar to a ghost body version of you that is still within the physical atomic form. So breathe gently. Focus your attention on feeling the presence of the Jade body as if it were similar to a ghost body version of you. In point of fact, in technical terms, the Jade body is not a ghost body, which is fragmented Jari spirit often left after improper bardo transition following physical death, but conceptually and visually the Jade body resembles what is commonly considered a ghost body, but it isn't. Continue gentle inhale, exhale breathing. Still striving, still enjoying, still expanding the feeling for the presence of the Jade within you. Now continue inhale, exhale breathing. And next, beginning at the fontanelle on the top of your head, start to peel the Jade ghost body out of the physical atomic body. And when you do this, you may feel, sense, and or hear a mild kind of pulling apart sensation, similar to pulling a piece of adhesive tape off a piece of glass, or perhaps separating Velcro maybe. Nevertheless, use each inhale breath to mentally link onto the photoplasmic atoms of the Jade body at the head. Then each exhale breath is used to push the Jade body head forward, gently and lovingly of course, until the head of the Jade body is outside and in front of the head of your physical atomic body. So the physical body will be looking at the back of the head of the Jade body. It will be coming out directly as it peels away. The back of its head will be coming out in front of your forehead, so to speak. Now continue to gently inhale, exhale, and continue with this peel-out breathing process. And then progressively, as much as you can in a flowing way, continue the gentle inhale, exhale, relationship to peeling out the Jade, but shift, as it were, the entire focus of your attention progressively down, as if the peeling motion is unfolding in front of me. It's moving down through into your chest area. Do this slowly, don't rush it. Just continue the inhale, exhale, peel out breathing, and just peel the Jade out it's moving gradually forward as if it's leaning almost now from the waist down, and its own shape, so to speak, is moving away from your physical body. Continue using the inhale breath to link onto the Jade body atoms, and each exhale to push the Jade body, torso fully forward, until the Jade body is outside and in front of your own physical torso. Continue the gentle inhale, exhale, peel out breathing now, moving downward to the Jade body atoms at the legs. Again, using each inhale breath to link onto the Jade body atoms. The exhale to push the Jade body until the legs of the Jade body are also outside and in front of you. Once you feel complete in that, we will next take an inhale breath. This one is up to the fontanelle where you will hold. And you will exhale firmly, and you'll use the breath to stand the Jade ghost body up in front of you. Then immediately return to gentle breathing and project a portion of your conscious awareness into the pineal gland of the Jade body. And then open its eyes, focusing your attention into a split focus. One portion within your physical atomic body, the other within your photoplasmic Jade ghost body. And that is a bit of a tough one to do, I know, I've tried. So we'll just go back and go through it one more time with a little bit more confidence and intention. Inhale up to the fontanelle, hold there. Exhale firmly, use the breath to stand the Jade ghost body in front of you. Return to gentle breathing, and as you do so, project a portion of your conscious awareness into the pineal gland of the Jade body, and then open its eyes. And your relationship is one of split focus, where one portion is seeing through your physical atomic body, and the other through the Jade ghost body. Now, continue this gentle inhale, exhale breathing. You're not peeling anymore, but we'll continue to breathe in this way. Consciously turn your Jade body around so that it's facing you, your physical atomic body. And for a minute or two, try to imagine yourself observing yourself first from your physical position, looking out at your Jade body, and then reversing the position and looking back at your physical self from the Jade body. And then the words on the paper say, then observe yourself from both perspectives simultaneously. You're right. And in parens, practice makes perfect on this, beloveds, as it does. And from that point, you can just relax and breathe in a very easy way for a second or more, whilst we approach the entering the Aurora continuum, engaging the Juna. So with your Jade body facing your physical atomic body and your attention in, of course, simultaneous split focus, inhale slowly and deeply, using the inhale to draw the Jade body toward you, first meeting face to face, then continue to inhale, this inhale to draw the Jade body into your physical body and into the spaces between the atoms. Hold this breath at the top, just as your Jade body disappears within you, and it will have done, as it passes directly into the transcendental planes of the Aurora continuum through the space between your atoms. Now, exhale slowly and gently, using the breath to expand your awareness outward within your Jade body into the Aurora continuum. At which point you have now entered, believe it or not, the Aurora continuum in the Jade state of consciousness. And this is where we wanted you to be. Return to gentle breathing now, with your conscious awareness focused within your Jade body. Observe that you, as your Jade body, are now standing within an Aurora continuum corridor that is lit with dim, pale indigo light. Notice that the corridor stretches outward from side to side, left and right, as far as the eye can see. But in front and in back of your Jade body, the corridor extends outward only several feet. This narrow, pale indigo corridor is one of the numerous three-dimensional planes within the Aurora continuum, and it has long been the place of first meetings between travelers from the outer domains and guardian inhabitants of the Middle Earth actuality dominion. Now, sit your Jade body down on the floor within this narrow, pale indigo corridor and mentally request that your Arjuna guides from the Middle Earth Actuality Dominion Elemental Command now come to meet you here. Normally you'd have plans or ideas of your own, so you won't be undertaking any particular educational journey, which would be one of the first options to choose. The purpose of this is to have you connect with your Arjuna guides and establish a strong link with your Jade body, which we've done. Now breathe gently, relax, and sit quietly in your Jade body within the pale indigo corridor, briefly awaiting the approach of your Arjuna guides. Now you may feel, and if you're not feeling strong on that, you can certainly intend that there is a very present sensation of vibration appearing far down the corridor to your right as two bright white orbs about the size of dinner plates or a European soccer ball rapidly approaching you. As the orbs come to rest sitting on the floor beside you, observe that they, likely as not, will transfigure into two hominid white light beings in the order of 6 foot to 8 foot tall, sitting on the floor of the corridor beside you. These are your Arjuna Middle Earth guides. If you are feeling awake and aware and have a moderate to good visual and sensual connection to the Aurora Continuum corridor space, you may now telepathically engage dialogue with your Arjuna guides, requesting insight, guidance, healing, or specific education, while the remainder of this evening's workshop unfolds. If you have no specific requests, the Arjuna guides will present informational explorations if you remain calm, quiet, and relaxed. These are things that are advised by our Buddha slide team would be valuable to you. They will communicate with you in direct cognition. And from this point, they may ask you to stand up and go into orbs so that the three of you may travel to Middle Earth for a short visit for insight, education, exploration, whatever. Otherwise, if you're at home and you're doing this, you'd allow yourself to fall asleep in the physical as you focus within your Jade body and converse or begin to journey with your Arjuna guides. However, if you have poor to no visual and sensual connection with the Aurora Continuum corridor space, know that if you have done all the steps in this technique, which you have, your Jade body has indeed arrived in the pale indigo corridor of the Aurora Continuum, but you may simply have lost track of the part of your consciousness that transferred into the Jade body. And this is not uncommon, and it's certainly not a thing to feel discouraged or cowed about in the beginning to intermediate stages of the Jade body projection. It's quite common, particularly if you're physically overtired, and I imagine a few of you might be. Nevertheless, the part of your consciousness within the Jade body is conscious and aware of itself and will engage with your Arjuna Middle Earth guides to further your education and sensual skill development. While you sit in the remainder of the workshop, or whether you drift off to sleep later on, it won't make a little bit of difference. Now, I dare say that copies of this will be made available to those that don't have them, and a copying number would be handy if Tammy or Matt can tell me something about it. I won't read them to you now because we'd rather leave you in the space you're in until I'm able to get back, complete the Mylar set, and get back down here, which I would say would be not more than a half an hour from now. But in the notes here we have exercises to enhance visual sensual connection to the Aurora continuum. We have pre-sleep order suggestions as a nightly exercise, and something on Sadi projection meditation exercise as well. And finally there is a whole schedule relating to how you actually utilize this technique, which is very important and very powerful, very current technique that we're working with. So. Bless you all. I won't do the usual thing, but just simply thank you for your understanding, your forbearance, and your maturity, because without those, where would we all be? I'm going to take my sorry little butt off to the production center. Get the Mylars together. Now, you've been put in this sort of space. I don't want to get heavy or overly serious, but the intention was to leave you with your connection for the half an hour or so that I go and do the stuff that has to be done and bring Asha down. So if you want to just take a kind of a gentle walk or sit or what, but it's supposed to be a kind of a connection time, if you understand what I'm trying to say. See you as quickly as my little legs will carry me. Half an hour-ish, okay?
Good morning, evening, afternoon, whatever it is at this point. Good after morning, right? Good one, Az. Just waiting for everybody to come back in, whoever's still awake. Once again, thank you for your patience. You know, I'm choosing to be cheerful. I started doing that about 6 o'clock when I realized how many more diagrams I was supposed to do before I came in. And I'm still doing that, and I really hope you are too. Right. I do apologize for the inconvenience to all of us. But anyway, we have a series of diagrams, of new diagrams. That's what has been taking so long. And at least I know a little bit more now about what we're teaching for this workshop. And it's quite fascinating. I've talked about that before in the orientation, that we would be looking more in depth into the concept of probabilities and the structure of probabilities, because once we understand that structure a bit more, we can understand a lot of things. We'll understand part of those things tonight and part sometime tomorrow, after I do the rest of the series of graphs that go with these, because there's more that come after these. But it ended up in a very interesting place by the end of this graph series, because I saw it was like the graphs come in a line, and then the line went like a Y, where there was, you know, one road and another road. And I know they both go together, and then they kind of dovetail at the end. But I was grateful that the other ones that I knew were going to take me many, many hours, that they got me to a certain point that I had to get to before I could do the ones that talked about the body and the brain, because that's what they wanted to talk about tonight. They want to get us through enough understanding of probability structure, and then show us how that plugs into our bodies, our brains, our mental bodies, because before we go to sleep this morning, there is going to be the first of 2 major activations that are coming through that are extremely important. It's the beginning of the essential alignment, the great crossover. And by the end of this graph series, you should have a better understanding of what this great crossover is about, and also how that pertains to your own brain-body structure. And then tomorrow, when we get into the rest of the graph series that are still in progress, that are the extensions of these, we'll also see how this plugs into time frames and why there are certain time frames put on when these activations can occur, when these alignments need to happen. We'll see a little bit tomorrow also of using these same, I will call them probability maps, because that's what they basically are. They are maps of probabilities, and which also becomes maps of outer space, as we will see as we progress. But in understanding the alignments and how they work, tomorrow we'll be getting into what the 11-11, 12-12, 3-3-3s, all of these things are, and it all depended on getting these maps. And when you see the probability maps, I hope you can appreciate why it takes so long sometimes to do these. They're excruciating detail, and I have to do them all by hand. So this is why it's taken so long. Anyway, we'll get underway, and I'll do a quick couple of graphs in the beginning to lead us up to where the new graph series starts. Get rid of some clothes here as well. Let's see if I can do this with glasses. That's just to remind us, and where we started with Sarasota was reminding us of the Alaria Rashatan code, and that is, we've been using that for quite a while. Next one, please. That is actually the structure of the flows that go with the Illumeridana spirit body, and I'm just touching base with these because, as we explained in Sarasota, the structure of probabilities is literally built on the structure of the spirit body and the things we have learned about spirit body structure, where you have the Hara body structures, where each one of these lines that has to do with the Illyrian chambers, and these are the core flows and all that, each one of these has a sphere on it, and those spheres they actually form the structure of what probabilities look like. But that is the base structure. When you see how these probabilities interlay with each other or embed within each other, that's when the probability structure starts to become probability maps. So I just wanted to bring us back to where that structure came from in the first place, when we learned about the Illumeridana spirit body structures in previous workshops. Next one, please. To look at that same structure simply, where you can see the spheres, the probability spheres, without all of the other flows and things around them. It's the same diagram. We're just taking layers off it. We use this, pardon the mess, in the Sarasota workshop to explain different things about the drum codes that we were using that have to do with certain step-down levels of these probability structures that start with the Eckasha-Aahs level, as we talked about in the Eka maps of the God World Gates. And we moved in Sarasota from the Eckasha-Aahs to the Eckasha-Aahs to the Eckasha and to the Veca levels, and we left it at that. In this workshop, we are going from the Veca levels into the metagalactic, the galactic, the solar system, what's called the stellar, which refers to planets around a sun and that kind of thing. Stars are planets around a sun. And in understanding the rest of that chain of structure, not only can we begin to understand what probability we are in, where we need to go, what we have come out of in terms of alignments, but we can also begin to get the numerical codes, as we did for the higher levels from the Eckasha-Aahs down to the Veca system in the Sarasota workshop. We will, by the end of tomorrow, be getting the code sets that are for the metagalactic all the way down to the planetary level. And those codes will be done in that secret mathematical language that they had talked about before, where they're actually words that can be used as tones. They can also be used as drum beats, but we won't be using drums for this particular one. We'll be using the tonings. When we get together, some of you will be joining us, I think, to do the Sarasota workshops, where we do have the drum circle permits. We would have some people that would prefer to do the toning, while others prefer to do the drumming and that kind of thing. So it would be like, drumming and singing and that kind of thing, and dancing. So anyway, this is the base structure we're working with probabilities. Next one, please. In the Sarasota workshop, we also explained how, in that base structure, where you have each one of those spheres, you also have on each one an outer domain, a middle domain, an inner domain, and a core domain. That's where we have the middle Edens and the inner Adons, and going all the way into the center core. Now, we opened gates that led from the outer domains, where our reality systems are occurring, all the way down into the core domains. They're called the Eden actuality dominions. The probability fields out here, you have 12 of them on each set, where you have the 12 Illyrian chambers. You end up with a set of 12 probability dominions, and these are domains, little circles, but the larger circles are called dominions. And then at the center of each cluster, there is what's called an actuality dominion, which is kind of like the perpetually perfected state or full expression of a pattern. And these, we'll be learning more about the core ones eventually. But right now, what we're going to be learning about is how these probability structures start to embed within each other and how they become maps that are literally maps of the galaxies. When we begin to, when science, tells us the Hubble is flying around up there and taking pictures of things in different galaxies, and they call it all a universe. We don't live in a universe, we live in a multiverse, and we'll see what that means and where things are. Because some of the funny things is when we talk about the probabilities, some of them we won't see because of difference in angular rotation of particle spin, but some of them we will see, but they won't look like what they would if we were focused within them. And one of the fascinating things that I didn't realize before that we'll see as we progress through the new diagrams is when we are looking at the probability structures and saying, okay, we understand that these are maps up there, out there somehow, and we've got names for places, but how does that fit into the pictures that the Hubble sends back? Well, what Hubble's sending back is pictures of the probability fields. Science just doesn't see the underlying structures that unite them in a particular way. And when you start to understand that, we can start to understand a whole lot of things about what direction what is coming from and what systems, what solar systems, what galaxies, not only Andromeda Galaxy, but there's lots of other galaxies that science has found. We have the local group, and then we have the what do they call it, the local cluster of groups of galaxies and those kind of things. So this is the first time they've brought it down another step where we can understand how these maps actually do plug into what we see up there in the sky around us. Next one, please. This is just to remind us of the echo maps of the God World gates, and this is the full Eckasha-Aahs. And down here was our location in our Akasha system with our 4. At the time, they only talked about 4, which is called a resolute twin set, 4 Veca systems. This was our PCM Veca here, and this was our parallel pKa, or antiparticle, Veca here. Now, what they hadn't told when they gave us the echo maps of the God World gates, just to keep things simple enough, because as we learn a different layer of how complex the system is at different times. Well, we learned that there were 4 Vecas. There's actually 12 Vecas in every Akasha, and because wherever you see 4, it implies 2 more sets of 4 that are at, and when you put them all together, they end up with a 12 clock, where you have a Veca at each Allurian chamber line. You would have a Veca at each Allurian chamber line. So these maps become the probability maps, but in an interesting way as we progress. But from these maps, we had learned that we have our PCM Veca system here. That would be our Eka at the center. We have our parallel system here, our parallel Akasha. And that's where the Borgia black hole system was located. We had over here, in the adjacent Eckasha-Aahs, we had the WISA black hole systems over here, and over here we had the Aquarian matrix that is actually where the entire host frequencies are coming from. It isn't completely, there are no fallen parts to this matrix, and it's what they call a control matrix, not because they're control freaks, but they maintain a perfected system so they can bail out other systems around them that might fall using and taking free will to its extremes. They choose not to, in that matrix, choose not to take free will to extremes and to work completely within the boundaries set by the Christ. And the boundaries set by the Christ are simply the laws of eternal life physics that allow for balances of energy to occur as they're supposed to perpetuate life systems in a way that does not drain other life systems. So we've got our, this is where the Aquafereion or Aquari host is coming from, the Aquarion matrix. That is where we have black hole system interfaces. We also have black hole system interfaces between these and these over here, which is the Borgia black hole system. That entire set, that entire Veca system is a fallen system. Right now, 2 of the Vecas here. It's actually more. There's about 8 of the Vecas here are already fallen. So this one is going to go too as far as alignment with black hole. When you align with black hole systems, it simply means at some point your gates to your system are going to close. They will not be able to run the natural, continually flowing and circulating energies of eternal life systems. They become closed systems, and eventually they implode because they cannot feed their own spin. So when we talk about fall, that's what it means. It means a system becomes a falling system when its gate systems close. It can no longer process the circulation of natural life force energies that go back and forth between eternal life God source and the consciousness field and the entire cosmos and the system itself. So they become closed systems, and eventually their Merkabah structure implodes, and they go back as space dust. So everybody goes back one way or another. Every system goes back one way or another, and you have a free will choice whether you will do that through ascension, which means you keep your memory matrix with you, and you continually expand your identity back up into what it actually was before you left Source. And that is what we consider the joyful path, because it is the path of ascension, where you don't experience that you're losing anything. You are just becoming more of what you actually started out as, and remembering who you are, and being, getting your evolutionary abilities back. You had those abilities once upon a time. We've lost those abilities because of the mutations down here. But ascension is, by far, anyone who has experienced it definitely says it's a no-brainer as far as whether you pick ascension or space dust. And those who have actually made it through ascension, the Adashi adepts, they have a hard time really comprehending why anyone would want to push free will so far that they ended up creating consequences in energy that created a false system, either for a person or for an entire universe. What we're dealing with here are literally each one of these Vecas is a universal Veca. Each one of those is a universe. All right, so here you're looking at 4 of them just right there in our own Akasha, but there's actually a set of 12 of them. And the Akasha itself would be considered a multiverse. And the cosmos is filled with multiverses, so it's not just one multiverse. It would help science eventually if they could understand these structures and understand how they actually are. When you get them in their more sophisticated layers, these are the basic structures, but literally how they are the star maps. And there are things that what science right now doesn't understand about the connections between them, that underlying connection that you don't see between systems, because that is actually what tells you what gates are where. If you want to be able to go 1 billion light years away, you're not going to be able to build a spacecraft strong enough to do that, or you're not going to have anybody to live on that spacecraft long enough to show up at the other end. You don't need to, because it's through the gate systems that you can literally jump space-time. And that's a natural way, it's a natural flow in an open system. Right now we are already in a partially closed system. The gates are so damaged that there's hardly any of the access to the higher levels open, to the higher systems open. That's why we are doing the loadout, what is called the loadout. The beloveds are running an evacuation out of the Milky Way system. It is not just our planet, it is the Milky Way system, because it is becoming a closed system after 2230 AD. So that's the time frame we have, and that's why they're starting early enough. They should have started 1 million years ago, if you ask me. But that is why we're running the loadout galactic evac. It's actually metagalactic evac, as we'll see. So this little thing here, right, is just, I'll show you the big version of that. But that is pertaining to our Veca here. Our Veca here is actually, our PCM Veca universe is actually called Aquinas. And Aquinas is actually what science here, when they look at the pictures from up in space, call the M31 Andromeda galaxy. It is not a galaxy, it is a universe, as we define universes, as the beloveds define universes. All right, galaxies are something smaller that occur within universes. Now, this is our natural, and it's like, okay, well, we're here. Well, why aren't we in Andromeda? I'm 31 because of this, right? This, I'll show you the big one in a minute. But right here, if you took this little Veca out all by itself, this one here that's on that same alignment to our Eka, that is the basic universal Cathara grid set, or gate set, that goes with the Andromeda natural M31 Andromeda galaxy, or Aquinas universe. Here, this tilted thing over here is actually a part of this has partially fallen. And it did that many, many billions of years ago, and went into a shift where its Cathara 12 point is over here now. So its whole grid is in misalignment. Its center is no longer centered on here. This distance between those Cathara grids translates into 2.5 million light years of distance in space-time between the two places. It implies this one is our Milky Way. Our Milky Way galaxy, it has fallen. It used to be a part of the Andromeda galaxy. I find it very interesting, too, because science speculates that in about 50 billion years or something, or 500 billion, I forget which it was in a book somewhere, I read it, that the Andromeda galaxy and the Milky Way galaxy are going to collide because space keeps expanding, right? And they're going to expand into each other, and basically the Milky Way is going to get swallowed by Andromeda again. And I haven't asked the below, is this a good or a bad thing? Because we're supposed to. In Ascension, what the original Crystal River host was hoping to do was to be able to take these systems and bring them back into alignment. So indeed, the Milky Way could naturally evolve back into the M31 system. What I believe is happening now is, and what science are getting little nudges for prediction, is the ones who are running the black hole systems at the center of the Milky Way, they're called the Procyon black hole systems, because Procetus, I believe, was the center star of this matrix that fell and started the fall thing, so it's called the Procyon black hole. Where the Krishtik mission was attempting to slowly, over billions of years, rotate the Milky Way back into its natural alignment with M31, the ones running the black hole systems have been planning to crash them into each other and pull this one fully into the black hole alignments. So this is the basics of looking at it with the Eckasha maps, and we'll see more of what this looks like when we put in the probability structure with the that we saw from the Lumiridana spirit body structure. Next one, please. This is just a close-up of that little thing, and I turned it where you could see where the top was. That was the part that would plug into our Eckasha in our Veca, and this would have been our PCM, our natural PCM Veca, which is the Andromeda, what they call the Andromeda galaxy. This is the tilt. They should have, their cores should be aligned, you know, at the Azure shield, the density 2 shield. This should be up here, but this is the tilt, the difference. And actually, it's about 45 degrees now, and what the whole plan of these black hole systems is to get the system in a certain angle and then pull it back to the 23.5 degree tilt that is characteristic of aligning with the black holes from the parallel system, from the place where parallel Earth is, the PKA system. So we'll look at that a little bit more in the probability structures. Next one, please. Now, this we're seeing, first of all, this again, we're back to the big Eucharistista map, right, which is the Eckasha map of the God World gates, and there we are down here, and this is us right here in our PCM. This is us, our parallel Veca, where the parallel Earth is, and this is our parallel Eckasha, where the fallen Borgia black hole system is. All right. This is showing the alignment between the Eckasha maps are part of what's called the light body structure, and the probability framework that is part of the Lumiridana spirit body structure is actually offset, where you have the 12, the top point of the cosmic Cathara grid would be here, and that actually comes in between what would be Illyrian chambers 11 and 12 at 11.5. So it gives you an offset between the light body and the spirit body structures, and that's part of the reason why we can see the light body structures, the light matter body structures that have manifested through these underlying structures, but science can't see when they take pictures of the galaxies. They don't see these spheres around the items that are taking place in matter in the middle of them. The matter and the light are part of the light body structure, where the spirit body frequencies are made of a different type, different quality of energy, and they aren't perceivable, but they are the framework within which the matter actually manifests. So it helps to understand that when we're thinking about how does this become pictures of our galaxy. All right, so we're over here, and this, again, is just giving us the idea of how the light body structure aligns with the spirit body structure, be it a personal level or the larger level of the cosmos. Eventually, this alignment we'll deal with tomorrow has to do with how you start to understand the probability cycles as time cycles when we plug in the the 8-pointed axis of the, what are they called, octants that we introduced in Sarasota. So for now, we'll just stick with the time stuff we'll deal with tomorrow, but the probability alignments we will begin to learn about this evening or morning or whatever it is. Next one, please. Now, this is starting to bring it into where we're seeing the spheres within spheres. They're put exactly in place where those structures were. Like down here, this would be our Eckasha-Aahs, right? There's actually, the Eckasha-Aahs is here, and we always said that then there are 4 Eckasha-Aahs. Well, actually, there are 12 Eckasha-Aahs for every place we said there were 4. This is called an Eckasha-Aahs. All right, the big one. And when we've talked about Eckasha-Aahs, they didn't even talk about the structure because it would have taken cathara grids off this way and that way and made us all nuts when we were trying to learn what the basic maps were. Right? So here's our Eckasha-Aahs, and here's our Eckasha-Aahs. When we have down here, there are specific numbers that when you can see what the probability numbers are, right? Every set of 12 spheres like this will have a center sphere, and there will be numbers 1 through 12 around it. Now, in a natural structure, they're aligned in an interesting manner. They're aligned with the 12 point, like they would be, if there was a cathara grid on this, the top 12 point, well, I'm talking about light body when I'm talking about cathara, but anyway, the number 12 Allurian chamber line would be coming out of the center because the things birth out of the center sphere. So in a natural structure, you would have all the 12s aligned, the Allurian chamber 12s aligned, and from that you can get your positions and the relationship between rotations. That's where we start to get the numbers that are the coordinates, the vibrational coordinates of where we exist in the cosmos. And once we get past here, we've got, this is our Eckasha-Aahs, and this would be 11 other Eckasha-Aahs that together form the Eckasha-Aahs. Right? Inside of our Eckasha-Aahs, this would be our singular Akasha, and that implies that there are 11 other Akashas, right? One of them that would be at a 45-degree angle to ours would be our parallel. And inside of our Akasha, there would be 4 Vecas, and those Veca, PCM, one of those would be the M31 and Milky Way twist. They would go together because they're actually the same system, but that is split off, fragmented off. So this is just showing us the beginning of how the maps are structured. Next one, please. I thought these were difficult because I had to align everything and get it like right on the Eka maps in the right positions. I thought that was hard last workshop. Boy. You'll see what it becomes. Now, since we knew where the black hole systems were in the Eka maps, we can tell where they are in relation to the probability maps that are beginning. Again, here we have that Eckasha-Aahs, all right, and it's Eckasha-Aahs number 4. It was called Eckasha-Aahs number 4 because they hadn't talked about Eckasha-Aahs yet, but it's Eckasha-Aahs or Eckasha-Aahs, the big one, number 4. Has to do with the vector line that it's on, or the horizon line that it's on. All right, so that's the big one. Here we have Eckasha-Aahs number 12. So you have the top number would be 4, then coming down, this was the number 12 one. Then when we get to the Eckasha number, that was number 11, I believe. Then when we get to our Veca, we were Veca number 5, which means probability number 5 within the Eckasha, right? This is how this structure works. Over here, now if we're here at number 5, at a 90-degree angle is our parallel. That is where on the Eka maps our parallel Veca system was. That would be Veca 2. So this is where the parallel Earth is and the parallel system black holes. And this, if we look at our Akasha level, this is our Akasha here, our Akasha 11. And up here, I believe it's Akasha 8. Is our parallel Akasha, and that is the one that holds the that's completely fallen Borgia black hole system. Now, Akashas can't fall, but the Eka-Veca systems within them can, and that is what is occurring in ours now because of the interfaces that have taken place with this one, and also with ones over here. There's wormhole structures that run from here and the center of here, that's in our Eckasha-Aahs structure. all the way over into the adjacent system. Now, this system won't fall because, again, that's the one where the Aquafereions are from, and that is where the host is coming from. But this system here is almost fully fallen as well. They said there was about 8 of them. These 2 aren't, but there's others, because every time you see the 4 pattern in the Eka maps, it implies there are 2 more sets of 4 pattern to go with it to make the 12. So there's this wormhole link set that comes through into here, into the parallel system. That links through into the center of our Veca. That links through into our metagalactic core, into our galactic core, into our solar system core, and into our planet core. And not just ours, it affects all the probable versions. Because what we're looking at when we start to see these as probabilities, we can say, okay, well, here's our PCM Veca 5, and that's, is the M31 Aquinas or Andromeda universe, and the Milky Way split off from that, so it's somewhere still right around in that system. So if that, wait a minute, I'm getting interrupted. Get to the next one. All right, they want me to go to the next one. They must be timing something as far as when activations are coming through. Anyway, I won't go there. But it's easier, bigger, they said. Okay. All right, thanks. Now, this is looking at the same thing again, but enlarged, with just showing here the... let's see, where am I? Eckasha-Aahs. This is the Eckasha-Aahs. All right, this is the Eckasha-Aahs. So it's not showing the whole huge structure with the Eka maps in them anymore. It's taking it into the probability map structure now that we see how that is built on the Eka map structure. It's actually vice versa. This actually comes first, and the Eka maps that are the light body structures form upon and through this structure. All right, so now here we are again. We have... excuse me, our Eckasha-Aahs. This would be our Eckasha-Aahs, and that's probability 12. And our Eckasha is, I believe, Eckasha 11. And there's our Veca 5. There's our parallel Veca 2. There's the parallel Eckasha Borgia black hole system. So this isn't showing the other crossovers into the ones in the adjacent system. It's giving a close-up more so in ours. Now, all of these others would contain a version of the same thing. That means if we have a system, which we do, that this is our Veca, and way down in there someplace, there's our solar system and Earth. That implies there is one in every one of these, and in every one of these, and in every one of these. When we look at these galaxies and galaxies that Hubble takes pictures of, we are actually seeing probable versions of various ones that are united through central cores, but you don't always see them because sometimes they break apart, sometimes they fragment, and those kind of things. But literally, it's not that every one is a different thing, has a different name. We are seeing like Earth 1, Earth 2, Earth 12, Earth 144. I mean, seriously. And the same with a lot of other ones. So they would like us to understand that the probabilities, even if you popped up on like Earth 144, it would probably look a lot different than this Earth, whatever number it is. We're in Veca 5, we know that much, right? But they are still versions of each other, which means their core base pulse rhythm is birthed from the same encryption. It would just have a different number. It would have a bit of a different set of numbers. The base encryption of a planet or a person is actually what determines its space-time locations. And to move from one set of coordinates to another, you need to change base pulse rhythms. So it helps to understand the coordinates you're aiming for, because then you can choose to do things to create the base pulse rhythm that will actually get you there. If you get to the point where you can orb and turn yourself into light, it helps to know where to point yourself and how. And holding the vibrations of the place you want to go is the way to be able to travel. So these are literally maps. They are beginning to show us how these work as maps. And eventually we'll get very good at them, and we'll see the amazing, I think they're more than three-dimensional. They hang in the air, and they're massive. They'd be like, small ones would be the size of this room, and you'd see all these structures, but in 3 dimensions, three-dimensional form, moving and spinning through each other with little flashing things when gates touch, when like passages open between certain places. They're really, really sophisticated, the map systems that they use. These are very rudimentary drawings to show you the structure upon which their map systems are built. Next one, please. Oh, wait a minute. This is just showing you here an enlargement of this here, right? Now, see where you have the Borgia parallel Eckasha black hole system passing through into our Akasha, right? And not just into our Akasha, but into our parallel Veca, and not into Veca 5 exactly, but parallel Veca black hole passes into ours. So this is where our Veca system, our PCM universe, Andromeda, Aquarius, became endangered by the falls that were created around it, so that there is a link there. We'll look at these more closely, especially tomorrow, when we start to see where we've moved from as we've been making these probability leaps that we've talked about. We've been actually moving probabilities on a metagalactic level. Now here on these maps, we haven't seen the metagalactic level yet. We've seen the Veca level and upward. And this would be, all right, this would be our Veca. This would be our Eka. All right, our Eka core that we've talked about in the center of our Akasha. So we'd have an Eka and our Veca. There'd be a Veca core. Now the next set of 12 inside of our Veca, they each would be metagalactic probabilities. All right, so we're going to take it from there down in the new graphs. And they had to get very, very precise with the alignments, so we would understand what numbers we needed to use and how to use them. All right, they will also help us understand how this pertains to our body structures as well. When we look at this down here, this is our, let's see here, this is our Akasha. Well, this is our Akasha here. So it's taking this section only and enlarging it so we can see it better. All right, now just notice how this is the Akasha, right? And there are 12 lines, 12 Lurian chambers inside the Akasha that lead to that central point. And each one of those is a Veca. Right, the next smaller one, because each one of those is a line upon which one of the smaller spheres grows, right? So we have, Veca 10, Veca 9, Veca 8, etc. And in normal systems, the 12 would emerge from the middle. So in a normal structure where things weren't out of whack, we would have from this, the Eckasha-Aahs, the Akashas would birth, so their 12s would be up here. And then from the center point of the Akasha, the Vecas would birth, so their 12s would be up here. That would be the natural structure. But as we'll see, it gets more and more complex as we go down and see what a mess our system is down here. Oy. Right. Now, this is also showing us that, all right, when in our Veca system, all we described it as in the Sarasota workshop is we have been doing probability leaps. We have been literally leaping probability alignments because we started out in 2000 when the stellar activation cycle happened, and I think we've been stuck there for more than 24,000 something or other years. We were actually stuck in what was called probability 1. That would be Metagalaxy 1 alignment, right? Now if we look where Metagalaxy 1 is, right? You've got 12 here coming out from the center. You've got 1, 2, and 3. The 3 of those metagalaxy probability fields are directly interfacing with the parallel black hole system, right? And that's very close to the larger Borgia black hole system. That's why this system fell, was because it's interfaced with this. So we've been going through an amazingly difficult period since the gates opened again, because we were stuck here and we've actually had to leap. We've leaped from probability 1, where we started when the gates opened, to probability 3, which was in, I think that was this one, yeah, August of 2003. Then we finally leaped to 4 on November 1st, 2008, and then we finally made the leap, and this is the beginning of getting things into the alignment that we need to survive what's going to take place in 2012, so we don't see a probability we do not want to see. All right, so we leaped from 4 to finally probability 6, or Metagalaxy 6, during the Sarasota workshop. We made that final leap shift. That was the final one on the higher levels. We had to get here to probability 6. And as we start to see what the other things are, each one of these probabilities or metagalaxies would have a set of 12 within them, right? They would beat the galaxies. And each of the galaxies would have a set of 12 in them, and they would be the solar systems. And each of the solar systems would have a set of 12 in them. That would be called the stellars. Now, they can be planets or stars that go around a central sun, like Earth would be considered a stellar. All right, because it's one of the ones that goes around a central sun that we call our sun. So there are versions of our Earth, our solar system, our galaxy. And when we talk about our galaxy, we're not actually talking about, when they say the Milky Way, it's only a part of it. You have to go one up. What science sees, what they have, artist representations of and that kind of stuff in books, is actually the metagalactic shield. All right, so they're not seeing the entire set of 12 metagalaxies of the Milky Way, but what they are seeing is the metagalactic shield. And they are seeing also the metagalactic shield of Andromeda. All right, that's where they know that Andromeda's up there and like located over to the right or whatever it is in space. So the beginning of understanding the more complex stuff comes from here. And as I said, tomorrow, after we get through the more complex stuff on structures here, tomorrow we will be finding out more about these time shifts, because that was the big one, that if we hadn't made that, we would have been doing just pull the shield evac, because none of the rest of the host will hold without that alignment. We've made that alignment, but now there are ones from the metagalactic level down that do have to be done, and by certain times. So we'll look at the time part tomorrow, but we'll look at the structures and the interrelationships with the new graphs. Next one, please. Now, in the Sarasota workshop and also in St. Kitts, we talked a little bit about the structure of light units, of Shalea light units. We talked about what are called the Aahs, all right? And inside of each one of these, there would be the beginning of an atom, all right? So a materialized atom. So every time you see a materialized atom, it has several of these put together. So this would be like the light and spirit body structure of each atom. And that's when we've talked about, and we've done the exercise of doing Aahs breathing, Aahs breathing. The Aahs refers to, in each one of these structures, remember you have a piece of an atom there and they stick together to form a whole atom, but every one that is this top ball, that is referred to as the Aahs. And all of those together, say your whole atomic structure, for example, every atom in your body has a cluster of these, some of which are that top ball that's made out of a different type of substance than the two bottom balls. And that Aahs structure forms the part of your hydroacoustic body, your Adjugate body, that is called the Aahs body, or the Aahs water gel body, or the vibrational body. And the vibrational body alignments have to do, they actually control the alignments of what are called the Aahs bodies. Now these would be considered your oscillatory bodies, all right? This part of each of that's connected to your atoms. Ideally, you should have the three with the piece of the atom in the center. Because of the mutations here, these are actually cracked off, where you have the Aahs structure is partially harnessed and its quantum is fed off of, and until it dies and becomes a finite light unit and finite atomic unit. Now, we've been working to regenerate the Aahs to Aahs structures in our atomic structure, and as we up the light quotient that we've talked about in our body, and we left off at 75%, I believe, in Sarasota, and we're going to be able to jump to 82% during this workshop period. It means 82% of them have been fixed from the bi-Veca mutation back into the tri-Veca structure of a natural Aahs elemental. The whole thing they call it is Aahs elemental. Now, when we see that the orb snow, this is actually what we're starting to see. We're starting to begin to see the Aahs as the doorways start opening between here and other reality fields. You can get negative orb experiences too, because things can open to black holes and would have some version of orbing, and it's hard to tell just by seeing them look like orb snow whether you're dealing with ones that are a full Triveca structure, or if you're seeing one of the mutated sides of one of the Aahs ones that aren't connected to an Aahs. But anyway, when we talk about orbs and things, it goes back to these structures, that we are starting to see parts of these structures. It also goes back to with and working in this particular workshop that's dealing with the D3 Atmic level, we're going to be dealing with the Aahs body. The Aahs body controls the other two, which controls the alignment of the atomic structures. So with the Aahs vibrational body, we will it's right now, it's being controlled by the base encryption programs of the Milky Way system, which means we are stuck in the Milky Way system still. Even though we've opened up all these flows and things in our body, we are still physically and perceptually stuck in the Milky Way system. In order to be able to get ourselves into a full slide, we will need to be able to first reconnect our mutated atoms and their Aahs back to the Aahs, which we have been doing in the previous workshops. And then we have to get the Aahs aligned with the proper set of coordinates, as far as we need to align not with the Milky Way system, we need to align with the Andromeda system, the original set, because the Andromeda is still there, just a part of it, its quantum, fell to become the Milky Way system. So it's literally completely changing our alignment back to the original core alignment of this system before that fall occurred. And it means we will change the angular rotation of particle spin. Say if Milky Way was pointed this way, your Aahs would be pointed that way. It means your whole atomic structure would be including these guys, right? If you wanted to go to M31, you'd have to turn them back this way if M31 was over that way. So this has to do with the maps that we've been looking at. We'll look at the maps even more, but I wanted you to understand, like off the bat, that the direct connection between these probability maps and the Aahs body anatomy, your water body anatomy, is you need to align that Aahs water body anatomy with the proper space-time coordinates in order to be able to get your atoms to make the shift that's necessary. And the great crossover that we've mentioned has to do with getting things aligned so you can make the shift from the Milky Way set of coordinates into the M31 set of coordinates. And there's only a certain time period, we'll deal with the time periods tomorrow, that can occur within. And if we don't catch the leap while certain alignments are actually aligned like as they are right now, we won't catch it. And that's why it would be literally pull the shield before 2012 if that alignment isn't made. Our shield is going through it first. The Aquafereion shield is making the great crossover first, so we will be able to do the same and facilitate the crossover for Net Earth's shield that will be going through the same process a little bit later, a couple steps later than we are. So this is why they have started this training now. All right, next one, please. Here we go. Take a drink of tea for this one. This is one of the easy ones. Welcome to the beginning of the new graph set. You don't want to hear. You don't want to miss this, do you? You haven't heard this yet either. Okay. Alrighty. Let's see. Let me read it to myself first. Now here's where we're all learning together at the same speed and the same time, because I just learned this stuff. And this was like 7 or 8 or 9 diagrams back, because there was a whole string of them. And by the time, I can remember the last one, but by the time I get to the last one, the first one's almost blown out of my head because there's so much detail in some of these. All right, what this is a picture of is the universal, metagalactic, and galactic probabilities of the Aquinas/M31 Andromeda universe. All right, notice it didn't say end Milky Way yet. All right, this is just showing the alignments that are occurring, and we'll break them down. First, we have the, where are we? This is Veca 5, I believe. Are we on Veca 5? Let me see. What's funny is I keep enlarging and shrinking them down, and it changes what that size circle meant on what page, so I have to go find where am I. Right, all right. This is, all right, Antara, Metagalaxy 5, that's 5. All right, this should be, if they're MGs, this should be Veca 5. All right, so this, the big one on this one is Veca 5, and each one of these are metagalaxies. All right. So they had us, let's see, I think, do we show, yeah, we showed this one, I think, just not for a particular reason on this one, just to show for an example down here on the 6th line, right, the MG6 line, Metagalaxy 6, that's where you'd have Metagalaxy 6, right? They're also showing that the whole structure itself would have a gate structure, right, of the universal level of the gates. So this is where you'd get the connections into the one we've talked about. They're more like when we've talked about from Theta Orion all the way up to the Lyra system as far as our universal gates. There are connections to our universal gates when we get down lower into what's inside of inside. So right now, this is the metagalaxy that we're going to look at in this diagram. And it's got its gate interface system. This is also, this would be the Eka core, right, at the center of the Veca systems, where you have all the Vecas. It's the center of the Akasha, and you have 12 Vecas coming out of the Eka. All right, so this would be the Eka set of gates. And then each one of these, right, metagalaxies would have its main set of gates, universal gates. And then inside of this, you would have another set of step down of 12 more probability fields that would be the ones, when you see the lines coming into these, we're going from the metagalaxy lines to what will become the galaxy lines. So the smaller spheres within the metagalaxy are the galaxies. Each one has a core. These would be galactic cores. This would be the metagalactic core, and that would be the Eka core, right? Or actually, no, this is the Veca core. The Eka core, I'd have to go back to the other map, actually. It would be off 12, normally speaking. So you would have the actually Eka core there. I think I'm saying that right, am I? No, I said this was the Eka. This isn't the Eka. No, I'm getting my sizes. There's one more up. If this is, no, I said that right. Pardon me while I'm teaching myself. No, I said that right. This is the Veca, and inside of the Veca, you would, I did say it wrong. This would be a Veca core, right? Just like we have an Eka core, this would be the core of a Veca, and then there would be another larger core that would be the Eka, where you have the 12 Vecas coming together. So we're dealing with 12 metagalaxies coming together here at the Veca core, and that's just a smaller one of, if you took it up one more, you'd have the Eka core at the center. So that's where I tripped over myself on that one. Now, if we take it down to the next level, here we were just looking at Metagalactic 6, or Metagalaxy 6, right? And Metagalactic Core 6, be there. So that's here. And inside, you have 12 galaxies, right? Now, if we take it down to the next level, here we were just looking at Metagalactic 6, or Metagalaxy 6, right? And Metagalactic Core 6, be there. So that's here. And inside, you have 12 galaxies, right? So these would be 12 galaxies, each one with a different number, of course, 1 through 12, and each one would have a galactic core. It's running away from me. And this would be the inside of this one. This would be the center of the metagalaxies, where the metagalaxies come out of and birth the galaxies. So this would be, I'm trying to get my names all straight and not trip over myself. This would be a galactic core. That would be a metagalactic core. That would be a Veca core. There we go. All right. I'm not going to read all of this stuff right now. We might go back to some of it, but I'm not going to even attempt to do that right now because I'll go cross-eyed trying to do it. I will see if we can get these as printouts. I'm hoping maybe we can, actually. I think they're clear enough that we might be able to. You know, like the print is clear enough and that kind of stuff, if we have time. If they'll do it on a Sunday. Is Kinko's open? All right, well, we'll see. I'll pick them carefully then. If we don't have time to do the whole set of them, we'll get the key ones. All right, so the next level we're going to look at is we've already gone from the Veca, actually from the Akasha that we don't see, to one Veca, and within one Veca we have the 12, and we're just looking at one right now, metagalaxy, and inside of that we have one galaxy. We'll take it down again to what's inside the galaxy. Next one, please. There's our galaxy, and our metagalaxy and our Veca. And here we have solar system. We have 12 solar systems. And these are primary solar systems. There's lots of offshoots of everything and pieces of stuff that are fallen, that are no longer, they were birthed out of the system, but might have fallen, so they're not connected to it anymore. There might be finite life systems. So there's lots of stars up in the cosmos that Hubble is taking pictures of and those kind of things. But there is this core organization of these stars. They all came out of these base structures. Now, when you see a whole circle, that doesn't mean that's the whole star. That actually means that the stars will actually come out in different sizes. They'll come out in a spiral. Each one has a different level of quantum depending on what its number is. If its encryption is a 1, it would have a smaller quantum than a 12 would, that kind of thing. And they actually spiral out from the center, even though the spirit body structures are here. And that's part of what science doesn't see, but it's not the dark matter template. It's not the Rasha template. That's even at the core underneath that. But this is the spirit body structure. But we would actually see a spiral of planets coming out, and that's where you get the orbits, where you get the view of what looks like orbits around a central sun kind of thing. But here we're dealing with SS numbers, which are solar system numbers. So here we're looking at, where are we? We're in Veca 5, Metagalaxy 6, right? In Galaxy 3. In solar system 3, right? 3. Solar system 3 inside of galaxy 3, inside of metagalaxy 6, inside of Veca 5. This is where we start to get our coordinates going down. Now, we're just using these as an example. There's also something they want to show us about what's called the 333 alignment that is important to our crossover, to the crossover, the great crossover. So right now, we've got a 6, metagalactic 6, and we've got a 3 here, which is the galactic level. So metagalactic 6, galactic 3, solar system 3. Next would be stellar 3, right? Now, if this was our system with our, say, sun at the center, each one of these would be our planets. There are 12. Nibiru would be the 12th. Chiron would be the 11th. Maldak, which is the asteroid belt because it got blown up, would be number 5. And Earth would be number 3 in regard to that. All right, and this gets into Aahs, actually, because Aahs is actually the host star that Earth is plugged into. We'll look at that a little closer when we get more detailed on these maps, which we do. But right here, we are still looking at one of the ones that are on one of the metagalaxies that is still holding its natural connection, where its 12 is at the center. All right? Now, that is the structure of the M31 galaxy, but it is not the structure of the Milky Way galaxy because it has a tilted, its whole Cathara grid, or its whole structure is tilted, so its alignments are different. We'll look at that because first we see what one of the Andromeda metagalaxies would look like. Right? Now we have to see where we fit in relation to that, where our Milky Way is in relation to that. So we have the simple structure of going from the Veca, we started in Sarasota from the Eckasha-Aahs all the way on down. Now we got past the Veca to the metagalaxies, to the galaxies, to the solar systems, and to the stellars around a central sun. Now, let's see, just look at those a little bit in terms of gates. Next one, please. Okay, we just took it at the hello. He's over there. He's shifting probabilities. He's running around. Right. So we have one metagalaxy, right, with one central metagalactic core, right? And that's a MGG metagalactic gate set. That's an actuality dominion, right? So for that, these would be the 12 probabilities. Actually, this would be the actuality dominion of the metagalaxy, but these would be galaxies because it has the one actuality dominion and it has 12 galaxies, which are probability dominions of a metagalaxy, right? So you have the 12 of these 12 galaxies within the metagalaxy, and at the center you have the metagalactic core area, which is the actuality dominion of the metagalaxy. Now inside of, let's say there's 12, you have inside of that, each galaxy would have a set of the 12 gates. You remember before we were showing them with the Cathara grid in them. Now we're trying to take that layer off because you can't do all the Cathara grids and all the alignments, and you just can't see any more paper in between the black lines when you do it in one color. So this is just to let you know that each one of these would have its big gate system, the big Cathara grid system, right? So would this. And so would that have its own core set. So you still have the light body structure that would build on it, the Cathara grids, and then the light body that builds on the Cathara grids. Now here you've got the one galaxy, right, with one central galactic core stargate set. That stargate set would be in there, and 12 solar systems. So you'd have 12 of these, 12 solar systems. Each solar system has 12. Let's see, what were they? Solar galactic stargates. Yes, solar galactic stargates. We back it up here, is that each galaxy has 12 galactic stargates. So we have solar galactic, then galactic. This is where we were trying to get into, okay, you've named some of the gates up there and out there for us in our universe. Who's on first? Which sets fit where? And there's still, basically, when I believe the galactic ones, they called the ones that went from our solar system to our galaxy, they just made it simple at the time. They're actually referring to the solar galactic gates. So when we have publications from before that talked about galactic gates running from Mercury through Nibiru, they're actually referring to the solar galactic gates. Then there's another set that other sets that go up from there before we get up to the universal ones, which would be the Veca ones, the universal Veca ones. But the universal Veca ones, the ones that are titled, that we went from. Our universal gates were from Theta Orion all the way up to the Lyra system on Cathara 12. They actually are in all of those are right in what's called the Orion arm, which of the Milky Way galaxy, and they're actually part of our more local solar system. We'll look at that a little bit when we get past the pieces and go back to the maps. This here is just showing one solar system with one central solar galactic core. Solar galactic gate set, so that would be in the center, and 12 stellars, so that's a star or a planet, right? So we would be, if this was our sun, there would be one of us right here, the stellar 3, ST3, that would be, say, Earth, right? There's another connection, though, because Earth is kind of grandfathered in to a host situation. We've seen that in some of the early ones. So it's a little bit more complicated than just it's this one. It's actually connected to the central one that's actually connected, and you have to see the other gate alignments to see how those connections between a universal gate 3 connection and a universal gate 4, where Aahs fits, where Earth fits, and that kind of stuff. So we'll see that in a little while. So this is just basically taking it down piece by piece to analyze a little bit more. Oh, and by the way, each stellar has 12 PSGs, planetary stargates, right? So that's the ones that we've talked about and worked with on our planet. We didn't even get into the other gate sets it has that we've learned on our planet, as far as the Polarian gate sets and the Q sites and, oh my goodness, all of that stuff that even one little planet has. And this is just explaining the same thing. Can we move that over a little bit, honey, please? So one metagalaxy contains 12 metagalactic gates, one metagalactic core, metagalactic gate set, which means 12, right? And 12 galaxies. And the galaxies are galactic stargate sets, right? Gate sets. One galaxy contains 12 galactic stargates, one galactic core, galactic stargate gate set, and 12 solar systems, which are solar galactic stargate gate sets. So that's what a solar system is, right? Then you have one solar system contains 12 solar galactic stargates, and this is where you get Mercury, Venus, Mars, all the way up through to Nibiru on 12, right? Our local solar system, and one solar galactic core. It also has one solar galactic core, and with its solar galactic gate set, and 12 stellars. So it has its 12 planets. And the 12 planets are planetary stargate gate sets, right? Each planet is a set of 12 or more gates, right? The more comes in when there's interfaces coming in, like all of the hosting gates that we've had to open, the Beloveds have had to open here. All right, next one, please. Oh, down here says, one universal Veca contains 12 universal Veca universal stargates. And these are the ones that connect into, like, Theta Orion to Lyra. But they're only using those. They actually go down, I believe, to the galactic level. They're just using them because we don't even have the names of a lot of the other stars and things like that that they're connected to. But they're just step-down versions of those that they have given us already. So we'll see how this progresses into maps that progress into the Milky Way galaxy. Next one, please. Now, we're going to keep this easy, and unfortunately that got cut off. I think it says universal, metagalactic, and I can't read the rest. Solar system, possibly solar system, no. Metagalactic, galactic, and solar system alignments of Aquinas, M31, Andromeda, Universe 5. All right, so it's Veca 5, right, is what we're talking about, Veca 5, which is Universe 5. This is still on the natural Aquinas M31 alignment, where you still have the this one is, where are we at here? I think 3, right? Are we on 3, 12? It's hard to find the ones underneath. Let's see, this is 12. No, this is 6. So what we're looking at here is Metagalaxy 6. Its adjugate across would be Metagalactic, no, it's 12, sorry. Metagalactic 12 would be Metagalactic 6. So we are dealing with Metagalactic 6. And there's a reason why they're choosing this one here, because it has to do with alignments that we're involved with right now with the Milky Way. So Metagalactic 6, here we've got Galactic 12, 1, 2, 3. Galactic 3 is this galaxy. Then you've got Solar System 3, right? 6, 5, 4, 3. Solar System 3 is this. And then you have Stellar 3, which is here, right? And that is where Eartha is, or at least one version of Eartha. The version of Eartha that exists in Metagalaxy 6. So that implies there are 12 versions of Eartha, right? Yeah. And actually, I won't even go into, that's just on one layer, right? Because there's probably other versions of Earthas as well. We have at least 12 versions, because 3 would be Eartha, but we also have 12 of those that 3 would be in, right? So I haven't figured out the math yet. It's like 12 times 12 times 12. You're doing the 12, 144, 1728, that climb, right? So anyway, this is where Eartha is. One of the Earthas is now, and that's the one we need to be concerned about as we start to see the alignments where we are actually in alignment with, as far as our current space-time locations. So this is the 333 alignment, where you have galaxy. They're all in the 6th metagalaxy, but it's Galactic 3, Solar System 3, and Stellar 3. All right. So that's the locations of what is called the 333 interface. Now, there's a good one and a not good one. The 333 interface that's coming from here is a good one. As it gets more complicated and we look at the black holes in relation to that, you can understand that 333 can come from various places, some of them good and some of them not good. Same with 1111s and 1212s. And we're going to talk more tomorrow about those particular alignments and how to tell which ones are good ones and which ones aren't, and those kind of things. And also, one of the things that I realized was happening, but I didn't understand how, that we'll learn more about tomorrow too, is the fact that, people have had it, like it pops up all the time. You'll get your 1111s or your 1212s, and it might go through a series of time, 3 months or something, where it's just always happening, and then it stops, like never happened before. This actually has to do with, each one of us that experience this are actually the vessel for the transmission, right? Yeah, it's coming through us right into our hologram, right? Where that clock will say 11:11, with or without you there, right? But it's you that keeps having your attention drawn to a clock when it says that time, right? It's actually being beamed through you, and some of that's good and some of it's not good. If you know, there are good 1111s, there are not good 1111s, etc. So we'll learn a bit more about that tomorrow. We'll learn a little bit about it today when we see where the 333s are, because right now the 333s that are corresponding to the Andromeda matrix in the Andromeda galaxy and down in the Metagalaxy 6, they are very important because right now we're very close. Our Milky Way alignment is extremely close to this one. And there's going to be a period of time, after a period of time, we will actually rotate out of that closeness. And if we don't create the crossover host in the time when we are overlapping, the host will fail on, in this solar system, actually, not just our solar system, but the whole structure. So we have got to anchor it into our solar system if we want to keep the host here. We'll see what that looks like a little bit more when we get more detailed. This just started them, and of course you have to get, these diagrams are enough to make me nuts because, all right, simple enough, this, right? You got the alignments right, everything has to be, and it's pretty easy because you put the 12 at the center point and, get your alignments right. 12 at the center point, get your alignments. Not in the Milky Way. Oh boy. Next one, please. Now this is just showing still just the ones aligned on 12, right? This is what we just looked at over on the other diagram. But now it's panning out where you can also see the parallel interface, right? This is our Veca 5 with our Metagalaxy 6, with our Galaxy 3, Solar System 3, Stellar 3, Eartha, right? Then, Veca 5, 90-degree angle, brings you to what is called, which would normally be here, Veca 2, right? So you would have 90 degrees between 2 and 5. That means they're parallels to each other. All right, so you have, this would be the normal alignment if there was not a problem with our parallel system. But there is a problem with it. First of all, it's on a 23.5 degree tilt where it should be aligned here, right, with its 12 here. It's 12 line here, it's 12 system here, and it's 6 system here. It isn't. It's aligned over here and upside down. It's got, it's black hole fall. It's got its metagalactic 12 where its 6 should be, and the whole thing is tilted counterclockwise by 23.5 degrees, right? Now this thing here that you're seeing coming down corresponds to, this is a messy one over here, but it corresponds to, I don't even know if I have it over here. Do I have it over on this one? No, I don't think I have it on this level. I can't even read that, never mind. It corresponds, right? It corresponds to the other one this size that would be the parallel Eckasha, right? So you got this is our parallel Veca, but that would be our parallel Eckasha, and that is the Borgia black hole interface. So you got one big black hole mess happening with an even bigger one on top of it. And here was our M31 system, not even doing Milky Way yet. Just our M31 system that is still holding. It still has its organic alignment with the metagalactic 12 at the top and 6 at the bottom. And this is, metagalactic 6 would be here, and that's where we have Eartha, right there. Now we're going to start finding out a bit more about Milky Way and see how much more fun the diagrams become when you get to there, and see if I can even talk about them. Now what this is showing too is this is the Eckasha core that I talked about, right? Because before we had a Veca core at the center of the Veca, and each of the Vecas has a center core. This would be Veca 5 core, this would be Veca 2 core, and each of the Vecas would have one. Each one of those would have one that would follow this line, right? There would be the 12 stars that are around the center of the Eckasha, which is the Eka. So that would be our Eka at the center of all the Vecas, right, in our Eckasha. Now behind here, right here, I'm just showing how these overlap, right, where we have our M31 system and our Veca system and our parallel black hole Veca system. I'm not showing you yet what is in here underneath this, and I'll show you that in a minute. Because what we'll find is a reflection of things over here, right? We will find that there is a parallel M31 system, right? That is over in Veca 2. Each of the Vecas would have a parallel M31 system, which means they'd each have a Milky Way system because this one has split. So what we're going to end up seeing in a little bit is this one having its axis tilted to where it creates an offset and a split, and that is where the Milky Way comes in, and it changes the relationships between all of the alignments down from the Veca split, because it is at the Veca level that the split has occurred. But right now we're not seeing the split yet with the Milky Way on this side, and we're not seeing what is under here yet, what is on the Veca 2 parallel side, because over in here somewhere we would have parallel Eartha, etc. All right, next one, please. All right, there's that little eyeball, upside down eyeball, like vertical eyeball shaped thing again, where we have our Veca 5, right? And here we have our parallel Veca 2 here. And remember, Veca 2 is all twisted as far as its numbers are all misaligned. And if it's misaligned, and I haven't shown this fully down here yet, if it's misaligned on this level, that misalignment will also apply to the next level down. And then if that one's, it'll apply all the way down. So it's not just one simple shift, it's shifting all the way down. This is why these diagrams took me so long by the time I got to showing all of these all the way down, so we'd see what is aligned down here that we have to be concerned about. Right? But this is showing us here where we've got this showing something else too that we'll deal with later. That's called the 666 system. Yeah. Has to do with the black holes and things, so that's something else we'll get into more when we get into the numbers. We're dealing with 333s tonight from the good side, right? Because this side is still plugged in to the Crystal River host that is coming from the adjacent Eckasha-Aahs all the way up. So this side will not fall, even though a lot of what's been done here with the black hole system, folks that have been trying progressively to invade this, they have been trying to take out this matrix, the full M31, but they're not going to do it because part of that will still be able to stay with the host and actually shift angular rotation of particle spin. Well, not shift it, but hold its angular rotation of particle spin so it doesn't downshift into the Milky Way alignment and into the black hole alignments. But here it's showing this would be the equivalent of that over here. This is the parallel of that. So if this was Eartha, where are we? If that was Eartha, we would have parallel Eartha here. And I think it's this one. I get slightly dyslexic looking at it. Anyway, this is Solar System 3, and that's Solar System 3. This is the Galaxy 3. This is Galaxy 3. And this is Metagalaxy 6. This is Metagalaxy 6. Right? Now here what we're looking at is Metagalaxy 6. And we're looking at Galaxy 6 and Solar System 6. That is a problem area that connects to a bunch of other things, including a fallen Veca 2 core. So this is a black hole alignment as well. So this is, it's the core of Veca 2, and it's in the boundaries. Remember, this is the larger parallel Eckasha-Aahs black hole interface. So literally the center of Veca 2 is in that black hole system. So this actually feeds the mess that is happening with the parallel system. And it's over in this system that we have, so far we have parallel Eartha. Once we see Milky Way, we'll understand where parallel Earth is as well, because parallel Earth is the interface point that they are using to actually invade this system progressively. Next one, please. I think this is the one that took me forever. Is this the one that took me forever? What was the number on this one? Can I see the number in the corner, please? No, it was an H one. This wasn't even the one that took me forever. This is where it started to take me forever. Now, remember, this over here is our Veca 5, right? Now, from the Veca level, from its normal alignment, where its 12 should be here, right? It had a 45-degree offset that eventually they want to pull the whole thing back to a 23.5 degree to link with what's happening over here. But right now, they're at about 45 degrees. So you've got the Veca alignment off 45 degrees, and this starts giving you the what are called the Milky Way metagalactic numbers, right? Where all these numbers on the regular Veca would be, what did I call them? M31 numbers. The M31 numbers that we were looking at before we had the extra lines put in here would be these, right? That's where you still do have metagalactic 11, M31, right? Metagalactic 10, metagalactic 11, metagalactic 12. So the 12 is still aligned on this version of metagalactic 6. This is still metagalactic 6. All right. And this is still Veca 5. But a part of Veca 5 split off and literally went into a 45-degree shift in relation to it, which pulled the metagalactic levels out of alignment. This is actually the same system as that. But this, at this point, there are 2.5 million light years between the two of these in space-time locations. So what we're looking at is the M31 galaxy system. Well, they call it galaxy, but we call it metagalaxy. The M31 metagalaxy in relation to the Milky Way metagalaxy. All right. Now here is Eartha still, right, over in the M31 system. And that's still in galactic 3, solar system 3, stellar 3, planet 3. Right. Here we have the alignments again are twisted. If this was off 45 degrees, this one is also off 45 degrees. So I have to take that and shift it. Its 12 point is there, right? And if this one's off 45 degrees, the next one, which is the galactic one, is also off 45 degrees, and I keep losing my mind going 45-degree turns. And the numbers get so small I can't read them. And the same with the solar systems. These are accurate. I've done these in a larger format and another graph, so you can see them more clearly. But literally every one of these has to shift, and it changes the position that things are located in when you make those 45-degree shifts. This one isn't shifting 45 degrees. They're still in their natural alignments over in the M31. And here in our Milky Way system, where the natural axis for Metagalaxy 6 should be from here, its top, to there, its bottom, right? Milky Way's got its top. Its top isn't 12. What would have been its natural top is over here, is actually interfacing, trying to interface with Andromeda, right? It's got this other set of its, let me see, how do I describe this? This would be the Veca core. It is aligned still with the Veca core. It's actually shifted down, as if this axis split and shifted into that angle, right? But we have the 45-degree tilts on things. Let me see. This one's hard to read the numbers on, but the other one is much clearer. That's what took me ages, was getting all the numbers clear we could read them. But this connects directly into this axis that runs up. Now here you would have metagalactic 12, the natural alignment, right? So here's 12. They would go to the center, and that would take you out to 6, metagalaxy 6. Then you'd have 12, 1, 2. They're the normal alignments. These start with the abnormal alignments. All right, so it's actually the top of it should be that is the top of it. It should be, you know, aligned with the center, but it isn't. It's metagalaxy. It isn't aligned with the center. It is instead aligned with these offset Veca numbers, which are the lines from the tilt of the Veca itself. So this was Milky Way metagalactic 1. So that was Milky Way metagalactic 12 over here. And check out where that is. It's right in there at parallel Eartha system. Interesting. And that goes all the way through to the Veca 2 core. They're trying to take the Eartha systems out, not just, you know, Earth and those. But it aligns with the Veca 2 core, and that is a fallen core system because that is the one that is already aligned and in the interface with the Borgia black hole system. So our Milky Way is actually running this line right here, when it should be running this line here that leads back to the Eka, right? So there's all these gate offsets here, and what we are doing, what the crossover is about, the great crossover, the essential alignment, is we need to get our systems here aligned with the right BPR and angular rotation of particle spin corresponding to the Andromeda system. We can do that through the host because we have opened a host in here, and the first part of this is bringing in something called a triangulation that we'll see a little later with this 3-3-3 alignment, because otherwise, now where we are right now is in this position. That's why they chose these particular numbers, because we are still in, we made that shift in the Sarasota workshop period to Metagalaxy 6. But Milky Way, Metagalaxy 6, because we're still caught in the Milky Way angular rotation and particle spin. And we are, right now, we just, bless you, we just started in, we just started into the galactic, the Metagalactic 6 cycle, and that puts us in Galaxy 1. All right, we're still in Solar System 3 and Stellar 3, but right now we're in Galaxy 1. All right, but this is where we have a direct interface with the whole M31 system, right? See, this is where the M31 sphere stops, right? So if we continue, now once the gates are open, we accrete, all right? The systems accrete. They move. They actually rotate through, the light body rotates through the probability structures. We are right now in alignment with the M31 system in ways, in meaningful ways that we will look at a little bit later as far as meaningful of holding the host. But once we get to a period in time where we go from, right now, where are we? We're GL7, yeah, we're Galaxy 1. Well, we'll go to Galaxy 2, and then Galaxy 3, and then Galaxy 4, and then Galaxy 5. And we're going to rotate where most of us is right out of alignment with all of those gate connections. If we do not make the crossover link before the natural accretion cycle of the frequencies keeps us shifting through the galactic level of probabilities, we will lose the host. And there's only a certain period of time. Tomorrow we'll look at how these actually plug in to the octant time cycles, where probabilities and octants, we can time that, and they've given us dates as far as when certain things are happening, so we can see what period of time this overlap runs. Now, this is an overlap that we'll look at a little bit more in detail before we go tonight. It has to do with something called the Adjugate bond, and we'll see where Adjugate bonding can become a very powerful force of healing when you're dealing with things like this. And before we do that, we're going to look at, and I think I'm going to take a break after we do this next one before I get into the body bits, all right, because it's a short break. But there's, when we see all this stuff, then we see how it kind of fits with the body and with our brain and those kind of things. So I do need to, I think, just sit down for 15 minutes in between those two. But for now, we're not done. Now that we see these, all right, over here, what are we looking at? We have the one system so far. I'm only showing the original one, the original parallel of the M31 system. This implies that there's one of these over here too, all right, a Milky Way version over in the parallel Veca, right, which means more numbers to align and all of that. So we'll see that in a little bit. Next one, please. And the reason it's important to see all these is it's because only by seeing them all and finally getting them mapped can you actually trace what gates are what, right? This one was not as hard as the last one, actually. Yeah, let's pull this over this way, honey, please. Yeah, okay. Now, what we just looked at from the last one, right? This is just blowing it up and cutting half of it off because it didn't fit on the page, right? So we could just look at, for the moment, this is our center of our Veca 5, right? No, that's the center of our Veca 5. Wait a minute, I'm lost. That's our Eka. That's our Eka, sorry. That's the center of our Veca 5 would be here, right? No, wait a minute. No, that would be here. I'm getting there. This would be, sorry, center of our Veca 5. Yeah, this would be center of our Veca 5. This would be the Metagalactic 6, right? And where is it center? Somewhere in here would be the center of the Andromeda system, right? This one here is our Milky Way system, right? That is at that different angle where it should, you know, it should be at, its 12 should be up here, and it should be aligned and existing in the Milky Way galaxy, in the Andromeda galaxy, but it's actually split and separated. And this is the parameters of what our science sees and can get photos of with radio things. They can like project photos, I guess, because they bounce waves off stars and stuff like that to figure out what's actually there, something like that. But anyway, it's this area that they are seeing. When you see pictures of the Milky Way that are drawn like this, this is the area that you are seeing. And it's quite interesting, and this is, of course, the black holes and stuff. And now, if we can actually plot the Milky Way in relation to our metagalactic shield, that implies we can get some idea of where these guys are as far as the parallel interface goes. Because I do believe a lot of what we're seeing around us as other galaxies, such as the Andromeda galaxy. Now, science knows the Andromeda galaxy is a different galaxy than the Milky Way galaxy. It's close, it's its closest neighbor, and it's bigger. All right? And someday that it's going to eat the Milky Way, according to science. Right? Well, kind of like it already kind of unate it through it. It kind of chucked it off. Out. And 2.5 million light years away. Oy. But now, what is interesting is they're starting to show us how actually accurate these maps can be. And this is just giving us a glimpse of how that can work. If we can remember again, where we see the circles, that is the spirit body structure within which the matter structure manifests. So that's not saying that's the this star and it's saying that star manifests in there or materializes in that system. Right? Now, if we look at this, and you'll see we've got rings drawn around this one, and there's a reason why we've got rings drawn around this one. And I believe I have over here where I'm actually taking this section, right, where I can just take this again, take it away from its connection over here, and put it where you can look at it by itself a little bit better. All right. Now, what we get here is Milky Way, right? This is our Metagalaxy 6, Milky Way Galaxy 6, Metagalaxy 6, Galaxy number 1, Solar System 3, Stellar 3, Earth. Right? So Earth and Aahs are right in here between these two. We'll see it better in a different diagram where it helps to understand that a little more. But this would, the 3, Stellar 3, would correspond to Earth. The center here would actually correspond to both Aahs and our Sun. They're actually linked through the Sun and through Earth. But anyway, for simple terms, this would be Earth, this would be our Sun. Right? See these things? A, B, C, D, E, F. Right? And there's the center. Now that center of the Milky Way would be the center of the metagalactic Procyon black hole system. That corresponds directly to right here. Okay? To the F area. The F area is the heart of the Milky Way. Now, these were excerpts that were, from a book that was, I've got the copyright information here. It's, they're references from a book called Space Encyclopedia by Heather Cooper and Nigel Henbest, copyright 1999. Dorling Kindersley Ltd, London, which is a Penguin company. Okay, so these little reference thingies that I got the information from there. So they have, it's a worthwhile book getting. They have some excellent explanations on all sorts of stuff. Not this part, of course, but this part. So this one corresponds to the heart of the Milky Way, as does this over here. Right, where they talk about Sagittarius A, east, west, Sagittarius A star. They actually show, and they have excellent maps and things. So that book is really excellent for showing, these things in color and where you can read them better, that kind of thing. This is the central galactic bulge, contains many old cool stars, red or yellow in color, which give it a yellowish tinge. So that's the center, right? That's what we're talking about here, right? And in this area, in the F area. Now, when we look at this little quick map, right, there are arms, those spiraling arms to the Milky Way galaxy. The outermost one is the Perseus, I believe, arm. Okay, then the next one in is called the Orion arm, and that's where our sun is located in the kind of inner band of the Orion arm. All right, that's our local solar system area, and there's lots around it. In fact, in that area, you find most of the named universal stargates that they've given us, from Theta at USG1 to the Lyran systems. I think a few might be in one of the different bands, but they're all right here in this area. Now, this is the, what is that, Sagittarius arm is the next one coming in. The smaller ones coming in toward the center is the, I don't even know how to pronounce it, it's SCT, Scrum Crux, something like that, Scrum Crux. And then this one they call the Norma arm. So I don't know much about those, but these are all the arms, the main arms of the Milky Way system spinning around the core. Now, this shows them a little bit better, right, which areas. If we're talking about the heart of the Milky Way, it's there, that little box, right? If we're talking about the Sagittarius arm, this one, okay? If we're talking about the Orion arm, or the local arm, it's this one, right, which would be this compared to the one before, right? And if we're talking about the Perseus arm, we're talking about the outer one over here. So if we take this and understand those, and then look up here, get this on the right angle with here, so we know where the little box ends up. And how do we do that? By aligning it with our sun, right? Our sun. Our sun. This is our solar system. In here is our solar system, right? What's interesting is in here are also a lot of the gate systems that we've talked about too. So you can literally take these, each of these it's A, B, C, D, E, F, they're actually talking, they refer to the arms, which arms they're located in. So you could trace the probabilities, and that's just looking at one metagalactic level probability. There would be ones all over the place, but science would see those as other galaxies that aren't, they might even be, if between here and here is 2.5 million light years away, these must be really far away, that kind of thing, as far as, you know, space-time distance. So you can actually plug these in, these maps in, to what is already known, you know, by science. What's interesting too, to give you an idea of the space distance, again, I referred to that book because they have some excellent ways of explaining things in that book that I had mentioned before, the Space Encyclopedia book. Okay, here, there's like a three-dimensional thing where it's like a, this comes down and then this would like be the floor, right? So it's giving you perspective. And they have galaxies on stalks, right? Which I think is a great way to demonstrate this. This is what's called our local group of galaxies, where the Milky Way is here. There's a couple little guys around here, and they all have names, right? Andromeda is over here, right? So that's giving you kind of a spatial relationship between the Milky Way galaxy and the Andromeda galaxy. And what that is showing you is the dimensional relationship between these two, right? So you can, eventually, we will be able to, I haven't had time to do it yet, and I don't know if I have the resources to go into past the local group. I think then it's like the local supercluster or something like that, but they have clusters and clusters that form what look like arms and stuff going through space, of literally galactic clusters made up of local groups that make bigger clusters that make bigger clusters that make what look like veins. They actually look like veins of massive galaxies that move through space with lots of empty space between them. So we haven't gone, you know, as far as taking it to the next level, but what I want to find out is, since we know where this is on these maps, well, that implies we should be able to find out where these are and where these big black hole issues are actually occurring, or at least in what direction from us, right? Because we're directly connected to them on that axis, which means our Milky Way is directly connected to them. I imagine, if that's up there to us, then these would probably be up here somewhere if you extended this out and took it past what the local group on stalks looks like, right? It would be somewhere out in here. But you could actually chart the area of space that the trouble is coming from, chart the area of space that, if anybody's ever going to do official disclosure here, where we're going to get invaded from, that kind of thing. It would be interesting, I think, to find out where where this interface occurs, in relation to our Milky Way and into Andromeda and that kind of thing. But this is just showing us that, and this, by the way, is just like what this looks like. There's our sun in the center of that, and all this stuff, including Orion and Polaris and Alcyone, which was Terra. All of those are in this local cluster of local solar system area, like our solar system's here, and they're all around it in this area. But anyway, I wanted to be able to show you how practical these can become. Imagine these with massive detail and increments down to nanoseconds of nanoseconds of nanoseconds of space-time. I mean, the math, I refuse to ever learn how to do that math. I don't want to, because my brain is too tiny here. But I see what the beloveds do with them when they have the massive, spinning, spiraling, three-dimensional maps that are constantly in motion. And you can see what's happening in which systems, what's interfacing, which one's crashing, which one has a problem. I mean, it's really kind of amazing to see them. I've seen flashes of them, and I'm like, wow, my diagrams really stink compared to that. Right. Next one, please. Before bodies? Okay. Yeah. Oh, this was the killer, I think. Yeah. That was just it's an enlargement that's showing, this one took all day, right? It's taking the ones that were before, but cleaning up, enlarging it, and cleaning up all of them so we can see clearly the gate interfaces and also the sun interfaces. Because you have all sorts of suns, each ring of these. Like here you have your Veca 5, right? At the center of Veca 5, you have the Veca 5 core. And then around that, you have 12 metagalactic suns, right? That are the center of each metagalaxy. So we'd have metagalactic sun 6, the natural one, would be here at the center of M31, right? But because part of the whole thing fell, we have metagalactic 6, right? A, where it came from, and then B, a split on it here as well. And that is the center of our Milky Way. That's where you've got the Sagittarius star systems and things happening, right? The Sagittarius A star and all of that. So this is where, actually, it's down lower, like you'd have to, you would have Sagittarius A clusters would be floating around here, right? I could go back to the other one, but I'm not going to do that right now. Anyway, to explain how, if you looked at all of the probabilities together, that would give you, this part of each of those spheres, right, would give you that innermost core of stars around the core of the Milky Way, and then progressively working out, it would give you the expansion of the arms going outward. So this would be the Procyon black hole that's at the center of the Milky Way system. And over here is the still natural structure, which is the core of the M31 system, of the M31 Metagalaxy 6. This is going to become very important to helping us with the crossover. When we come back from our break, we will look more closely at, first of all, what does this have to do with our bodies and our brains? Because it's quite fascinating, and they're just showing me in these diagrams, they're enough to get the idea across, no time to clean them up. So you'll get the idea when you see what they are. But the important thing is that we understand certain crossovers. We're going to come back to this diagram after we go through the bodies and find out about something that has to do with the first activation, which is one that we will participate in tonight if we choose, and it's the first step in the crossover into the alignment with M31. And tomorrow we'll see more of the reasons why, because we haven't dealt with, these are the base graphs, right? Then I have to show the 1111 alignments. Then I have to show the 666 alignments. And through this, we start to find out what the heck we're involved in. Now before, remember how I've said we are now in number 6, metagalaxy number 6, but we started out at metagalaxy number 1 alignment, right? Which would be, we're in Milky Way, so it would be Milky Way metagalactic number 1 alignment. Galactic number, nope, somewhere here. There's 2. That would be over here, I believe. One of these. No, that's 12. I don't know if I have 1 marked. Anyway, I see. I have to do those tomorrow, but the diagrams tomorrow are going to show where we started and why we've had. It's been such a struggle ever since the stargates have opened. Why this big drama has happened? Because we are directly interfacing with these black holes, and the gates opened all the way through into the core, and this was the whole beast thing we have been trying to explain for the last 10 years was about all of this, and this at least shows the alignments and what is happening with them. The saving grace in this is we're not going to be able to save the Veca system from falling, but we can hold the M31 part of it. Because remember, this is the M31 Metagalaxy 6. Well, there's 1 through 12 of those, right? They are still holding. They will be able to make it through and keep as an ascension system. It is the Milky Way sets, those extra twisted balls that come off each one of them, that are going to go into a closed system set. And it is from them that evacuation has to occur for anything that wants to be able to keep its Christic ascension path ability. So what we're going to do through the period of the loadout has to do with certain alignments that if we can create the first essential alignments that will allow us to begin the hosting process directly through with M31 that leaks back into the whole Crystal River host set. If we can do that and do it in a timely fashion, we will be able to hold for the period of the loadout before the first, up until the first, what was called the Mashianic fold. And at that point, we would have to let go. But then the Buddhara Christfall ones would take over to hold the host. To hold it from what is the question we'll be answering tomorrow. And this has to do with, as we rotate through, we've leaped into the sixth harmonic, and the sixth metagalaxy. We are in the first galaxy. We're going to be rotating through the galaxies here, and there's going to be a problem once we come out of alignment with the M31 system, particularly when we hit what's called the sextant axis that happens down around in here, and that goes back to the sextant clock that we talked about, and where a certain thing reverses and turns back on itself when it hits around the 6th position. So we'll look at that, but tomorrow we'll be looking at the time maps that put the 12-point thing, the 12-point structure of the probabilities in alignment with the 8 lines of the 8-point octant structure, so we can start to see what those mean. But there is going to be a 666 issue happening over here that has to do with dragging the rest of the Milky Way entirely into the alignment that will ultimately lead into it being drawn in to these holes and these compacting. It would be like the spheres compacting into first biveca fold, which is like the Vesica Pisces, and then into one. And this would take billions of years. It will take billions of years to occur. But once this is set, it is set and it can't be undone. And we have until the loadout is over to get whatever can go into these alignments with this system. And in the meantime, it will remain a blended system. And if we weren't doing anything, once the time period, once 2012 hit, because I'll show you what that means in the time things tomorrow, but once 2012 hit, this would all be a done deal. Nothing would get out. But because we are anchoring the host, and if we can make this essential crossover link, we will be able to hold it till the end of the loadout, where they won't be able to pull us into full alignment either until we finally have to let go. And then they won't be able to pull the green dragon grids into full red-white dragon alignment with these whole systems, because the Buddhara will help them, from the Adore side, will help them to hold their position, and I'm not sure which position they're going to end up in, but we're going into these alignments. And by 2012, we have to be able to make one more leap, alignment leap, and that is from not only do we have to cross over from Metagalaxy 6 into Milky Way Metagalaxy 6 into M31 Metagalaxy 6 alignment. We're still here, but we're holding the alignment of particles of here. But then we have to be able to leap to 12. We have to move up to 12. We're actually do it from, we're going to be going from the 6 system into this alignment, and then up to 12. And that will allow us to do even larger ones when it comes up through the Eka core that allows us, our Veca 5, to align with its adjugate twin called Veca 11, which is the adjugate of 5. Right? So this is a whole huge process. But there's some more diagrams to look at that have to do with bodies, and then have to do with something called the 3-3-3 triangulation. And that has to do with our brains as well. So we'll see a bit. I just want to take about a 15-minute break because I know I'm getting tired when my lips and my brain don't go at the same speed. So I'll spare us both. But 15 minutes, I'll be right back, and we'll get to the body part.
Before you all leave, guys, listen up, please. The way that we run our gatherings here is a bit of a privilege, and there's been some pushback tonight on the early hours about noise. In here, it's our business. Out there, it's other people's business, if you hear what I'm saying. The deal we have with a DoubleTree is that if we're in the nighttime, early mornings, then we go about the place real quiet. And that hasn't been happening this weekend. So, sense and sensitivity is all.
Oh, there's the door open again. I'm waiting for the rest of the people to come in. Alrighty. Okay. Now, I've decided if we can get printing services, for where we could do it for everybody, I think I would like to be able to give you this one and also the larger one that shows the whole context of the whole map, where you see these in relation to the at least the Eckasha level. Excuse me. Now, we've been talking about the structure of probabilities and the alignments of probabilities in relation to the cosmos. And it is also the same structure that is part on a microcosmic level of our own anatomy, of our own spirit body anatomy and our light body anatomy. And what is interesting is the problems that we have seen occurring, where we have these black hole fallen system issues over here, and we have these interfaces here. We have the Milky Way, it's off kilter, and we happen to live there, which means our biofields are going to be following this pattern. What we need to do is bring them back in to the original pattern of the M31 angelic human system as far as the Aquarii humans, and that will enable us to. We've prepared our mind before in Sliders 1, where we got our pentagonal flows going and all sorts of other things that were needed before we could do this. But now we have to begin the process of making the great crossover while the time period alignments allow for it, before we phase out of alignment, direct alignment with the M31 system. We will phase back into it. By the time we reach 2012, we'll have gone through from the Metagalactic 6 Galaxy 1 alignment to Metagalactic 6, Galaxy 12, and then to the 12-12 Metagalaxy alignment. So there's a lot of shifts that are still going to occur, and we have to pick up this connection, this link into M31 before we get into the galactic alignments that would correspond to, let me see, to here. Right about here we'd start phasing out, which should be Metagalactic 4. Wait a minute. What? Yeah, I have to look at a different map to do this one because I'm getting my galaxies and metagalaxies twisted. But anyway, I will show you those on the maps for tomorrow. What I want to show you for tonight is how these maps begin to plug in to our biology. And if we can go back to remembering, we've talked about the Cathara grid, and we've talked about the shields, where we have our Eumbic shield down here, and we have our Azure shield here, and we have our Rajna shield that comes out here. If you can imagine that on a horizontal plane, we have that programming, literally. This entire structure is encrypted in our shields, but also on a vertical level, which means we have these spheres within spheres that actually contain our probable selves and our other incarnational selves that are in various locations throughout these systems. And we know ourselves as one that has to do with the coordinates of where we are, but we also have other simultaneous selves, but they wouldn't appear simultaneous because there appears to be time, distance, and space distance in between these spaces, just like there's 2.5 million light years between these two systems. So there would appear to be time and space, but it's actually all occurring at once. What's interesting is when we start to see how this plugs in not to just the body, but also to the brain. And since this is the Sliders 4 workshop, where we're, again, instead of just preparing the mind, now we are freeing the mind. And just like in Sliders 1, we started with mind because kind of like as above, so below. So the D3 mind controls the D2 telluric body, the physical body, and the D1 etheric pattern. And the density level, the density 1 level, controls the D3. So we were working with the atmic levels, the D3 atmic levels, and the density 1 catheric levels in this workshop in order to begin that crossover shift. We'll be able to do the mental shift activations during the period of this workshop. In the next one, we will cover the anatomy and related things that go with doing that to the physical body structure. Now, in this one, when we make these shifts, it begins to shift the part of the DNA that corresponds to the D3 atmic level, and that happens to be called the epigenetic overlay, which is a chemical sheath around the DNA that actually controls the function of the DNA. It's something science has already found and discovered. They know it's there, but they're not sure what it does exactly. The epigenetic overlay has to shift before you can shift what the gene code is doing. And the object of shifting, what we need to shift, is our atom's ability to align with what frequencies that are coming through as cosmic rays that come through our sun, that comes from the chain of command that goes all the way up to these systems. We are receiving transmissions all the time on this planet, just like any other planet would. The universe is full of electromagnetic transmissions of frequency. It's full of radio waves. We are receivers and also transmitters of those waves. Right now, we have our receivers tuned only to the main frequencies coming from the Milky Way galaxy. We have begun to have some, because some of us, mostly the people that come to these workshops, were born with receivers dormant, usually at birth, but receivers that would pick up some of the frequencies that would come in from the host. And that's the only reason why we ever even tripped over the work or found the work or were able to transmit the work. As far as we were concerned, we were born with some of those in it. Most people that come to these workshops were born with some of those receivers too, because it enabled you to receive the information and the frequencies that were coming in through the host even before we understood the scope of the host. So when we work with the epigenetic overlay and the D3 level of the mind, we're going to, there's a particular activation, that the first one, that has to do with the brain. I imagine both of them have to do with the brain. But there's a particular triangulation that needs to open in order to begin to make the bridging link into this system here, so we can begin bringing in frequencies from this system to start helping our atoms align to the natural orientation of the M31 hosting system. Now, to have our atoms align means we have to shift the angle that the Aahs body is on, the Aahs vibrational water body that we've talked about, because that is the part that controls the Aahs level, which is the oscillatory body that has to do with the light body. And you can't shift the physical atoms until you shift those structures. So that is what we are attempting to achieve, which we will achieve during this period of this workshop. So tonight or tomorrow morning or whatever it is, there will be the second activation, but the first one, and this one, thankfully, they said the activation itself is simple. It's a simple, quick meditation. It's not like going journeying off in the universe for an hour and a half. No. And same with tomorrow's activation, or the next activation, the next session's activation. But there will be two techniques that we're also given tomorrow to use, one of which they said is something, it's not just a one-time, one is a one-time shot, that you just do it and then you don't have to use it again. The other is something you can use at home. So I don't know what they are yet, so they're coming tomorrow. But for the remainder of today, this morning, whatever it is. We're going to see how these plug in to the body structure. And I do apologize that these diagrams are not nearly as neat as these. These I had time because I had to clean these up, because if I had any of them messed up or wrong, it would have thrown off the alignments, that it would have thrown off the codes. And I don't know why the beloveds can't sometimes just say, here, just use these numbers. It goes with maps, right? But I guess it wouldn't be as interesting for everybody, and we wouldn't pick up the frequency, because again, the maps work like codes, where they actually encrypt and wake up the encryption, the pieces of the encryption you carry with you. So it's worth it in spending the hours. This one took me almost all day to get this from the rougher versions of the smaller one. What's really wild is if you take a small detailed one and then you blow it up on the photocopier, you see really how messy it is, right? And then you have to go clean up all the lines, tweak the alignments, that kind of stuff. But we had to be able to see the interfaces of these, of different gate sets, because these are suns, basically, you know, stars, suns. And so are these are on the galactic levels, galactic suns, and these are M31 galactic suns. Here, when we're down in the Milky Way, there's collections of suns. This would just be in our universe one, at this, not universe one, sorry, galactic one. So there are these circles of suns around each of these larger galactic suns. You have galactic suns, and you have the larger ones, which are the Veca suns that span the whole Veca set, right? And these are literally, there are communications that take place between the specifically encrypted suns, solar system stars. So we get transmissions literally all the way from the Eckasha-Aahs on down, all the way through. The Milky Way is twisted, basically, because it should be getting information from its Eka, the core of its Veca, whole Veca system, the Eka. And it should be coming down, if it's going to hit this axis, it should come down here and this way, but it actually bends and shifts down here. So part of the transmissions, the natural transmissions from the Eka and beyond, come through into M31, and the other part gets bent and twisted down into the Milky Way system. And this is the system that interfaces directly with the black hole system and the Veca 2 black hole that is within the Borgia black hole alignment, which is this little arc here. Right. So we're going to see what this means in relation to our bodies and our brains. And again, these graphs aren't as fine-tuned as this one, but it's enough to give you the idea so we can get to understanding what the activation is that's going to be coming in a minute. Next one, please. Excuse me. Messy, but true. All right. Now, this is, see this little Cathara grid here, right? I don't have the numbers or everything, but anybody that knows Cathara grids by now gets the shape, right? They'd have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, right? That would be the Cathara centers. So this is just the shape of the grid implying the rest. This is the D3 one. We've shown other diagrams where we showed the D2 one embedded in that and the D1 one embedded in that. But right now we're dealing with the D3 mental body level and also with the next level up, which is the density Cathara grid. We just don't have room to put the tips on it, right? So this is this section here that's a square on the D3 level. This is the same thing corresponding to the density level, the larger one around us. Now, as we probably remember from Cathara, each one of these has a shield, right? A spinning shield on a horizontal plane that goes out this way, each one of these lines. All right, so we have here the one that connects in with the Rajna, which is called, the Rajna lock, and that would be the Rajna shield, the density 3. This one would connect in with the Azare, and the Azare shield. This one would connect in with the Iumbi, the Iumbic shield. And then we have these larger shields that are the same equivalent. This would be the Iumbi shield, but on the density level, not the D3 level, right? The same place. They all line up on the Azare shield coming out the center. And then up here, you would have the Rajna lock and the density 3, the density 3 shield of the density 1 Cathara grid, right? So now with this alignment, as we see, we've taken that map where we have our, here we go, here we have the black hole interface coming in from the parallel system. So that's the overlap, and I just cut the one sphere off. This is our Veca 5, all right? So we have them in the shields laying horizontally as encryption, but we also have them vertically around us as spheres. All right, spheres within spheres. And they are literally, they're the places in our fields that receive directly the transmissions from the corresponding levels of the planet, the sun, the solar system, the galaxy, the metagalaxy, the Veca, etc. And this particular set this is the correct alignment of the universal Veca 5 shield, the vertical one, right? We're centered at the Azure. Now that one point, which was that big ball, that was where the Eka core was, right? That would be coming off up there, right? Because, now it's not centered on the 12 of the Cathara grid because of that offset between the spirit body structure and the light body structure. The Cathara grid goes with the light body structure. This would be the natural offset for the spirit body structure. So that positions all of these probability domains on the metagalactic level and then the smaller ones within in this area. Now we're dealing with this area here, right, in our fields, and that would be over on this side. Here is where we've got the natural alignment that was coming from the Eka would be right here, the sphere that's here, right? That would be the natural alignment. That's actually where you could read your life. It's like living memory. You could actually tap into your other simultaneous life selves that are occurring in those other matrices. And there's areas in your field that you know how to project to in order to reach that information from that space-time coordinate. So it's actually all around us, all of our other lifetimes, all of our other things. It doesn't mean that they're not in their own space-time coordinate. They are, just like you are, and they're physical in their way. But you can actually move your consciousness back and forth through from yours to theirs if it's an open flow system. But because we're in the Milky Way, there's all sorts of twists and blockages. Here would be the natural organic alignment where we would have the M31 system of Metagalactic 6, right? But over here is that twisted bend that we have of the Milky Way system. So this, you could say, is our living Milky Way memory matrix happening over here. And over here is where we're getting the frequencies coming in from the black hole systems, directly from the black hole systems. Right? Now, this is, we would get these anyway, but if we had the natural alignments, they would override the influence of these systems coming in and be able to transmute those frequencies so we wouldn't be harmed. But our entire gene code and our atomic structure, because of the tilt and encryption encoding of our Aahs bodies, that's those little, the little water spheres, and I think they're called, they call them water gel. That's not exactly hydrogel, but the Aahs body is made of those hydrogel spheres around the atoms, and that right now, their angle, as far as if they're supposed to be tilted one way, they're tilted the Milky Way way, and that's not the way they need to be tilted. They need to be tilted the way of the natural structure, right? So it's because of that biologically phase-locked tilt of these structures you don't see, that the atoms are phase-locked into the Milky Way system. It's also why the mind is phase-locked into the Milky Way system, where the neural networks that would normally go with that other alignment do not open. From birth, they don't open, they don't develop. They are still a dormant potentiality, but they don't open. And yes, you can open new neural networks, even if you're 1 million years old. So part of what we are working on is progressively building the structures that will allow those. We are working with the Atmic level right now. It will be when we move into the telluric level, after we set these patterns, that we'll be able to start, bring that more fully into the physical body structure. But it has to be set within the density 1 level and within the D3 level, the mental body level of the fields, before it can manifest or materialize on the physical level. So we are in the process of opening new atomic mental body neural networks. It also has to do with what chemicals form in the brain, what types of brain chemicals, what their balances are, and what capacities the brain and physical body have. The brain is not the mind. The brain is a tool that the mind uses to express itself in a three-dimensional hologram, but it is not the mind itself. The mind is a much bigger portion of consciousness, and it spans numerous dimensions. So anyway, this is the basic layout where we've got in front of us here those, actually they're over on this side, those areas that are living matrix, and you can project into them, start looking around. And you can learn to use tones that are going to give us the base tones for the numbers that you can call which places you want to see and start learning to project. But we can only project within a limited space right now because of the Milky Way block. So as we open the connections and begin to open the link into the Andromeda system, or the M31 system, we will be able to have much more freedom of projection and of movement. And we'll also be able to move our Jade bodies in much more deeply into the Aurora continuum. So let's see, next one please. Now I'll show you the alignment. This was the correct alignment, even though you have black holes happening over there, somewhere else in the universe. They shouldn't be running through the system. But it's because this alignment is off. Remember, that was over there. This is the alignment that's happening now with the physical bodies. And what it's doing is bringing in the twist where let's see, there's a lot to explain on these, and I'm not too good at it yet. But it brings that black hole interface in right here, literally, through our head, right? Yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to see if I can describe it. I didn't have time to write all the particulars down, so it's like, okay, see if I remember exactly what that meant. It means that instead of the natural structure coming through here, right, the black holes are actually transmitting to us from this would be Milky Way Metagalactic 12 would be over here. We're actually getting blasted right through into the Azure and, in this area from those systems. We're receiving direct transmissions. And this is only dealing with the large vertical shield. It gets really interesting when you start looking at the horizontal shields, because it comes in through the horizontal shields and then projects out into the three-dimensional structures around us of this. So this is kind of like, you could consider it your holographic memory bubble that is actually around you. Your thought forms and your other life forms are actually all around you, but they're also encoded as encryption in the flat shields that run at the Rajna, the Azure, and the Iyumbi, as well as the ones that are higher than that and lower than that, but like Maharik shield. They'll talk about that probably when we get into the physical body structure part, I think, in slide 5. But for now, this creates all sorts of messy alignments, and it'd probably be easier to go back and forth where you see, let's see, I want to see if I need to put both of them on that one that I showed where it was the map itself. You mean yeah, if I can move this guy over and put the map on, I just want to see. It's hard to get these aligned right. It took me a while. Yeah. Usually I put little versions, so you see, yeah, that's part of that, but I didn't have time to do all that either. It's rough. Find this one, the big one. Find the big one and stick it at that angle. I know, it's challenging. It's down, that's the big one. Wait, no. Yep. Find the big one. All right. So basically, it looks like our higher self is in the black hole at the moment as far as the frequencies go. Oh, now we're really having problems. There we go. That gives you the basic idea of how those maps fit, right? So you line it up with the Eka. And that should be over here, actually, in the other graph with the body on it that we showed you where the correct alignment was. And literally, the frequencies come in. We're picking up these waves, these information waves, these electromagnetic waves, through the spirit body, light body structure from the cosmos and the universe and stuff. And they come down certain pathways directly into our body and into our shields. And then once they're in our shields, they project out into the spirit body, light body structure, and the atomic body structure. And because we're aligned right now with not only the twisted Milky Way, but what's being transmitted through its core, what's being transmitted through the Procyon black hole, are the frequencies that are coming from Veca 2's core black hole system that's connected with the Borgia black hole system. So it's a whole chain of links of transmissions that are coming in. They're using the people on the planet to be able to beam this stuff into them so it gets beamed into the planetary grids. That's how they've corrupted this planet in the first place, by corrupting the life forms that lived on it. And fortunately, we still have the ability to reverse corrupt our gene code and that kind of thing. But it isn't easy. We've been working for 10 years just to get to the point where we can know about this and work with these activations. But that is a victory. Tomorrow we'll look a little bit more at how huge this really is, what we've managed to do in 10 years. We have been trying to do for millions of years down here on Earth, to actually make the crossover link, to actually be, well, we were hoping to pull the planet with it, but that's not going to happen. But at least we can get a little bit of the grids out, and we can get beings out still into the ascension systems. But with the interfaces that we had with these black holes, when we were in those other galactic probabilities, or metagalactic probabilities, it's amazing we didn't fall then. The system didn't fall in those periods. So I think we're probably doing pretty good, even though we've spent 10 years having to learn about now what, negative is happening. So we are in the beginning of the last processes involved with healing the body, so the bodies can begin to actually slide out of here and then come back, hopefully. I think it would be great to be able to slide for, oh wow, we did it, yay, we got over there. But then have a nice little rest, but then come back. If we got to slide, do you realize we would actually be able to come back at what time coordinate we wanted to? Like you could come back 3 minutes before you left. Right? Which means somebody here wouldn't have to miss you. Yes, it could get very, very interesting once you get good at those things, right? But anyway, for now, let's worry about getting us to slide and then worry about when we come back and forth, right? All right, yeah, we can take that off now. Next one, please. So that was just to show you that this living memory matrix, where is our mind? Well, part of our mind is here. Where is our memory? Part of it is in the atoms and cells itself. Part of it is in this structure. And this structure has to do with the Aveas and the Avias bodies that are connected to our atoms. Okay, now this one is showing, now the other one showed the whole Veca shield, right? This one is showing the metagalactic shield. That is only the metagalactic shield level, those little parts. There should only be one, but because the Milky Way is split off from the Metagalactic 6, we end up with 2 of them. So the metagalactic shield of, they call it V5A. It's associated with Veca 5A, which was the natural one, right, that goes with the Andromeda thing, and V5B is the one that goes into the twist, that goes down into the Milky Way. But the metagalactic shield should align at 15 degrees clockwise in the D3 Rajna shield. So instead, Milky Way Galactic 1 aligns, placing this point, Veca 5b, in chakra 12 above the head, and the Milky Way Metagalactic 6b Procyon black hole connection in the D3 Rajna and pineal. So you literally have got a black hole in the middle of your pineal that comes out your nose. Where does Procyon happen? Right through your head and through the vagus nerve stuff, and yeah. Yeah, oh, it's quite horrible, actually. It's like, ah, get it off me. Right? It's like me with bugs. Oh, get it off me, get it off me. I'm such a sissy with bugs, I really am. Good thing I'm not a sissy with black holes. Alrighty, so what we're seeing here is the misalignment. I didn't have time to do them both, but this is showing the misalignment of it, where we end up with the, this one is the MG. When you see the MGB, that means the metagalactic B1 for 6, right? 6B. And 6A is the one that goes with Andromeda. 6B is the center of the Milky Way one. So 6A, I believe, MG6A is up here. That is the core of the Andromeda one. So the Andromeda one is hanging up here, but right centered, dead on us, is the Milky Way one. So we're literally phase locked into the Milky Way structure. It's controlling our living memory matrix and what we can perceive of our memory matrix. When we see what this looks like through the horizontal shields that correspond with the brain, which would be the D3 Rajna shield, it gets even more interesting. I haven't had time to clean these up well, but you can get the gist of the idea, and I've highlighted the things that are most important to understand about this. Next one, please. I have them, the numbers on them. I had them the way I wanted them in the pile. I think it was H1A. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Now, just so you know, it's this brain diagram, looking at brain from top, right, with eyeballs, right? That's the front. You're facing front. It's like looking down at the top of your head. This is for medical book stuff, right? We're showing you have your, like, the pineal area and, you know, various other parts that I can't even pronounce. And, you know, your optic tract, you have your eyeballs. Those I can pronounce. And this is the side view, right, if you're this way. It's showing, you know, your, let's see, your hypothalamus and your optic nerve. And we had a whole thing that we talked about in the pituitary gland and all of these things. And the pineal, of course, back here. We talked, quite a few years ago, we talked about the, what was it called? The triangulation. I don't even know. The Latoué is part of it, but there was a something or other triangulation. It has to do with the natural interactions that are supposed to take place in relation to certain areas here that have to do with processing heliotalic frequencies from the Eka and stuff like that that have been shut down and because of the mutation. Well, this is going to take it a little bit further, and it shows us something fascinating. And they just showed me this, so I haven't been able to develop it much, but I wanted you to know that this diagram here is the one that you will see the map embedded over. And it will show you some interesting things, even though it's messy, because I didn't have time to reduce the line quality on this, so it overwhelms a bit being able to see what the maps are showing. So eventually I have to, you know, clear those up. There was just not time to do it at all. We never would have got here. But it will show you some fascinating things about, it's going to show you what the eyes do, first of all, what they're supposed to do, and then what they actually do now, that because of the distortion. And will also let it lead us up to where we can see on the maps where this triangulation is and what it's about, that has to do with an adjugate bond, and where that has to do with our brains, and what is going to be the first transmission that we are going to do something very simple to go up and receive with the beloveds, because you've already gone into the Jade body state in the Aurora continuum, right? You've already done that exercise. So there's a part of you that is hanging there with the Ajuna and waiting. So that part will be, will finish what it's doing when we get through this and get the final activation. So I'll show you what the activation's about. Next one, please. First of all, if you look at that same brain but bigger, you can see this. Now this again is textbook stuff, right, out of, you know, medical book type things, where it shows the currents of the eyes, what they do right now, where light bends and comes in and hits, you know, the lenses of the eyes and transmits information to the brain and the whole bit. And there's actually these flows where you get a left and right and a left and right flow coming into each eye, and this point in the middle that gives you your point of focus in the middle. This isn't a natural configuration for how eyes are supposed to work. It actually gives you a bipolar visual field that appears to be one, but the frequencies are messed up. So we'll look at these right now, and I'll show you, like, this is where this one points out, that eyeball points out there, that one points out there, and it gives you a middle range that you actually see as your center of vision, you know, your focused vision. And this is a distortion caused by the mutation and what this mutation does in relation to the brain. Next one, please. Yeah. Yeah, this is why I wanted you to see what the brain and the eye stalks and stuff looked like before I put the map over it, because it's very hard to tell what you're looking at here. Now this one says, correct alignment of the density 1 universal Veca 5 shield as it steps down through the D3 mental Atmic shield at the D3 Rajna. All right, so this would be like looking down at the encryption as it runs through the Rajna shield through the brain, but it's the density level that has the whole Veca level in it, right? This would be the center of the Veca shield, right? The natural alignment would have, and again, you're facing this way, right? Looking down like that. So this point here would be, where am I? Out, where am I getting dyslexic? Out there, yeah, rear left, right? That would be the natural axis that coming from the Eka frequency would flow in, and it would go out that eyeball. Frequency from here would normally flow from M31 number. What number is that? It might be 11. I have to look up what number it is because I got cut off at the bottom. Yeah, but it would, yeah, right. This would come this way. Bring them back to the eyes, please. Yeah. And flow out. Now, actually, there's two flows. One would go out, go all the way up and around, and come back in the other eye. And the one from this side would come out there and come back around this way. You would not have this crossover here. All right, the crossover would take place in the pineal region, and it would give you a much further extended field of vision, actually, and you would actually have it going between all of them, so you would have 360 vision all the way around your head, and above and below as well. Yeah, you wouldn't need eyeballs on stalks to do the rest of it, because it would all come through one main hologram that you would see, but you would be able to actually get the peripheral vision. Wherever you pointed these two would be what you saw in front of you, but you would get the peripheral vision all the way around 360. And it's a simple flow where you have, say starting with the Eka, it comes in, loops up, goes around, comes back down. At the same time, another one is going this way and coming back around. And they cross over up at the top and create like a moment point of focus. And that's the moment you see, this is my now moment. This is my conscious presence moment. And there's points in there where we actually flash on and off where we actually are partly in our Aveus body, I believe, which are the thermogel ones that have to do with the Aveus, but are different, where our atoms flash off, but it's sequenced in a way that we don't see the flash off and on of our own molecular structure. And this should be the normal flow. It would extend the field of vision quite far into quite far into the distance, and also make it a 360 vision all the way around. And there's a number of other things we'll learn about this. I haven't had time to identify what's connected to what, and that kind of thing. But we'll identify which one is, all right, this is the Eka line. And coming straight through, this should be number, this would be the M31 shield here, right? It would be focused out the right eye, right? So that would transmit out that way and come back in the left eye. And then down here is where the Milky Way one would be with its twist. And here the energy would come in straight from here, or straight from whatever it's connected to down here, right? And that would be the main transmission path, like a figure 8 through the head, but you'd have the other figure 8s as well. You would have the core flows, the Navajo flows that make up the shapes of the Alaria Rashatan. Those flows would literally be flowing through your head, the living lotus right in your head. And when those flows are flowing, you're not only getting the projection outward of your vision, but it's also, it's creating the three-dimensional living memory matrix all around you, where you could actually focus attention into any of those streamers going out into the light cells or the spirit body cells that would let you tap into any of your other incarnations in all of those other space-time systems. But unfortunately, this isn't what's working right now because of the distortion. Here it should be coming, the main flow from the Eka should be coming in from the back, the left rear, and instead this is changed. It is rotated, and it ends up with putting the Milky Way right at the center, where it's controlling the pineal and completely changing the eye structures, where instead of just going out and crossing through up there, but not splitting or anything, the currents stay the same and flow. And that changes in the next diagram that shows with the alignment wrong, what occurs. Next one, please. Now, remember over here was where that alignment was supposed to be. This shifts it all the way over here to the right side of the head. This means that the natural flow from the M31 would come down, where am I? This way. It would be this line, right? What happens here instead is you've got the, from Milky Way, Metagalactic 12. Now this interfaces directly. This goes all the way into the core. It goes through parallel Earth, actually, and into that Veca 2 core that is fallen. So we actually get transmissions back here that are received by portions of the brain back in this area that are sent in, and then portions of currents are drawn from our Eka, but then they're twisted and hijacked from these other currents. And instead of having the direct line of transmission from M31 coming in, we end up with this coming in and actually pushing this one and distorting it and hijacking the currents that would come in from the Eka, the natural ones, and sending them out on this axis out the right eye, right? They actually bend here. So these currents that would normally come straight through into the alignment of the M31 actually bend, and because of this other current coming in from the black hole systems, bend and project out at a different angle through here. They go through the equivalent spot that, and it's right there in the optic, whatever they're called, the things that, the eye stalks I call them, because I don't have my formal words. But right about here is the center of the Metagalactic 6, B, which is Milky Way, right? B refers to the Milky Way one. So they come out here and they actually transmit out the right eye. At the same time, you've got currents, these are those. These, it is because they bump into each other, actually, in the pineal area region. And these bend over this way and come out. And this is directly from the black hole. Come out, project out the left eye. And then could we bring that down a little bit more, please? And what these currents do, because there's the natural structure here, if you looked at the maps, I'm just bringing it out to show what that alignment is, in between this one, which would be Milky Way Metagalactic 5 encryption and Milky Way Metagalactic 6 encryption, they actually exist as certain crystallizations within the Aahs body that correspond directly to the eyes. So they're like hidden eye crystals that you can cut an eyeball open and you're not going to find them. But they are actually, there is something in there you could find, but it's a chemical that, as opposed to a structure on the physical level, but it's a crystal structure that shouldn't be there on the Atmic level. And what happens when the currents come in, hit each other, and bounce, the one that used to be the natural one comes and goes up this way. So this is, let's say, the right current, right? The right current comes up. The left current comes up the other side. And normally, the left goes over this way and the right goes over that way, right? And they make a full circulation. Instead, what happens here is they run into the basic frequencies that are transmitted through from this area, which is on the maps. You'd see that the M31 Metagalactic 7 line runs in between those two lines. So there's actually structures that when these currents hit them, they can't go past them, and it makes them reverse and split. So you have the right current coming up, crossing that center point in front of you, and which it should just keep going and come back around in circulation. It doesn't. It hits this point, and at the same time that the other one coming the other way does. And the right one splits. Part of it goes back this way, splits into two. One comes back this way. This right one comes this way, crosses over, and goes into the left eye. Right? This part of the right one that's split comes back down the same way it went up, and goes back in to the right eye. Same thing happens at the same time over there, where you have the left currents outgoing. They come out, they hit that part, they reverse and split, and one set comes down and crosses over and goes into the right eye, and the other part of the split comes back the same track it was on and goes back into the left eye. And this gives you this other field of, it's like a what do they call it? Myoptic lens, I believe. It has to do with what's happening in here, but it creates a shorter focal point, first of all. Where normally your focal point would be anywhere out here and on the whole 12 different radius around you, where it shuts the flows down to just these, and it creates this crossover current, which keeps a polarized field, where you have a completely polarized field in a polarized light field that you are actually perceiving. It gives you a different experience or perception of the hologram than the natural unified field would be. It means you can only see certain type things within certain frequencies and everything else is blocked out. Another thing it does, please pull it up please, honey. When those currents split, they come back through the eyes, come back this way again, and project back out. And it creates like a memory bubble, a reversed polarized memory bubble out the back of your head. Just as if you have this one, that is your present moment that you are seeing, right? And it's actually, you're projecting your future through it, and you're only seeing part of it as it's coming back. But you're also projecting out the polarized memory pattern from behind. And this is literally controlling what frequencies are activating within that larger structure of the map that we saw within the spirit body structure around us. So it completely alters our perceptions, and not just our eyes. It connects into all of the sensory perceptions. It blocks our sensory perceptions from seeing anything but the phase lock hologram. And as we begin, we've been working progressively to open these things, and some people have a bit more opening than others, but eventually we will all be able to experience and perceive, and for a while, because we'll be in a blended system for a while, we got until 2230 AD if everything goes well, before the loadout is done. And during that period of time, we will have a period of where these systems are still blended, which means you should be able to shift from one set of focus to the other as far as what you're perceiving. So our perceptions should progressively be opening as we work more with these type of activations, because they are going to literally open the new neural networks that correspond with the natural shield, which is this one, the M31 shield. And notice that that shield corresponds with the left side of the brain, and the other one corresponds with the right side of the brain, which is the Milky Way one corresponds with the right side of the brain. I haven't even had a chance to ask, but I bet there's some interesting things about why we read the way we do from left to right, and those kind of things connect in to what this is about. I don't have the answers to those yet, but I've got quite a lot of questions. So we just wanted to see, the beloveds wanted us to see how these maps correspond with the galaxy, how they also correspond directly with our anatomy, and what needs to be done first in creating this crossover where we can literally bring back our natural encryption that goes with M31, so we can get out from under the perceptual harness, the biochemical perceptual harness of the brain. They wanted us to see this so we could see what is called the 333 triangulation, which is the first activation that needs to take place. And it's not a heavy journey technique or anything, but it is something they're going to have us do something to anchor the first part of it. There'll be another part of it tomorrow. This part will take care of the mental body part of the Atmic structure, the D3 structure, and open the conduits between that and the density 1 structure, which sets the ground for what we'll learn in the next 2 sliders about doing the D2 level and the D1 level, so we can get our system fully online with the new coding, with the crossover coding. Next one, please. More brains. I said more brains. This one is just showing you the correct alignment of the D3 metagalactic shield. So the larger shield that we showed you was the density Veca, like it's the Veca 5 shield that is in the density templates as it steps down through into the D3 shield. But this is what's actually sitting in the D3 shield, and it has its own twisted alignments. And back here we've got the, I believe this one, is this in Milky Way here? Wait a minute. M31. No, this is the way it's supposed to be. Yeah, M31 is supposed to be the encryption at center, right? It's supposed to be centered in the brain, controlling the pineal. The natural flows would occur with the eyes and everything. And back here, this would be the area back in the right brain, rear right brain, is where you would have the correspondence to those black hole issues happening. But again, if you had these frequencies turned on, you would be able to progressively transmute those frequencies so they wouldn't cause you harm. But this isn't what the alignment that we have. Instead, see here it says Veca 5A would be aligned with this point right here. behind the left rear of the head, right? But that's not the alignment we have. Next one, please. Okay. All right, this is showing the misalignment of the D3 metagalactic shield in, stretching through the Rajna, where we have Milky Way galactic 1 alignment over here. It's a shift, a rotation of the thing where it has at the center the Milky Way shield, and the natural one is back here behind it. So it's literally the Milky Way shield is controlling the entire apparatus of the tool that is the brain. It is not the mind, but it is controlling the brain. So it's not that we're being mind controlled, it's that we're being brain controlled. And there's a little bit of difference, but it kind of comes out to mean the same thing on this planet. Now, what this little interesting spot is, there are 3 spots that we'll look at one more time. We'll look at the map. The larger map of this, so we can clearly see what this alignment is. This has to do with what's called the 333 alignment, and has to do with what's called the 9 adjugate bonding. So we have here at the center, this would be the Metagalactic 6b, right? That's what's there right now, which is the one that corresponds to the center of the Milky Way galaxy, or Milky Way metagalaxy, which is the Procyon black hole system, right there in our pineal, controlling our pineal. It's like our pineal is a little radar machine or a little receiver to pick up all those black hole frequencies. So we've got that, and we'll see what these other 2 points are, because we're going to open this triangulation. And this has to do with the 333 triangulation. It's not too hard to see, because when you see on the maps, if you look back at what this is back here, we're in the M31 system, we're in Galaxy 3, in Solar System 3, in the Sun and Stellar 3, which would be Eartha, right? So there's going to be transmissions given, but through the big sets that will communicate with these receivers in our brain in order to first make that link. And it has to do with this spot that's not opened yet. And we'll see what that spot has to do with when we see the final diagram. And then we can probably come back to this for a minute if we need to. Next one, please. Now, in our brains, here's what that triangulation is about in the cosmos. All right? Now, first, here is the M31. This is the Veca 5. This is the M31 Metagalaxy. Right. Not the red outlined one, but this one here is the Milky Way galaxy. Right. This one here. Now, what this red one outlined is if you look at the M31 shield, right? Its whole Veca shield, its Veca 5 shield, that's this way. And this is the Metagalaxy 3. You bring it straight across the Metagalaxy 6A alignment. You bring it straight across to its adjugate, right? Adjugate is 9. Adjugate of 3 is 9. So we're using the adjugate of, this is the M31 system still. This is the one underneath, right? By activating the core, this would be the core of adjugate of Metagalactic 3, and that's where the Eartha systems are. If we open the adjugate to that, we're able to create a triangulation. They can beam frequency through from Eartha and the solar system that Eartha is a part of, directly into and through the Milky Way black hole, the Procyon black hole at the center of the Milky Way. They can then also simultaneously beam it through Andromeda, because this is in Andromeda, the 9 is in Andromeda, through there, and then bend it back again to the metagalactic core and make that first link. Now they're going to show us tomorrow what the second part of the crossover is about. We're going to be learning about the crossover through the next 3 workshops, literally. But there are 2 activations, the key alignment activations that are going to be done in this today, or with this workshop. So we are opening this triangulation, and that is the triangulation that we saw in the brain as well. It is the same set. So there will be an interface opening from M31 in their Metagalaxy 9, and it allows us to link the 333, right? So that's why they call it the 333, but then Adjugate 9, right? Triangulation. That opens the link and it begins. What these frequencies will eventually do is make it strong enough where we have enough frequency boost to actually, when we naturally start moving with the flow of the galaxies within our Metagalaxy 6, it will actually allow us to take the high road on these BPRs, or base pulse rhythms, instead of the low road on the Milky Way ones we're programmed to. So it will progressively begin the wake-up process by allowing the natural codes of the M31 system to run back into our bodies like they should be. So it's the first step in setting our mind free, not just preparing it, but setting it free for slide. There will be a similar level to do with the bodies as well. I don't know what that looks like. I can hardly wait for that one. Hope it doesn't involve any more exercises, though. Oh, gosh. Yeah. The arrays. I mean, they're great. They do work, but oh, boy. I look forward to where you can just imagine yourself any shape you want, and bang, there it is. Right? Yeah. So anyway, this is going to be beamed tonight, and they're actually waiting for us to say we are ready. Usually, we show up on activations that are happening anyway. They're doing this specifically where it will come into our system, right? Because look where we are in relation to this. We're right here. That's their 333. Here's our 333. It's going to come right through Earth core, right? So they're waiting for us to anchor it, because before it can go Earth core fully, it can go through the core of our shield. So they're going to do our shield first. But these are the same things that are going to need to occur in the net Earth shield just a little bit later than we have to, because they're a little bit behind our activation levels. So this will be the first one. They said it's very short as far as what needs to be done, and that's good, because everybody's like, I don't know if you're like me, but I'm ready to fall over with exhaustion. Right, God. And I have more maps to do. Oh, boy. But they're going to have us just do something. They're going to have us do a really quick get back into the Aurora continuum in the Ajuna state, with just a couple of breaths, and just, the AVS breathing, and then just feel yourself there. And then something that's going to come through live, that your Ajuna, the Ajuna that are working with you there, just call them helpers at this point, the Ajuna they're going to do something, and we'll let you know what that is as we move through it. They're saying something is going to be given by the Ajuna, and I'll see it when they start running it, because that's when I actually see it, and I almost narrate. That's how the wave comes through. But we're going to be given something, and we can choose what to do with it. We can use it now or later, because if you're new to the work and you don't know if you want to do an activation, there's never an obligation, right? But so you can activate it at your own speed. But if you want to catch up with the second one for tomorrow, it needs to be done before that one, they're saying. Okay. So I'm trying to see. They're showing me little bits, and we're going to go into it in a minute. And even though they're saying it's short enough where we don't have to do another break before we come back to do that, because it's a short one. It's just a pickup where we go up where we already were and pick up a certain thing that they'll show us in a minute. And then bring that back, and when we lay down to go to sleep is when we need to do something with it if we want to accept the activation at this time. All right, so that's easy enough. So yeah. All right, we just got to give us a moment, okay? I'm going to sit down for a second while we're giving them a moment. Oh, the knees. Ouch. Hey, company on the ceiling. Good company. That was interesting. I think I'm going to try some camera shots after we leave just to see. I'd love to get some Christ star-shaped orbs. All right, anyway. Just take 3 gentle Christ star breaths where you rush your ear at Christ star. Now. Okay, and from this point, just remember the AVS breathing, where you're breathing in and out through the spaces between your atoms. Just try to touch base with that reality again. And now as you do this breathing, try to feel this amazing indigo blue light coming from the Aurora continuum and flooding literally into the spaces between your atoms and then all around your atoms, to the point where it feels like your atoms are turning this lovely indigo blue light. As you breathe, try to feel that indigo blue light surrounding every atom, getting stronger and stronger. And try to see if you can imagine that if you could be seen from a distance, you would look like you were composed of billions of little blue dots. Try to see yourself in this way in your mind's eye for a moment. Just a three-dimensional form made of little blue dots. All right. Now, they're saying, take an inhale and hold. And on the exhale, we're going to push forward in front of us our blue dot body. Exhale. And if you've pushed it out and it's still standing with its back to you, just mentally turn it around and realize it's part of your consciousness in there with your atom, part of your atom's consciousness. And give yourself a smile and feel, see if you can feel this. There's this pillar of, it looks like very, very bright but not blinding bright white light, a cylindrical pillar just dropping out of literally some shield that's way up in, probably in the sky above us, but coming down like a tube over your blue dot body. And then feel as the blue dot body breathes a breath out to you, and it expands and duplicates the pillar, so it actually makes a bigger pillar that surrounds both of you. So you and your blue dot self, now facing each other, are each within a pillar, like one large one that surrounds you both, and then a smaller one that just surrounds the blue self. Now, inhale once more. And use the exhale to push the blue dot body up the pillar. And imagine it going very quickly into the Aurora continuum space, the blue hall, the indigo hallway that you experienced in the other journey. Try to stay in touch with that part of your consciousness. Even if you lose track of yourself or you can't see your blue dot self, it's still there. And eventually you'll be able to keep those circuits open, or get them open and keep them open. But next, imagine your blue dot body and the consciousness within it is standing up there and being greeted now by a beautiful orb. And they'll be of various different colors depending on what mood they're in. They can do colors whichever they want. This is, again, the Ajuna. They can take on a hominid form, light being form, but they also enjoy traveling in orb. They're actually conscious air, but they enjoy being orbs sometimes as well, so they're orbing. And they're going to imagine for each of you that is there in the Aurora continuum, it's as if a large orb of pale pink light is actually surrounding your dotty blue body, where, you know, your blue dot body, where you can't really see each other, even though we're all up there. It's as if there's no one else there in the hologram that you can see, just you and the orb that will come to visit you that is an Ajuna. And they're asking us now to do it with our physical hands too, but especially with the hands of your blue dot body up in the Aurora continuum. Just put your hands out as if you're going to receive something, like cup your hands out in front of you as if you're going to receive something placed in your hands. And see if you can observe what the Arjuna are doing. They're hanging in front of us as orbs where our blue bodies are, but they're also doing the same thing here in physical. And they're, oh, this is cool. It looks like orb birthing orb. Oh, neat. They're sending out from the center core of their own orb self a little orb that's about the size of a tennis ball. And they're sending it out, kind of going like, and it pops out of their orb and floats in the air for a second and then gently kind of settles into your palms. Now, this is a very special gift that is a quantum of frequency from the Andromeda universe, the Adjugate 9 connection. It is like a little gift ball that has the coding of the 333s and also the corresponding of the adjugates that will allow for, once it's used in a certain way, which is to be done right before you go to bed, it will allow for the opening of that triangulation, the 333 Adjugate 9 triangulation, to make the first part of the crossover link. Try to feel the presence of the baby orb that was given to you. Try to feel that there's a sensation, and there should be a sensation in your palms. You might not be able to feel it, but I'm feeling it. It's really warm and fuzzy. Warm, fuzzy orb. And they're saying that this is not something other than you. It's a part of your own self from the Andromeda system before the Milky Way fell. Because anything in the Milky Way had to pass through Andromeda first. And it's an orb that carries, almost like an egg, that carries your own original encryption from Andromeda. So it will set back into your codes, whatever the coding for, you know, whoever you were when you came in to Andromeda as a Christed being. And it will carry with it the first set of the encryption that is needed for the crossover. So they're saying, carry it with you. You can like float it in your field. You can stick it in your pocket if you want your pocket to feel warm, right? Until you get upstairs and, you know, until you lay down to go to bed. And right before you go to sleep while you're laying horizontal, they're saying to, let's see, to what? All right, you need to be laying horizontal, and just, take the orb and they're telling me don't do it because I'm ready to do it, right? To say, okay, what do you do? Just don't have to hang it up. Okay, it's warm, I like it. All right, you would take the orb and move it into your throat area where your 5th chakra is. It's where your 5th and 8th chakras actually are located. And just kind of give it a little tap underneath it once it goes into your throat, and it will go up your central vertical column and situate itself in the center area of your pineal. But it will be like a tennis ball size that will open the frequencies in the center of the brain to the Adjugate 9 to begin the process of opening the circulation and the Atmic D3 level neural networks that are associated with being able to fulfill the crossover. So don't forget your orb before to go to sleep, your little one. Remember to do that. If you do forget it, you can do it tomorrow too. But if you do it before you go to sleep, there's something extra. And they said, that's a surprise. Okay, whatever. There's something extra. I think that it might help you journey. I'm not sure, but I got the feeling that you might have an interesting sleep. I don't know. And they said, by the way, if you have nightmares, don't get stuck in your own loops, because that's what a lot of times, if people have nightmares when they first start opening things, you've got to remember, we're all interfacing with black holes here, all right? So you're going to get some nice stuff and some weird stuff, but not that. This should progressively, as you work with these technologies and get these circuits open, it should help with those kind of things where you progressively get less and less, like negative dream and projection experiences. But when things first open up, don't, you still got the frequencies coming in from the black hole sides. So if you have, wake up with a bad dream or anything, just ignore it. If you wake up with like, oh, the world's going to explode, don't, just ignore it. Okay, right? It's just stuff that you're processing because you're starting to get pieces of the other probabilities. Actually, you're getting little fragments of them coming in. So don't like rush out and like, go tell the world that, the world's going to blow up tomorrow or something because you saw it in a dream and it was really, really real. You're going to start to see the memory hologram in the different probabilities and pieces. So don't let it scare you if that happens. But you may also see the paradise ones, or you may also be so tired you see nothing, or you saw stuff but you have no idea what it was because you're too tired to anchor it to remember, which I don't doubt. That happens to me all the time, right? So we've got the first part of the activation once you set that in, once you put it through the throat, and then just a little tap on the bottom of it and it goes up inside, and then let it do its thing. It knows what to do. It is a part of your own first encryption when you came in to the Andromeda system before the Milky Way fall, which is billions of years ago. So anyway, thank you for being awake, for being patient, and we'll see you today evening. Today's evening we will see you too. I would like to say 8 o'clock, but I will see how these diagrams go. I will hopefully not have to push it this late again, but just please bear with me if I do, because the information is, I don't know. I hope you enjoy the information. I hope you find it valuable, because I certainly do. So thank you very, very much, and see you soon, very soon, this evening. Have a good sleep. Have a good day. I'm going to go get an hour's sleep and then go on the next series of diagrams. All right? Night-night.
There are still some empty seats, and I'm really a bit reluctant to do this until we're 99.9% of us here, because well, whether you have the impression that we're going back to Sarasota to pick up on something that was relevant to Sarasota or not, that would be not nearly a full description of the significance of why we're going back to something we did in Sarasota, to do it here and to do it here. And then whenever we do a thing like it, there's usually a current as well as an ongoing significance. And just before, everything's like just before, but over the last couple of hours, things have been developing which weren't immediately obviously connected to this, but in the half an hour before I came out or down, it became quite apparent. And that before we've done with this session, one of the quote-unquote activations, I think I can say, is going to lead to us being, let's just say in an Aahs-like way, a kind of a lobotomy is going to be affected on all of us that are willing. And I am. I'm up for a lobotomy, definitely. Pardon? Can I say that in English? Shall I take my teeth out to do that? I'll see you over one of your turtles' nests, Lorraine. A form of brain operation, a kind of a removal of that which is no longer desired or required to be replaced by something that is beyond value. Will that work for you? And this thing beyond value, I believe, is referred to as a mere cone, but not with ice cream in it. Unless, of course, you choose that. And the product of the cone, if I'm right, and that remains to be seen always, will be a personal connection to the Eckasha-Aahs. There is a long time between now and when we get there, but that's what I think is going to happen. And so, instead of us working with harmonic frequency keys, which is what tones are, and we tend not even to think or remember that as we speak, the inflection we use, the energy that we utilize, in the tonal expression we call our voices, and the languages we use, the structure of the languages, the Christic and non-Christic language forms as well, all of them are continuously producing harmonic keys, but in a rather low-key way. What we're going to do is to utilize the edonic keys. And if I can just start very quickly and not presume to present the technical material with such élan, that's French. Is that okay? Élan. Comprends-tu? No? Tough. Okay. So where was I? Yes. I was just going to say that if I can just take you into the images that were presented this morning, this morning, in which the relationship between the metagalactic, the galactic, the solar, the planetary, and our poor pathetic selves in biological form here was shown to us in such a dramatic way. Yes? What happened in Sarasota was that what developed in Sarasota leading to this edonic code sequence and the harmonic key stuff was that we were just entering the very first stages of understanding the things that you saw yesterday or this morning, okay? And that had to do entirely with, depending on your taste for drama, the leap to probability-6, or the shift to probability-6. And looking at stuff at the kind of metagalactic, galactic, solar, and planetary level, this is where it began. And I've only put this here really for a couple of reasons. One is to show you the basis of how in this sense, outer or beyond the biological, where the keys came from and how they were given, and what they're related to. And very simply, at the foot of this graph, you have here the note, the 6 probability, Amenti-Earth, vertical probability alignment, the Budgate dial, the dial-up code, which relates to all of the levels that Asha was pointing out yesterday as she built up the presentation involving the Eckasha-Aahs, the Eckasha-Aahs, the Eckasha, and the Vecas, okay? So this is just to remind you that the context that we're operating at, even though we're going to perform this code, as it were, on a personal level, we're working from ourselves out to the metagalactic core and back again when we utilize it. And that's really the point I want to make, and to ensure that you realize that all of these dots are completely joined up and pick up very clearly with the most up-to-date information that you were presented with most recently. And I'll link directly and explicitly the stuff that was shown in Sarasota. Now, the only other practical things that I need to point out to you are, if you look at the top to the left, you have a set of codes, which is the probability set relating to the spirit body. That's a set of a sequence of 4. A sequence of 4 harmonic keys relate, this is called the coordinate set, relates to the light body. And there's a third set called the Adjugate set, which also relate to the spirit body. Now, these are shown in the top right towards the bottom, and you'll see there the numbers. The edonic code is written there, base tone 511-12-4. Next to it is the overtone 4432, and next to that is the resonant tone 11-5-6-10. Now, when we perform the edonic code, we actually use these extraterrestrial codes at the front end, and they join with our personal biological lifetime codes, which I'll explain shortly, all right? So these things, they front end the whole sequence. So when we do it, we will do, if you look there at the little number 1, 5, 11, 12, 4, that's the bass tone, we do that one first, and we will do 12 rounds, each of 6 repetitions. In other words, we'll do 5, 11, 12, 6 times. And then 4, 4, 3, 2, 6 times, and 11, 5, 6, 10, 6 times. And we'll do all that through 12 times over before we come to our personal biological ones, okay? And that will crop up in the destructions that follow. Did you get that, destructions? Yes. Okay. In England, that's called a malapropism if you've been to high school. Now, in order to be able to accomplish all of this, we have to do a little bit of work. And in Sarasota, I remember this quite well because this is totally hot off the press. The ink was still wet, and I don't think either I or Asha or anybody else really understood what we were supposed to do with it. But we did work it out. We got it right in the end. Now, if I can just simplify this for you, using not terribly painfully acquired experience, with, do you have your sheets yet, by the way? Oh, bugger. Mr. Bird, do we have it back from Kinko's? All right. Okay, well, if you can get a little distribution crew around you, which in asking the ever-willing Curry for the copy set, we did manage to get a little chart pack sorted out for you. I think it's about 11 pages, maybe 12, I can't remember exactly. But all of the hot stuff, all the essential stuff is in it. Okay, a copy of this page is in it and you'll need to use it. And given the compression of getting things done and getting them into willing hands and getting them to Kinko's before Memorial Day holiday and all the rest of it, we decided that for those people that weren't at Sarasota who have since received a copy, not just of the technique we ran yesterday, but also the codes that go with it, Mac and Tammy between them are going to arrange for you to be able to download the technique just the way the Sarasota people did, electronically. So you'll get your version of the technique through that. And you'll get your copies of the codes too, the ELAs. All right. Now, while these sheets are being given out, what I want you to do with them, okay, are the following things. Now, if you just trust me with the mass of this, if you count these dots, these are all to do with the octants and the accretion rounds, essentially. And they exist in 15 biological lifetime periods of 8 years. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, plus 1 is 15. So if you multiply 15 by 8, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 periods, 15 by 8 is 120. And you start with your year of birth, which is 1. You come to a total of 121. And this is your lifetime period. I mean, in other words, this is spanning a period of time in which you theoretically may live for 121 years. But the key thing is that if you don't operate this back run by this point, you're just going to drop off the game. And this is explained here, okay, while we're waiting for the papers to come through. If you wanted to wrap this up in a nutshell, then both in your own terms and in terms that everything exists between you and the Eckasha-Aahs, the significance of what we're doing in the Sarasota context, excluding the cone and the lobotomy business, is reclaiming organic prior accretion cycle activations that have been lost. All right? And the structural disablement, to use an Asha word really, that has accrued over a period of time on every conceivable level, right, has led to the point that we are fundamentally deficient in our ability to accomplish certain things, okay? And to put it simply, it's because the effects of the mutation over time, right, have deprived us of harmonic keys and a number of other assets relating to the nourishment through perpetual evolution, the whole connection with primal life and primal life source currents, to the extent that we are in or occupy these mutated and misaligned circumstances that we all share from top to bottom. All right? Now, this little guy here is asterisked, and you have your own copy of this, which brings you to this point here, in which all of this is explained. All right? So essentially, if you weren't able to raise your BPR by using these harmonic keys, you would eventually reach a point on the basis of 3 strikes and you're out, in an unconditional kind of fashion, that you wouldn't be able to recover, and the key year would be by the age of Earth year 97, or i.e. 97 years of age. So I guess we're all within a shout. All right? So I'm just highlighting that for you. You can deal with that in your own time. Now, how do you do this? You take your sheet when you have it, and a pen or a pencil. Pencil better just in case you make a boo-boo with the math. And all that you're being asked to do is to write there your year of birth, the year in which you were born. And from that point, from the year in which you were born, you add 8. 8. And you enter the number in that little space next down to it. And when you've got that number, let's say you were born in 1900, you'd write 1908. And in the line below it, you'd add 8, and you'd add 1916. And the next line down, it would be 1924, then 1932, then 1940, then 1948. Adding 8 all the way until you get to this point next to the year 121. And you will finish up with a date somewhere out in the future. Okay? Everybody clear about that? And then, when you have completed the 8-year accumulations building up on your birth date all the way down to this point, you would then write them in, beginning with whatever the year date was in the year equivalent to 121 years of age, and you begin by writing that, the oldest, most furthest future number, first. And I suggested, and people did do it, just put a slash line to separate out the numbers. And working from the number next to 121, you next write 113, then 105, then 97, all the way back to your birth year. Okay? Because you're going to read from left to right when you use these keys. Okay? And the way that we run the keys, the hedonic code sequence starts with the hedonic metagalactic, galactic, solar, and planetary, and then we come to the personal biological ones, and all the way through from the future back to our birth year. That's how they run. Okay? And to answer one question, when we come to utilize these keys, almost everyone will have a 0 in a year number somewhere. Some will have lots of zeros in the year number, like 2006 or whatever it is, 1960, things like that. When we come to use them, a 0 indicates a silent beat. A silent beat. Here is something in front of me that I'm beating on, like this. That's a silent beat. You just beat the air. You don't hit the thing, you don't hit the drum, you don't hit your knee, you don't hit whatever. It's just a silent beat. Okay, that's what a 0 is like. Okay. Well, I leave it to you all to do your math. And when you're ready. Pardon me?
Are you supposed to have that number?
Yep. You begin with your birth year here. If you were born in 1950, write 1950 there. And then the next thing you do in the line under it, you add 8 to 1950 to make 1958. And then go to the line below and add 8 to 1958 and enter 1966. Until you've completed adding 8s on every line all the way down until you get to this point here. Okay, we still need a little time to finish? Yes? Okay. Well, we'll give it about another 5 then. Over something. It's lovely, isn't it, when it happens Ash and I a lot. You're in conversation with someone, and you can sometimes be aware of the connection they make, and provide you with an insight as a result of the fact that you're actually listening to what they're saying, or you can feel what they're communicating, and it leads you to another place. So I'm going to share what just happened, and it's very simple. Someone was talking to me about how they were being moved to express themselves in this harmonic form, but by spontaneously utilizing rhythms that were occurring to them. And right there, what happened was that I actually realized how the Christ-Star vehicle is a huge amplifier, and just by making a conscious connection with yourself on that scale of expression, then everything you do when you tap out rhythms on your knees, if you just actually realize that by formally inviting that to radiate out through the amplifier that the Christ-Star body in its crystalline form can and is very willing to be, you will amplify the effect on a scale that you can barely imagine. So instead of having you sit in a rather isolated but collective fashion, a shield, then it behooves me to say, I hadn't thought of this before, but it just tripped when I was talking with someone was talking with me, that in fact, by just making a simple conscious link to the Christ-star vehicle and allow it to be a pulsar, your personal pulsar, the personal radiation and amplification vehicle as this huge crystalline expression of who you are, the scale of what you can accomplish by just making that link beyond not being helped to think this way and therefore to sit in your seat here in a workshop and just bang on your legs, you know, is just, the magnitude of difference is ridiculous. All right? So I'm just sharing that with you. It's a suggestion. As ever, take it or leave it. But I won't leave it. You do what you want to do. All right, so are we ready to do this? Yep. And thank you for that, Josh. Okay, now the beginning part of this, what I did in my drowse was I actually described how we would do this in exactly the way I did hot off the press in Sarasota, which was not the plus perfect way of doing it. What we need to do is, with these elements of the hedonic code, we do them in groups of 6 times 12 before we move on to the next one and do those in groups of 6 times 12, and then move to these and do them in groups of 6 times 12. So we don't move from one group set here to another one until we've completed 12 complete rounds of 6. Okay? And then when we've completed those, we will go into our own biological codes, and we'll go from the beginning point here to the burst point there, once through, and we'll come right back and do it again, and then we'll do it a third time. Okay? And that will complete the whole hedonic code harmonic transmission and lay the foundations for what's going to come later. Now, pardon? Yes.
Do 6 rounds 12 times. Why not just 1 round for the 144? I don't understand.
Because the transmission has to occur in discrete units of 6 times 12. Yeah. And we don't have, sorry, it's okay. Because like the question you asked me before, there needs to be an interval, a space in between the resumption of the next set. Right? And that's an element of such technical finesse. We never have time to go there and say, okay, how long do we wait? Do we wait for a minute? Do we wait for 3 minutes? Do we wait for 30 minutes? What do we do? Right? There is an area for technical improvement, but for us to take a short space between each set is quite sufficient in terms of what we're being asked to do and how we're being asked to do it. Oftentimes, you know, in fact, most of the time, this stuff is simply an invitation to do as we're asked, which is almost the same as doing as we're told, without question. And if we started asking questions, we wouldn't ever get anything done, truly. One final thing, which will not be possible here, which is, if when you're at home, and this should be repeated under current advisement, 1 time within a 14-day period. So you ought to repeat this within 14 days of today's date when you go home. And when you're at home, you've got access to, some people have drums, some people have other sort of musical skin forms, people have just got pots and pans. But if you really want to do this plus perfect, the 5-11-12-4 would be more of a bass or a boom sound. That's the bass tone. 4-4-3-2 is an overtone, which is like a mid-range tone. And finally, 11-5-6-10, which is the resonant tone, is closer to a treble tone. So you've got deep, middling, and then a treble, a thinner kind of sound, a more tight sound. And if you want to do things in a way that have been, these things are not given in a mandatory way, it's just that these are the recommendations that can be followed as circumstances permit. But it doesn't mean to say that if you rely on your kneecaps or your elbows or whatever else you use, that you're not doing it right, because that's silly nonsense. But if you really want to get into it and actually, take the level of relation to the harmonics that you're working with, then you would in some way try to use tools that will enable you to distinguish between the tonal quality of each of the three types, the bass, the overtone, and the resonant tone. That's all. Okay. I'm not going to labor the point, but there's an amusing aspect of this. What I need to say for the record, for the DVD, and for everyone here, it's about manifestation and how in the smallest of ways we can get in our own way. Now, what this is about is you can make an innocent mistake, you can misinterpret, and then if you don't have right relationship with yourself, you're going to choose a strategy or a way of actually living with it rather than say, hey, I think I made a mistake or I misinterpreted something, I may have let you down, I may have misled you. But if you perpetuate those kind of behaviors, then if you try and move on to a slightly bigger stage, your chances of manifesting anything useful are going to be compromised by your tendencies on the ego level. So we just went through the background regenesis, and on checking it I found that there were two rules at work. The hedonic code, its use should be interpreted as it's shown, where if I can find the correct section here, it says, it shows you the hedonic code here times 6, this one here times 6, and that one there times 6. Now that should be interpreted as taking each of the hedonic codes as a unit, 5, 11, 12, 4, should be done for most powerful effect 6 times continuously before moving to the second in the sequence and doing that 6 times. However, that does not apply to your own birthday codes, so that you would work the birthday codes as one entire set, working for the furthest out in the future, all the way to your birth date, and that counts as 1. And you repeat each of those front to forward to backward 3 times around. So in one case, you're taking one line and repeating it 6 times before going to the next one. And when you come to the other set of codes, you're doing the entire set as a set before repeating the entire set again and then again. Okay, so we're all clear. Meanwhile, since this shield is so strong and we're sharing such powerful company, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Nothing has been lost. No damage has been done. We haven't failed on our mission or anything like that. Okay? Personal ones. So on 3 then. 1, 2, 3. Okay. The last chart, which describes... Oh, bless, Lorraine's not here. Here she is. That describes the sordid detail of the joys of the lobotomy. I was referring to the cone. This is a little bit of prep thing that we can do. It appears as if the climax of the technical stuff is going to introduce us to something called Mashaya Hana vortex, which I think is an assembly of multiple gates or gate opening events that will be the basis of our personal role in everything, as well as our personal benefit. So it struck us, since I finished laying this out for us, I may as well not wait and come and share it and do a few practice rounds. And then I'm really on the point of going and getting the final milars together, so we're right there. I don't know. I mean, I guess you guys get feelings when things get a little bit tough, and it's true that we do, but, you know, I'm not being flippant, although most of you probably think that I spend my life sort of making jokes about anything I can think of, which unfortunately hides my serious side, which is obviously a defense mechanism of some kind. I haven't bothered to try and work it out anymore. I mean, I used to when I was in my 20s, but now I just, you know, now I just realize it's a game, and I go, okay, well, how can we look at that differently then, you know? Yeah, well, these days, I mean, one's more used to actually seeing the absurdity of so many things, which is why I tend to be jolly about all sorts of things. So bless you all just for being totally what you are. I'm so incredibly proud of you, because I used to think there was only one of us in the world, you know? So all the madness and the stupidity and all the things that have people living a life in spin, you know, that whole game about doing in order to be. So you work your butt off for all of your life, and then suddenly you find you're too old to enjoy it, you know. And the sooner we get that, the better it is, I guess. It doesn't change walking through circumstances that we wouldn't possibly say were ideal. But what is ideal is our relationship with ourselves and our reasons for being here and dealing with things that you can only really call a little bit unsocial or unsocial. But anyway, this is the way it is. The way is necessarily is. So just bless those of you that get it, and do your best to see yourself in situations and circumstances and opportunities in a different way, in a better way. So here is our beauty, the sacred sentence, the call of Aurora, derived from the numeric code. It appears that I can leave my body much more easily than I can physically transmit 210 copies of something I've just pulled out of my computer. I apologize again. I'm humbled. I've been humbled, so humbled by this experience. I can't begin to tell you.
But it's okay.
It is absolutely okay. It really is. And if I made it seem otherwise, I would apologize, but I know I didn't. Now then, we're going to reach a point, and we're going to have a little stab together. And as usual, getting the pronunciation right is something that Ash and I have just had 5 minutes of laughter, just ironing this out. But we need to be able to do this in a smooth, full round of 12. And we'll appoint monitors in various parts of the room to ensure that they can count to 12, because I can't. Okay, so I'll do this slowly, and these are derived from the numerics. So these are constructions. The first one, it represents 333, which is the word for number 3, ear, with a suffix which multiplies the 3 as many times as you like. And by adding san just one time creates the 333 out of 3. So we would pronounce that air, almost air, but not quite air san. Okay? The same applies to the word for 6, which is nerum. And by adding the suffix n, we create 66. So that's neromen. And 12 just stands alone. That is the word for 12. Brahedilan. And then the next one, which calls the Veca 5 and its adjugate, are the words for 5 on its own. Sosha, followed by the word for 11, which is Rushima Nut. Not quite nut, and not newt, but somewhere between the two. Nut. Nut. I'm nut going there. And the next one, calling the Eckasha-11, is the same value once more. Rushima Nut. And then 12 again. Brahedilan. And the next box is Driya. And finally the call of Aquafereion, the numerics 1, 12, and 7. Yon Brahedilan Jadatu. I mean, there's more of a drag in the JHA, ja, z. Almost a Z, but not quite. Jadatu. Sorry? Which one? Driya. So I'll just word it out one more time then. Esan, Niroman, Brahedilan, Sosha Rushimanut, Brahedilan, Driya, Yon Brahedilan, Jadatu. And the presentation of this, we understand for the time being anyway, is more of a building chant rather than a melodic song-like approach. Okay? And essentially what we're doing, and I've referred once or twice before to fairly obvious things about the way that we speak, the language we use, the tone of our voices. What we have here is a harmonic conversion into language out of number. All right? And that's essentially why we think of it more as a chant-like approach than something that you would try to sing. Which isn't to say there might not be a melody to it, but for the time being, both Ash and I agree that this should be a chant-like affair. So, let's give it a few runs. And then, I can't stay. I've got to go back and start working on the trannies, and Ash is just to complete a sequence, so I'll leave the Mylar. All right? Let's just say we'll have a crack at 3, and then if you wouldn't mind just staying on and at least doing one round of 12 or a couple of rounds of 12, so you're comfortable. But we'll have the Mylar with us when we do it, so it's not as if you need to memorize this and then the reference is going to be taken away, because that isn't how it's going to be. So, okie doke. So we have a little go then. Let's say we'll do 6 rounds together right now, and we'll quicken just a little bit each time. You ready? Pardon? Well, you have time to write it down. I'm going to leave it there anyway. I'm not going to take it away. I'll leave it here now, all the way until Ash starts to roll with her stuff. So, ready then? 1, 2, 3. Esan no omen brahedilan sosha rushi manut brahedilan Driya yon brahedilan jadetu esan neumen brahedilan sosha rushimanut brahedilan Driya yon brahedilan jadetu esan neumen brahedilan sosha rushimanut Rushimanut, Brahedilan, Driya, Yon Brahedilan, Jadatu, Esan, Neuman, Brahedilan, Sosha, Rushimanut, Brahedilan, Driya, Yon Brahedilan, Jadatu, Esan, Neuman, Brahedilan, Sosha, Rushimanut, Brahedilan, Driya, Yon Brahedilan, Jadatu. Okay, stop a minute. So then, if you could continue for a little bit and bring this from, I mean, this is all new to all of us, so I'm not criticizing you at all, but work on bringing it to more like a chant-like form, because like this is all very new to us, and getting the pronunciation is, you know, close to right is sufficient a challenge. But if you can make a progression away from just speaking the words as you see them to a chant-like thing, I'm not going to slip into my Gregorian self here, and nor do I recommend it. But we need to move it from speaking the words towards a chant-like thing. Not sung, but somewhere between speaking and singing is the land of the chant. All right? And I'm just saying that so that you don't think to continue as you are now is all that I'm asking you to attempt to do. But as a group, if you can move it into something that is more chant-like than just spoken, as opposed to a song, yeah? I'll leave you to it, and I'll scurry off to my milas, and just spend a little time with it so you feel more comfortable.
Thank you for still being here. Well, needless to say, the last part of the maps were a bit intense, and they were important to understand, actually. The information that they've showed us kind of, at this point, helps me to understand, and hopefully it will help you to understand also, really why the Beloveds have taken the course over the last 10 years that they have taken to teach us the certain types of things that they have taught us. Because when we see these last set of maps, the maps that weren't done in time to get them to Kinko, so they're not in your packs, right? We got the first one of those, but then there was ones that came after that showed a bit about where we started in 2000 with the stellar activation cycle, shows quickly the stages of our shift and why, and most importantly, it brings us to what this is all about, where 2012 comes into it, and what we've actually been being prepared for and why. And if we didn't have the knowledge that we've been taught over the last 10 years that has to do with the structure of everything, of the cosmos and the processes and all those things, we would not have been able to even comprehend what is taking place and what we're literally walking in the middle of. And it is literally the showdown, let's call it, in 2012 is a matter of life or death, not just for the beings on this planet, but for a lot of other places as well. We would have seen rapid pole shift in between 2012 and 2015 if this work is not successful, is what it comes down to. We're doing good so far, really, really good, especially since we did make the first part of the essential alignment by making the leap into Metagalaxy Probability-6. And these leaps are, we're not like, you're not watching our solar system leap from one place to another. They're leaping in what frequencies are coming in and activating within the core encryption of the planet and within our bodies and that kind of thing. That is what progressively aligns us with what event horizon we will see as our future, also our past as well. So when we're seeing this, it's when we talk about the leaps and that we're moving through these probability fields, these fields blend together, so you don't see a gap like all of a sudden your planet disappears and pops up somewhere else and you remember it disappearing. We move through them because our BPR is changing. There are long time cycles that usually take a very long time, but in a triggered starfire ascension cycle, which was triggered because the grids were going to crash in the galaxy, which would have taken us out with them, what would usually take many hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions of years to complete, we're actually jumping through those cycles as quickly as possible to get to a certain alignment. And it is this particular alignment that is absolutely essential for 2012, and it starts with this workshop. Well, it really started with the Sarasota workshop. That was the first that made this possible. But the second activation that we are going to assist in anchoring on this planet tonight is absolutely essential. It is an alignment that could not happen on any other probability vector. That's why we had to get into the Metagalactic 6 alignment for this to occur. And when we get to that stage in the graphs, you know, I will spend more time explaining about it. So it was worth staying up forever and trying to get these graphs done. We will try to get them mailed, mail you a copy of the last few. I'm not going to give you the body ones because they're not finished yet. They're just to illustrate points so you understand things, you know, how they're working in the body. But the maps themselves, especially the last few, and the one that took ages, that explains about these certain alignments that are occurring. And there's also one that explains a bit about the date cycle that we have between now and 2012, what is occurring in what period. So those things I would like you to have, and they'd be like the rest of your chart pack kind of thing. So at least you got that. You haven't seen a lot of me, but at least you have a lot of me on paper that you can take home with you and study. Thank you for your patience. All righty. This is just to remind us that yesterday, whenever it was, feels like a million years ago, last time we were together, we talked about the probability alignments and cycles in our universe. We started within our Veca universe. We started with simply understanding on the natural rotations of the probability lines where our actual PCM universal Veca is, and then later we learned that it's actually tilted and split in two because this that we're looking at is the Andromeda Galaxy, what they call the Andromeda Galaxy M31. And over here is our parallel Veca, and this is where black hole problems are happening because they interface with a massive black hole system that is in the parallel Eckasha level. Next one, please. There we go. This is that same diagram, but we're seeing a bit more of the action happening with our parallel system because this is still not showing the Milky Way yet. It's just showing the M31 system and the parallel M31 system over on this Veca. So these systems in here would be the parallels of our system here, and they are parallels. You would find parallel Earth over here, I believe. Yeah, parallel Earth is over here. And when we see our Milky Way, you'll see that there's our Earth is in the Milky Way part of this system. And that this becomes important. We've learned in the diagrams that you'll see that you haven't seen yet, that this particular thing here where the two overlap, they refer to it as the dragon's eye, and we'll find out why. It's the dragon's eye or the eye of the beast. And we'll see why, because there are certain things happening with this matrix over here. We've talked about how they've been progressively trying to, invade and bring in this system, eat this system into these black holes to feed their black hole system, because this system is entirely fallen now, and so is the larger one. So we will look at a bit more of what that means, especially in relation to 2012. Next one, please. Alrighty, this one is showing the split in our Veca system. We have our Veca 5, and we were on Metagalactic 6, which is the 6th metagalaxy within the Eka universe 5. And this was our M31 system, which is now the Andromeda Galaxy, and this is our Milky Way galaxy at a different tilt. So we found that actually our location right in here is where Earth is. This is our solar system. We're in solar system 3, and it's planet 3, that is Earth. And this is where we began to understand our coordinates and understand this as maps, where you could actually place where we are located within the outer space maps, as far as what stars and those kind of things are where and what do they actually belong to. So I'll go to the next one, please. This is one that it's in your chart pack, that we basically showed how our location is here as our solar system, and it's actually located here, that these arms actually correspond to layers or bands within the metagalactic structure. So what science calls a galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy, is actually what the beloveds call a metagalaxy, a metagalactic structure, which has lots of smaller galaxies and solar systems within it. And we found too that this would be our Milky Way up here, and then up here is actually the M31, the Andromeda system, the Aquinas Universal Veca 6 on Metagalactic 6 is actually what we see, or what the science. I don't know if they see them, even take pictures of them yet. I think they do get pictures from Hubble though of that, or they're either that or they're getting them from computer assimilated things from radio waves and things. I'm not sure how they get those pictures yet, but these are known, things that exist in science in this world. And this is showing that these are indeed maps, that you can tell these relationships. What science doesn't see are these underpinning structures that actually hold galaxies and universes together, and they don't understand the relationships between galaxies and universes yet, where just because they may be light years apart doesn't mean they weren't born from the same encryption. They fit into this structure. This is the structure that, the spirit body structure that all things are birthed through, but then things can happen to them once they are birthed. They can fragment, they can go into black hole fall, where they're no longer in the natural arrangements. Our Milky Way system is in the process of becoming no longer the natural arrangement. It is a falling system. It will be after 2230 AD. It is a hosting system until that, which is an evacuation system. And we are assisting with that evacuation process on this planet. So this is just reminding you of the things we looked at yesterday. Next one, please. And pardon me if I'm tired. I'm really, really tired. So I talk a little slower. This again, we looked at where we were looking at the black hole interfaces over here from Veca 2, and these are the metagalaxies in Veca 2, and that's the Veca 2, and this is our Veca 5 with our split metagalaxy, and this is still all Metagalaxy 6, right? This is the Milky Way part of it, so we call them Metagalaxy 6. They have a center point in the metagalaxies. Metagalaxy 6 natural core star would be here, and that is actually in the Andromeda system, and we call that MG6A. And then the split part of it that actually is this is where the hole is in the middle of our Milky Way galaxy, as science sees it. This is a split part of what was the metagalactic core from the Andromeda system, and that is actually the black hole around which our solar system has formed. And what formed most of what is in our solar system, some things have been brought in from other systems for collisions with other systems that also were in fall, but most of what is in our solar system is actually birthed through the encryption that was held within its original system, the M31 system. There's going to be an interface that occurs here that has to do with this little alignment right here. You can see this. That's where the MG6A is, which is metagalactic core of the Andromeda system, right? Our metagalactic core is down here now, and that's where our black hole, the center of our galaxy, is. But this one, look where it interfaces. It's interfacing here with Solar System 3, Earth, right? This is Earth in 3, and our Sun. There's an interface here that becomes very important later, but not while we're in this position. So we will look at that in the maps to come. I wanted to point it out now that it was there in the earlier maps, but it becomes more significant in a little while. Next one, please. I'll spend most of the time talking on the new graphs. That's why I'm just kind of stepping through what we looked at before. Now, at the end of our last session, we did the first activation in the essential alignment great crossover. And again, that great crossover is we need to get our Aahs bodies, which is actually the water gel body that surrounds our atomic structure, that it holds the base encryption and the alignments, the angular alignments that the atoms will be able to move into. And right now we are all biologically locked into the Milky Way alignment, which means that the twisted axes and all of these, that our bodies actually carry that in the gene code and the atomic structure itself. And what we need to do is to come back to the original organic alignment. It's important to be able to do this, because if we can't do that, we won't be able to finish what the host mission is here. And the host mission is trying to assist us and this planet and this galactic shield and metagalactic shield from not getting sucked down into this black hole system. Now, the original Crystal River mission, which the Amenti mission was a smaller part of, was intended to try to get the Milky Way galaxy re-evolved back into the Andromeda system in a natural, orderly fashion, so we didn't have to worry about the system getting taken down by the black hole systems over here. That project is not going to work. The system is going to go down. But the Andromeda system isn't. There's a whole layer of these on each of these probability lines that they are still in their natural order and structure. So even though the Milky Way is going to go into black hole fall, the Andromeda system isn't. And these are all different probabilities of this same setup, each one of these vector lines. But a lot of them, if you landed on those planets or stars, you would have no idea by looking at them that's a version of this, right? That's a version of Earth, really? Because it might be very, very different when you look at it. But what determines it is what's the core encryption. And if they were birthed out in the same way, all of these are actually probable versions of each other. The same thing applies to around a central sun like our sun. There would be naturally 12 planets or stars. There would be stars if they were living. 12 stars around it, and each one would represent a version of that central sun. It's like the encryption breaks down into 12 pieces. So there are connections between the galaxies all over the multiverse that we exist within that science doesn't realize yet, the core encryptions between them. And those core encryptions determine a lot of things, such as what gates can open between them and what combinations work and what combinations are deadly, those kind of things, as far as combining energy encryption and radiation encryptions. So anyway, what we've accomplished so far is we have done the first activation and not only assisted in the beloveds, of course, in their much larger levels of existence, are activating these core structures. We have what was called Adjugate 9. That's actually the center, it's actually the center of the adjugate to this one. This is in the Andromeda system, and we're on 3 over here. This is galactic 3 in the Andromeda system. And if you traced it down and pretended the Milky Way wasn't over here, right, this would be on the opposite of the opposite vector of the, or actually opposite event horizon on the vector line, the 3-9 vector line. So they're using the adjugate frequencies. We've actually opened these frequencies into this cosmos, into the Milky Way, into our galactic shield, into our solar shield, and we have anchored it here on the planet. And believe me, we're the only people working with this level of the technologies on the planet consciously. There isn't anybody else that understands this level of it. And we have been consciously, and what you participated in was anchoring the frequencies first that came through from that Adjugate 9 opening. And another set, what those frequencies will run into our system is directly from the Sun and from Eartha in the Andromeda system. And there's both of these triangulated through our metagalactic core, which means they came through that black hole at the center. See, the black hole is progressively becoming active now, which science hasn't figured out yet. It has been relatively appearing to be dormant, but it is going to progressively become more active because of what's happening with it over here, because it directly links into ours. So right now, we are able to, because these guys are sending frequencies through, we can send frequencies too. And what we've been doing, actually, we've been working with some of their numeric codes, the 11s, 11s, and 12, 12s, because we could intercept them and turn them around and change part of them back into Christic currents. So a lot of the times we would parallel each other. That's where you kind of find the New Age movement, where a lot of them are working the Metatronic system, which goes with the beast apparatus, which goes with the black hole systems, and they will have certain similarities to the teachings that we've used because of the interfaces that we are attempting to, well, we have been progressively taking back some of that current and bringing it back onto a Christic spiral and a Christic usage. So we've opened this triangulation here. This is called the 333 Adjugate 9 triangulation. There's the Adjugate 9, and this is the 333. That's where we have Galactic 3, Solar System 3, and Stellar 3, which would be Planetary 3. All right. And we also saw that that particular configuration literally is opening within the structure of our mental body. And the mental body is a body like we have here, but it is made out of a different type of matter. It has a brain and those kind of things, but the brain is only a tool. It's not the whole mind. It is just a focus for the mind. So we have actually begun the process. The first part is to create the changes in the mental body field, in the Atmic atoms of your multidimensional body. And we've started this. This is the beginning. The second activation is wild. I had no idea. And this is where we get into the word, what was it? Mashayahana. Right? We find out a bit more about what Mashayahana means and what it is. We've talked a bit before about the Mashayas, and that has to do with the Mashaya fold. It has to do with ascension and ones that can go back into the center. And that's where the distortion of that word through our history that was Messiah came from, and that kind of thing, which is more like a twist that made it an external thing where some people were that and others couldn't be that, and that kind of thing. Where we don't do messiahs, but we do mashayas, right? And we all have the ability to get back our messianic potential, and that's what we were doing with the Ascension teachings, where we can bring back the ability to go through organic Christ star ascension. So we'll find out what the Mashayahana has to do with this triangulation as we progress through the maps to come. Next one, please. Yeah. Yeah, let me find myself here on this map to go. Oh, God. Yeah. On this one, this is where we started out in, actually, in 22,326 BC, during the period of time we've talked about before. It was called the Iani Massacre, when we ended up in a stalemate, and we managed to get the gates shut before the system got eaten by the black hole mess, because that's what they were trying to do for ages here. And when our stellar activation cycle actually activated this time and the gates were permitted to open, the beloveds knew there was going to be, uh-oh, here we go, because that old drama that they couldn't do on Earth, that the ones in the fall systems could not orchestrate while our gates were closed. As soon as the gates opened, the beloveds knew it was going to go into the final conflict drama again. And there was hope that we would be able to prolong this and it would go more smoothly if it hadn't been for actually the Anu races breaking the Treaty of Altair in 2000. It would have proceeded more slowly, this whole thing. We would not have ended up in Starfire at this time. But that's all right. It's kind of like it was coming anyway. Might as well get it over with. So here we are in this drama, and what this drama has to do with when our gates opened. Now, what we're looking at, this is where we are now, right? This is our metagalactic shield, the Milky Way, and this is its interface with the Andromeda system on the Metagalactic 6 line. So that's where we are now. But where we started was over here on the Metagalactic 1 line, I believe. Yeah, that what it is. I'm trying to remember because I did about 3 or 4 of these, and each one has a little bit different on it. Yeah, we ended up in 1. We're over here at this point. We're here, our Milky Way. If you turn these, if you rotate these on these axes, and the easiest way to line them up is you just take this and line up the ones that are in good shape. Take it as 2 of them together. And that's what I had to do. I had to cut them out and then rotate them, right, to get the alignments right. Where you just line up the center of the one, the M31 one that is doing all right, and you just line that up on whatever axis you want to put it on, right? And so we put it on 1 because that's when we were on 1, and this is the placement it gives you. We had the M31 system here and the Milky Way system here when they were aligned on Metagalactic 1. So we have, Galactic 1 and Metagalactic 1. That's where we started. But look at the interface of this. Here is this eye-shaped thing, the dragon eye, they call it, right, where the Veca 2 universe interfaces with the Veca 5 universe. And it is through that eye that actually these black hole systems have been radiating into this system. And we were in direct alignment with that. This is why they closed the gates in 22,326 BC, to prevent this from happening. But they knew eventually you couldn't just sit there, or we would just burn out. Our planet would burn out, our solar system would burn out, our galaxy would burn out. So there was always the hope of trying to get the galaxy re-evolved back into the natural structure where it would not interface. This can be interfaced with it, but it's at a different angular rotation of particle spin, the M31, and it's still connected to the natural primal life force circulations. So it can't be taken down when it goes into overphase unless it lost so much quantum that the black holes had greater quantum than the system. They can't eat stuff bigger than them. They can pick at it, but they can't suck in something that is larger than themselves in quantum because they don't have enough pull to do that. So this system, the M31 system, is large enough, and still is so far, to have not gone down, but part of it did, and that part of it, it started to be pulled in, and that part is called the Milky Way, where we live. So where we are here, this is very good compared to where we started. It was a mess. This was the boundary here where that eye opened into our system, and we were like right here in the middle of the mess. And this is why until our first shift was from the Metagalactic 1 to Metagalactic 3. So literally from 22,326 BC until August of 2003, when we made the jump to the third metagalactic alignment and out of this one, we were literally sitting on top of black holes. This is why the drama has progressively been manifesting here on this planet, and we've been caught in this. And it's amazing that we've actually made it through this far with how bad this alignment was to begin with. This alignment is quite nasty. Over here on this side, there is a complex. There's in the Veca 2 system. And it's hard for me to read the numbers right now because my eyes are so tired. But see these large, I've made a little bit larger than their natural size. See the natural size of these guys, and then this one's a big one. It just means I'm trying to highlight the size of that. Now this one is Galactic 6. Now this is the Metagalactic 6 shield, which is the parallel to ours. All right. This system isn't split. It's completely fallen. So it's not split like that. It's as if you took the Andromeda thing and completely made the whole thing fall. This is fallen. It's because of its interface with that much larger black hole that cuts through its system. And if you notice, it's the central sun of this entire Veca, the universal central sun, is actually in the Borgia black hole alignment. Now, there are still pathways through some of these things that can lead you back into the organic Christic flows. But when a system falls, it progressively becomes closed unless it uses the beastly Metatronic type technologies, which are feeder technologies. They were designed specifically to bend the laws of physics to allow something that would naturally burn itself out, go back to space dust so it could go home with the flows, eternal life flows, instead to feed off other life fields in order to continue having enough energy to spin, because atoms need to spin and solar systems need to spin and galaxies need to spin. They have to have momentum and energy. And black hole systems are no longer capable of generating their own energy because their light field is damaged. It is a Shona light field that does not have the ability, like Partakai, to phase. And if it can't phase, it can't spark. And if it can't spark, it can't generate, self-replenish its own energy. And that's the main difference between a false system and an ascension system. Ascension systems are built of Shalaya light units that are they have those three parts where they have the Aahs, and then they have the two Aveas, and that they're parts of the structure you don't see, and they phase and they make atoms, and once atoms are made, they charge them, so they can by phasing. So the Shalaya light units actually recharge the atomic structure, so atoms don't have half-lives and those kind of things. They don't die because of the eternal life structure of the Avias and Aveas parts of the atomic body. But these systems don't have that anymore because for abuses, basically, of free will choices that were made on large mass levels by many, many different groups, they ended up with a consequence, the consequence in physics, which is the only punishment that there is in the cosmos. God doesn't punish you. God's source consciousness field doesn't. But the rules of materialization are known by everyone who comes into the matrix first. You may forget them as you progressively get embedded, but the rules are basic, that there's certain ways that the energy works in these matrices. If you bend those rules to a certain degree and go and work in a way that's of opposite expression to divine will, which is eternal life, and it's built on love and it's built on cooperation. But eventually, if you push in the opposite direction of that too far, you will get consequences and energy back that will make you progressively have a not as wonderful experience. You'll become finite, and you'll end up in a finite system. And finite simply means that the atomic structure will die. It will go back as space dust, but eventually your consciousness will go back as space dust. But you won't remember your journey. You won't remember your individuality, your individuation, unless somebody carries some memory back with you. And then you can actually pick up who you were once you get back as space dust. But they're kind of special arrangements that are made with the Adashi adepts that work with doing specifically things like that. The Ajuna can do things like that. The ones that are actually, their natural form is conscious air, and they can take on any form. They're very good at hosting like races through and stuff like that, if there's races that are going to go into black hole fall. But not everyone that gets themselves in black hole situations wants to go into ascension. There's all sorts of distortions of consciousness and mind and ideas that they seem to think it's better. They think they can have a power play with God and eventually they'll win and those kind of things. So in these systems, you have huge amounts of consciousness. This is a lot. And we're just looking at one of the metagalaxies in this Veca. There's 12 of them, and all of them are in some stage of fall. And it's because of this apparatus. All of them have some version of this apparatus. They call this apparatus the mica complex. The mica complex is a series of Metatronic gate systems and it was created actually by the Thetans and Borgia, which are from this matrix. The Borgias are from this matrix. And the Thetans are from various places, but ended up in one of our Universal Stargate #1, which is Theta Orion system. They're from the Orion system. So that's what when we say Thetans, that's what we're referring to. There are also some Thetans running around out here, and their philosophies are being taught by a major group that I won't mention. Yes, same guys, they're the ones motivating those people, right? But they don't know that. The people, of course, don't realize that that's where the teachings are coming from, because nobody's talking about black holes. So this complex, it has 5 primary, what they call pillars, and they call them the 5 pillars of the One. The One is Universal Veca Core 2, because that is where they have a massive black hole connection. This is directly connected into the massive Akasha. The whole Akasha had fallen. The Akasha didn't fall, but the whole Eka-Veca system in it did in the Borgia set. So this is the One, and then there are 5 that are the main ones, and they have little triangulation gates. And this is where we get, when we've been getting the 12 12s and 11 11s and all those things, right? This is when pulses come through from these systems, and if you have any receivers to that encryption, that's when you end up being woke up at that period of time, right? And you go, oh, wow, there it is again. Or you just happen to look at a clock. Or you start getting it in, like, room numbers. You go to a hotel three times a month, let's say, for business, and you keep getting, like, the same weird number at 3 different hotels, or phone numbers. I mean, it can come in really strange places where it just keeps showing up and keeps showing up. It enters your hologram, but particularly when you're getting it, like, on the clock and that kind of stuff, that's almost an immediate pulse that has come through, and you happen to look at the clock at that time again. And usually it's like, oh, well, we could do that with any time. But it starts to happen so often that it becomes weird. You know, it's just like, what is that? Yeah, some people in the New Age movement think, oh, there's a council of, I think they said 1,100 people from elsewhere that are guardians that are helping us, and they just do that. You know, they do the 11:11 thing to let us know we're not alone, let us know we're there. Good luck with that. Oh, boy. Right. Well, yeah. So what we use the 11:11s and the 12:12s because even though this system here is fallen, actually, this is the parallel of our Milky Way. So there is a natural part of its structure underneath it, just like there is for us. So there's an equivalent of Andromeda over there. But it's quite a bit different because this was quite a bit different. They were the same encryption, but this has been convoluted by... One of the things the Metatronic systems do is they first will tap into another life field, and then they will suck it into their system, and they will shatter the original encryption of whatever it is they got a hold of, and then blend it into some facsimile of it by blending it with itself. And so these systems, even though they are parallel, they are quite different than what we have over here. There is still the natural one that would be the natural parallel of the Andromeda systems over there that doesn't have that problem. And that is a saving grace, having that one there. That's the only reason we've been able to, or the beloveds have been able to, from Eartha and the other ones that are over here behind this mess, whenever they start pulsing, they can send a pulse through and ride on it. Because these guys control the black hole set that's at the center of our Veca, which controls the black hole sets that is at the center of our galaxy. Now, if you look at this alignment, right, you think it was bad enough we were like over in like rotation alignment with the black holes when we opened the gates in 2000. But not only that, the center, this would be the center of the Milky Way. Yeah, well, actually, this would be the center of the Milky Way. This would be the center of our local galaxy, right, which is a smaller group within the large Milky Way system. Right? It was in direct alignment with this. This is a very nasty alignment. It means it can get pulsed directly from the core of the Borgia matrix, and that they have a lot of power in that matrix. It is, you know, it's a whole quantum from an Eka-Veca system where the whole thing fell. So we actually started out with that alignment. So as soon as the gates did open, that's when they started, you know, trying to activate the mica complex over here. The mica complex is not just located in these star areas, but it's also in the planet areas where parallel Earth has a whole set of complexes abusing their stargates, their organic stargates, and turning them into service of the mica complex as well. I forget how long ago it was, but sometime during the dramas that we've had just in the Earth record here, the beloveds mentioned that the Thetans and the Borgia had invaded here. It was around the time, I think it was about, let's see, 25 million years ago. So somewhere in 25 million years ago period, when it was before we were seeded here, before seeding one of the angelic humans on this planet. They had seeded Parallel first, but Parallel got progressively taken out by the Thetans and the Borgia, and then they broke through over here, and they created a complex in the grids, and that one was called the Mecha complex, the Mecha-Mica complex, and they were interfacing, you know, grid sets that were meant to, well, basically feed the beast by taking this whole place down. Earth has always been an important connection, has always had an important connection because of its interfaces with it's hosted into a star called Aahs that is actually around us at a different rotation of particle spin, so we can't see it, but it's actually there, and we would have to shift our particle spin to end up there, but it's like, you know, overlaps with us, and it interfaces with Eartha. So anyway, this mica complex over here has been what the whole craziness about 2012 and the New Age movement, what revelations in the Bible, and going way, 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 way back. There was always something. There was always mention of the drama because it was in the race memory. Even after the races got wiped out and their memories wiped, there was still tinges of race memory about what was happening, the larger drama that we were a part of. And that has come down in our history in various ways. The main two ways are revelations and then the Mayan prophecies and those kind of things. They all knew something about this. The Mayans knew about it because they got visited by ETs. that told them about it, that reminded them about it. And that in other groups, I believe the Dogon tribes too have also had direct visitation that try to explain some of this to them. Can you imagine trying to explain this without being able to having a photocopier even? Right? I would be dead meat. Like I was thinking last night, one of the funniest things, if what was the salvation of Earth? Whiteout. Because I go through tubes of it doing these to get the alignments right and all of that, and they wouldn't have got here. And if this is helping us to get Earth through, I think whiteout definitely deserves a medal. Uh-oh, heats are coming. I'm going to take my jacket off here. Excuse me a minute. Been blasting heats on and off for about 4 or 5 hours now. There's another one of those. I don't know if you're getting it yet, but we've been. Yeah. I had to fill black holes with whiteout. I like that. A good idea. That's a good one. Thanks. Yeah. Right. So we were fortunate that after we got the gates open, even though we were in this heck of a predicament, because the beloveds were ready, we didn't go through this like, oh, the gates happened to open. This was all planned for a very, very long time, a calculated risk, because it was the only chance of salvaging the system, but there's also a chance of losing it, but it was going to get lost anyway. If the quantum burned itself out too far, you couldn't even attempt to salvage. So the beloveds have for years, since 22,326 BC, which was the last time they tried to get Earth's Templar working in a way that it could do a certain thing. Because this was the problem that we've been dealing with for eons here, now in this galaxy, in this metagalaxy. And there's one potential solution to it, and it's Earth, or actually Aahs, the star that Earth was hosted into, holds a key position in relation to if you can't solve the whole thing, you can at least evacuate. And this is why it's always been a target, that Earth has always been a target, because it wasn't just this little planet or in this little solar system somewhere out in the Orion arm of this large galaxy. It actually had a direct connection because of these alignments and what it could do if the ones from the black hole systems attempted to force things to a certain way where a certain alignment would occur. Then there was something that could be done with Aahs and with Earth that could at least hold off the inevitable, if it was going to go into a fall, until the life field could be, the Christic life field could be evacuated out. And anybody's welcome to be the Christic life field. It's not saying you can come and you can't, but it takes work. Look at the work that we've been trying to do. All the people that come to the workshops, just getting the information down, and then doing the techniques. We've been working with light body, spirit body, all sorts of things, progressively trying to reverse mutate the DNA, so we could actually do ascension. Because one of the big lies on this planet that every religion in its own way preaches, if they tell you anything about ascension at all, they make it look like it's completely out of control, just like, oh, you get a rapture and God takes you up. Yeah, good luck with that. Yeah, and they also have you bury your bodies where you don't free it from the body cell, so you end up stuck in your consciousness, stuck here. These are distortions of the re-legions instead of the original legions of the Christ, because they wanted to keep quantum, and that's really sad. So it's like there are good parts of religions, it doesn't matter what religion, but there are also parts that are misleading you because they're disempowering you from being able to understand. A lot of the New Age stuff will say, oh, that's only mental body stuff, we're beyond that, we do spiritual body stuff. Yeah, it's like they think that the mind and the body are down here and the spirit's somewhere else, and you just tune the rest out and everything will be hunky-dory. Well, it doesn't work that way. Part of your consciousness, your spirit, is embedded in your atoms because it was your consciousness that was turned into your atoms through the the solar symbiosis processes and the fetal integration process. You need to get your quantum back out or you get stuck. And this was known in the Atlantean periods, and these were some of the teachings that got thrown out as fast as possible when the grids were damaged to create the mental block, because that's what happened. There were certain aspects of the net that had gone up that were caused by the planetary level beast machine apparatus that literally affected the planetary electromagnetic grids, and that affected our epigenetic overlay, and that affected our genes, and it gave us a bunch of junk DNA that didn't work anymore, and we don't even remember who we are. So they're all connected. We don't remember because of that environmental condition that was caused and is caused by the beast machine. You know what's really funny? I haven't asked. I just got a nudge on this one. There's something to do with CERN to be concerned about. That, yeah, there's a like little slight possibility it could make even a tiny black hole, but that's all right. You know, what is it, a particle collider type thing? It's, yeah. Well, this is connected to this. The scientists who are building it don't know that. They're being guided on certain thoughts and those kind of things, and they get inspirations and great ideas, and they think, hey, this could work, this could be good, it could be useful, helpful to the world, you know. People have been tricked for eons here into applying technologies that were actually that would cause their own demise, and that's what's happening with the science here as well. That between that and the cloning and all of that kind of stuff, because they are cloning. They're already cloning people. They're just not telling anybody yet. Right? Anyway, back to black holes. So when we see the final graph that took me ages, because it's like they don't just say here where I can see the graph and study it. I get pieces of it and parts of it, and it kind of comes through and then forms pictures on the page. And I'm going, what is that? And I'm feeling that. Wait a minute. That goes where? And it takes ages to do these, right? Especially when there's complex alignments. So we're over here now, right? We got out of this mess, and we did that by leaping, and a leap has to do with accelerating the base pulse rhythm and the encryption in the planetary core or the solar system core. And it wasn't just our planet and solar system that leaped. We literally have shifted the BPR of our, we've shifted the BPR of our planet and solar system into alignment with the BPRs progressively that go with those other probable metagalactic shields that we're a part of. So we're literally moving through and materializing through the new BPRs. Every time we have an acceleration, it changes the BPR a little bit, which changes our probability alignments a little bit. The probability alignments, to change them on a huge level, require a lot of energy incoming to change the BPR from a lot. And so we've gone through a lot just since 2000 when these gates opened. So we've moved the set, because we moved together. Well, you can say we moved together. Let's say the Andromeda ones stay basically where they are, and we just move through which alignments of them. But in each alignment, we will see an Andromeda galaxy up there. All right. So we've moved from the first metagalaxy into the third, and that leap that happened in August of 2008, and I forget what we were doing, but we were right there in the middle of it doing whatever. It's on that list we gave a while back where we analyzed everything that was basically done through all the workshops and grid work that was done. And I forget what we were doing in 2008. Not 2008, I'm sorry, 2003. 8 of 2003. Andorra, yes, right, Andorra. Yeah. We were trying to stop the activation of the Metatronic seed atom in Andorra. Yep. And that worked, actually. So that's part of the reason why we were able to make the leap shift, is because we had it was almost like tit for tat between certain groups, New Age groups that are working with Metatronic, beings. They don't realize they're Metatronic beings. They think Metatron's good. They don't realize that Metatron is using black hole science. And they would show up and do something, and we would show up and do something. But usually, we would show up to do something because we would be guided to a site, and one of their groups would show up. It was really funny for a while there. Remember, there's quite a few. I remember we ended up in Egypt at the same time as one of them, and we ended up at Machu Picchu at the same time as another group did. It was like, oh, hello again, right? What? Glastonbury, too? Right. Yep. Oh, yeah, they're the ones up at the tour, right? Yeah, we even had it at the tour in Glastonbury where another group had just done their ceremony of the sword thing or whatever, right? I mean, it's been really funny. It would make a funny B-grade movie, right? So anyway, we've shifted out. The first shift was from Metagalactic 1 to Metagalactic 3. Now look at that, the next one, please. All right, so that's where the alignment was, right? That's where the natural alignment was for the Andromeda of the Metagalactic 1. And that means over here for Metagalactic Milky Way, Metagalactic 1, because of their offset, the way they're offset together. And the way that I did this was literally I cut out on a Mylar the two of them together, and then I rotated them together on each one, lining up the one that was easy to line up, which was the one that's in the normal position, because you can line it up easily on one of the normal axes. So that's how we got the rotations, you know, to see what was positioned. So we went from 1 to 3. Now this is the Milky Way 3 axis, and here's the M31 number 3. So you line it up on the M31 number 3, and it shows you where Milky Way is, right, which is a step over. But they're still connected, and they're still together. So this is the Metagalactic 3b and Metagalactic 3a. And the A and B ones are simply that one that was the Metagalactic core of Andromeda that split into part Andromeda and part the Sagittarius A-star stuff mess that is in the black hole, the center of the Milky Way. And it actually goes further. There's something called the Abaddon that is down deeper in that hole, but science hasn't found that yet. And they call Sagittarius A-star, I believe, is the last one that they've figured out is the center of the hole or whatever, but there's more inside of it. So anyway, we made it to 3. And there was something that the Blevins had never explained where we had to leap to fully, but where we had to leap to is we had to make it to the 6th leap. All right, we had to make it to M31 at Metagalactic 7. We had to make it, oh God, it's clear on the other one, but we had to make it from 3 to the 4 alignment and 4 to the 6 alignment, because there's something that can only happen when we're aligned on the let's see, Milky Way Galactic 6 is there, and that puts where? I think I have a number wrong on this one. 5? Galactic 5. These drive me crazy with the double sets of numbers. Here's our alignment. That's where we are aligned now, right? M31, Metagalactic 6. This is the essential axis that was needed to do something that can stop that mess. Not stop it, but hold the situation for a while in order for evacuation to take place, because it connects through into the center of our Eka. That would be our Eka center, and these are our Veca centers, but that's our Eka center. And then here, if you go all the way out, Veca 12, it will take you to the other connection into the Eckasha-11, and that takes you up to the Eckasha-Aahs in the different stack that we have. So if there was going to be a transmission set sent down from high above that could help us through that, it would need to come through this path. And the Crystal River host was designed to hold something called, here we go again, the Mashayahana vortex, which is part of the the host system that we'll see how that works in a little while. But we made it by August of 2003. We'd made it to axis 3, but we still needed to make it to 6. Next one, please. So all the things we've been doing with all these wacky workshops that I always wish they could focus more on just the personal development part, so we could all learn to be happy, happy, joy, joy, like all the ones running around doing Metatronic teachings, because they don't worry about black holes and things, so they don't talk about them. But I can see why now we had to do what we did, because literally the fact that we have been anchoring these frequencies on the planet, the ones that are coming from the hosts, it's allowed it to go this far without us just being completely dragged into the black hole alignment. So I guess it's been worth it, but it's been a lot of work. Not just the work with the workshops, but with the constant, like we do a lot of work at home as well. I get pieces of the diagrams, I'm always in transmission. But just the undercurrent of being in a war. I mean, it has always been. There's like tug of war, there's like the astral attacks, all sorts of really crazy stuff that made it very, very difficult. And not just, you know, for me and, you know, my family, but for people of the Shield. So it's been a rough time for most of us, this ride since 2000 when the gates opened. And I think we're doing pretty good. And we've just made a big victory by reaching the Metagalaxy 6 alignment. So this was November 1st of 2008. We finally made it from 3 into 4, so we made the 4 alignment. And that left one more of the metagalactic shifts to get to the metagalactic alignment we needed. And it would be at that point, that was the only point we could actually do the crossover. And the crossover, again, is shifting back into the natural Andromeda angular rotational particle spin alignments with our bodies, with the shield, and a portion of the planetary grids that can hold it at least for a while. So we have the ability to make it through 2012, basically, as you'll see what 2012 is about. So we made it to 4. Next one, please. And finally, we had made, during the Sarasota workshop period, we had anchored the shift, the Great Leap shift, from 4 into 6. And that was called leaping around. It's a leap shift because there's sets of 4 that kind of go together, and we actually leaped from one set of 4 to the next. So we leaped from 4, which is the 4-10-1-7 alignment, I believe, into the 6, which would be the 6-12-3-9 alignment. So that was a major shift. And the major part of it is it creates an alignment here that allows for certain things to occur that need to. Because what these do, when this whole mica complex over in the parallel Milky Way is activated, it creates this nightmare through the dragon's eye, right, that place where the two fields interface. And if it weren't for the fact of what is going to activate tonight, if we weren't able to do that, and it can only be done on this alignment, this would have just taken us in 2012. We would have been pulled into alignment with it. Doesn't mean we would have like disappeared off the, like our galaxy would not have fallen out of the sky and disappeared somewhere else, but it would have been progressively. Its Aahs body and Aahs bodies would have been pulled into that alignment, and progressively it would have demanifested here and remanifested there. So that's what getting pulled into the black hole alignment means. And once you're in, you can't get. It's a closed system. You can't get out. You can only go in. So we made this shift, and this is good. So we are here now. We also have that interesting interface with this one. We have Metagalactic Core 6A, which is the center of the Andromeda one, and even though that's in the Andromeda system, it interfaces energetically directly with Aahs and our Earth. So this is a good alignment. This is a key alignment here, and this is why we've been using the 333 right now, because we need to keep the connection between Stellar 3, which is Eartha, in Solar System 3, in Galaxy 3 of the M31 Metagalactic 6 shield. That is the alignment right now that is holding our ability to hold host, and it is through that alignment that we started opening the triangulation that is the beginning of a vortex. It's not a vortex yet, it's just a triangulation of energy points that allow frequency from M31 system to come into this planet and this galaxy system, metagalaxy galaxy. And it also means you will be receivers of frequencies from Andromeda at this point as well, where you will have your Aahs body will have receivers turned on that will be able to begin picking up the primal life force currents that come in from there. So there will be probably some interesting, I would think, dream activity happening eventually, where you might start getting interstellar incarnational memory coming through in dreams and those kind of things. So don't be surprised. Okay, now let's see. I need to look at this one anymore. And on this one, I didn't show that whole mica complex because I just didn't have time to cut it out on the one and line it up and paste it up on the next one. But that whole mess is over in here, and we'll look at that again in a different diagram. But we are here now, and we're not going to stay here, but we need to stay here for a while. And when a little bit, once I get through these diagrams, we'll look at how these fit into time cycles too, because we are in a time cycle between now, when we first entered this Metagalactic 6 alignment. We're right now in the Universe 1 alignment, or not Universe, but sorry, Galaxy 1 alignment. And we need to, by 2012, get into the Galaxy 3 alignment, but not go past that. Because it's going past that actually the beast machine on planet is going to create accelerations in the planetary grids that try to move us very quickly through the BPR rotations or escalations that would bring us to a certain point of alignment by the time we hit 2012. And it would actually not just move us here. They're going to try to move us out of the 6th position and into alignment over here on the 12. Now we're going to end up in the 12, but we're going to actually have a split. We've talked about the phantom system before, where that's the part that's already fully aligned with the black hole systems, and then there's the part in the middle, the blended part, like blended Earth. We're on blended Earth. Part of it's net Earth, where it's netted, but it still has the potential to align with the rest of Earth, which is median Earth, the ascension Earth, and a part of it's called the caduceus Earth, or the blend, that is connected to the phantom part. So the whole system is like that, not just the planet. And there's going to be a progressive separation between the phantom system, which is going to go into that acceleration rotation and end up here right at the same time. They'll go through it this way. We're going to stay in this position until 2012, and we're going to build, our main thing is to get our galactic alignment into the 3 position, and then hold that so we don't get dragged with phantom Earth, and then we will be able to go through the center, do kind of like a messianic flash fold through what are called the middle domains, the middle actuality domains in the center core systems. And we will end up also in the 12, but in the 12 Metagalaxy alignment, but in a different way than we would if we just got dragged in by the beast system. So for now, our codes will be, that sacred sentence will be as it is. And I'll show you in a little bit what that has to do with. The ones on top that go all the way up to our Eckasha-Aahs level, but then they also go over into the Aquafereion matrix, which is in an adjacent Eckasha-Aahs. So those codes were actually given, to make, to anchor a loop of energy through that will allow the energy to come. And if you were up here in those systems, it would come down. It would come through the center of the Eckasha-Aahs into the Eckasha, and it would come into the ecocenter, and then it can run here. And I'll show you on the larger diagram what the activation tonight is going to anchor the process of. It's going to open a large vortice that will allow for a safety net, actually, to be brought into this system, a frequency safety net. And I'll show you that in a little bit. Is there anything else on here that I need to say? No. Okay, next one, please. Is this the nightmare one? Yes. It looks like a stealth bomber. A little. Yeah, where do I start with this one? 2012, Phantom Split and the Dragon's Eye. Well, this is the Dragon's Eye. The Eye of the Beast. I'll read this first if I can read my writing. It says, the 2012 Cosmic Showdown, accelerations of the Omega Beast Mica complex will cause our metagalaxy to cycle into the Metagalactic 12, Galactic 3, Solar System 3 position. All right? So it's going to drag us. It's meant to drag us, and it's going to be phantom that falls. As long as we get the crossover started and it anchors the way it's supposed to in the Aquafereion shield, we'll be able to do the same with Net Earth shield, and then we will not get dragged in. But the phantom set are going to get dragged in and accelerated to this alignment here, where this would be Milky Way Metagalactic core at 12, right, on the 12 alignment. This creates this whole mess if this 12 alignment occurs. Here's the mica complex sets, and you have, like, part of the mica complex is the 6, 6, 6, right? You're in the Metagalaxy 6, Galaxy 6, Solar System 6, and those 6s also anchored through planet 6s, like Jupiter, right? Because Jupiter is actually the 6th planet. Meldak was the 5th, but now it's an asteroid belt because they blew it up. Okay, so anyway, this complex is meant to progressively activate. They've been progressively activating parts of this. You have the galactic 12 core here, and you have the solar system 12. Here's your 12-12 set, right? You have the 11, and where's my other 11 set? That's the galactic core 11, and the other 11's here, right? So you have the 11-11s, the 12-12s. These are all part of the mica complex, and it's literally linking a bunch of powerful gates in the system, in the black hole system, through the big one that is the core Veca sun in the Borgia system, because the Borgia system cuts through here, right? That's the Borgia system line. So this is just a massive monstrosity, actually. It is the Leviathan, the beast that rises from the waters and comes and wipes us out. That's what I'm trying to do. Now, if we get in if we end up in this alignment, where is Earth in this? Here is Earth, right? We would be here, and here's parallel Earth. There would be a frequency link between Earth and parallel Earth, between our sun and the parallel sun over there. I believe that's Rabizod. And this would link into the metagalactic core, Milky Way's metagalactic core at the 12 alignment. But also look at what it puts at the 12 alignment. Before, when we were on axis 1, it was our galactic core that came on this line, on that direct line. This time it's the metagalactic core, so they can take out the metagalactic shield, not just the galactic shield. This is the big alignment they've been waiting for eons. They've been waiting to get us into this position, and because it's from here that they can triangulate all the way through, get the Veca 5 core, and just drag the whole bunch in through this system. And Earth was always a key, or Aahs was always a key to this, because of this triangulation between Earth, Aahs, and its parallel over in this system. And that's why Earth had been, that's why they built what they called the Mecha complex on here. They had the mica over there, the Mecha over here. And they were the ones that would run these huge frequencies that were meant to drag the whole system in. Now, we would be, if this is why they said this is one activation set that is, failure is not an option, because they would have to pull the shield and get us out of here as fast as possible if, out of the system, out of the Milky Way, basically, if that didn't work. Because here, if we can do the crossover and begin to bring in the code frequencies from Andromeda, it will also bring them in from those higher levels all the way through, bringing that protective blanket of frequency that will actually allow us to shift our galactic shield so we can shift and grow into the BPR of the 3rd galaxy, but we still need to stay within the metagalactic 6 shield so we don't end up dragged into this progressive acceleration alignment that the Omega system is going to do on this planet and in this system. So we don't get dragged with the Phantom, in other words, into this alignment sooner. Well, if we hold this until the 2012 period, then I can hardly wait to see the preparation for whatever workshops in 2012, because I know we're going to have some major events during that time of the great grand showdown. But we will be trained on how to anchor the pass-through, where we actually get to pass through into, like through the center, instead of being dragged around the whole rotation acceleration. We'll still come into alignment. We'll come back into alignment with Phantom. That can't be avoided. But what can be avoided is the triangulations that allow for this to happen. They can be avoided as long as certain alignments are held. And the one map that took me forever, this one took me quite a while too, because they're showing me this to that, and what am I looking at? And finally I got it enough where I could show the basics. But there's something interesting that happens over in through here if we're successful, which we will be, with the crossover alignment. Now that's on the other one, on the next one, I believe. I'll read some of these too. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. So showdown accelerations of the megabeast. Okay, so we'll cause our metagalaxy to cycle into the metagalactic 12, galactic 3, I'm getting tired, solar system 3 position. And this is what this does, if that occurs, and it will the phantom system will go. This brings Earth into direct alignment with the Milky Way Metagalactic 12 Metagalactic core, the black hole. So it brings Earth into alignment. This is the stuff that I think some of the Mayan stuff was talking about, where Earth actually does come into alignment with the black hole at the center of the Milky Way, and that kind of stuff. But it was a lot. It comes into alignment with a lot more than that. That's like the least of your worries with the rest of this going on. The big problem is not that Earth comes into direct alignment with the black hole at the center of the Milky Way, but what is aligning with the center of the Milky Way? That's the big problem, because that's the Veca 2 black hole system that's in the Borgia matrix. And that's like curtains, because that has so much, it just has, there's so much power within this complex that it will override. The system is damaged to the point where it can't withstand that kind of frequency coming in. So it's the Mayans were part right. They just didn't have the whole story, probably because they didn't have photocopiers, because it was very hard to do the maps with little, like, you know, drawings on cave walls. Right? Okay, down to yeah, I want to say back in the universe, like home. Okay, all right, so Earth and our Sun, if we were dragged into this one, then I said Earth and our Sun would draw into alignment with their parallels, both of the parallels, Earth and the Sun's parallel, in Veca 2, and this would bring, and it would begin bringing in the mica complexes 666, 1111, and 1212 complexes online. So they would all come online through Earth and our Sun. And these were meant to actually make the link so they could use it to pull the rest of the system in. That's why the system's always been valuable to those who are trying to do this maneuver, because that's why Earth and our Sun, because they hold key positions of alignment that if you can get them into a certain position, and they already took over their parallels, so they have those under their control, under the black hole controls, they could use the whole system to literally bring the whole Veca in, Veca 5, into Veca 2. And what they want to do is actually sandwich it into what would be a Vesica Pisces fold, and then just feed off it. Yeah, and when they killed that one, then they'd wait till and try to figure out how to angle into another one, another living system, and that's how the black hole system beings operate. They have very advanced technologies of science and those kind of things that are used in ways, unfortunately, that are very what's considered anti-Christic. And that means not supporting of eternal life, but supporting of finite life and vampiring of energy. Okay, let's see. Okay, now, with successful crossover alignment, right, net Earth, median Earth, and Ashale will be held stable in the Metagalactic 6 position and progressively engage crossover shift to the M31 Galaxy 3, Solar System 3, ST3, which is stellar 3 alignments, 333 alignment. They're only using the top 3. We're on Earth. That's really 4 3s together, but the 333s are enough, all right, for now, they said at least anyway. So this we would stay in this alignment from now, when it's actually occurring through these 2 activations that are taking place during this workshop, until 2012. And then we would shift again to a 12 alignment, at the Metagalactic 12 alignment, but it's a very specific one that allows for something very important to occur that involves the staff. You know how we have the staff is the vertical column and the rod is the horizontal one running left and right? Well, the staff of Eartha will be able to interact directly frequency-wise. Now remember, Earth is an M31, but it will be able to interact frequency-wise with the rod of Earth. So it will actually be able to hold the rod of Earth, which will stop certain rotations and will block the ability to have our systems taken down, the net Earth systems taken down, and even our metagalactic shield taken down, until we have to let go of that, which will be at the end of the 22,000, no, what is it? That's the other one. What is the end of the loadout date? 2230. That's it. Right. So we'll be able to hold the host where eventually it is going to go, the phantom system is going to go, and this system, not the one we're going to be in, but eventually the Milky Way system is going to go in this direction. It's going to go into phase lock with the black hole systems. But at that point, the gates will close. There's something I believe the beloveds are going to do to stop them from using the Milky Way's connection to anything else to try to eat anything else. And it's going to be a closed system. It would become a closed system anyway once it falls into that Vesica Pisces lock with a black hole system. So by that point, you know, we're going to be out of here and we'll be moving someplace nicer. That's why they're teaching us to slide now. We've got 200 years to figure out how to do this, right? But the big thing that's coming up is the 2012 issue, because it always had, there is a reason it became like, oh, 2012, 2012, because everybody's been talking about 2012 for quite a few years, 20 years, 30 years, maybe even 40 years now. And this is why, because this is the alignment that is going to occur. There's little ones, the astrologers are figuring out, oh, the Earth is going to align with the center of the Milky Way galaxy, and some people think that's, yay, great thing. No, not great thing. Right. But we could go, yay, great thing, because that's such a not great thing, that great things had to be done to counterbalance it. So there are going to be good things, very good things happening there as long as the host mission continues successfully. And we'll see what the successful looks like. That it's a lot happier than this nasty thing. Next one, please. Oops, that's not the next one. Okay. Yeah, I'll use this one first. This is going back up for a moment to the whole Yucatharista map, where we're looking at the Eka map of the God World gates, and we're looking at where we're located, you know, in the higher parts of our systems, right? So this is we're talking about our Veca, and our Veca is one of the little balls inside of this Eckasha, right? So we're building, this is going up all the way to our systems. This is the frequency we're opening. The beginning codes that were given at the end sequence of the sentence the numerical sentence that you were using, they correspond to this, and that the coordinates that were given correspond to these coordinates within the Eckasha-Aahs over here, which is our adjacent Eckasha-Aahs. This is where the Aquarian matrix is, the ones who've been running the Crystal River host for eons. And finally, they're able to open this passage, right? This passage that will bring in two currents that will actually be able to surround and come in directly in through, this would be the core of, what's this, our Eckasha-Aahs? Yeah, through our Eckasha-Aahs core, or Eckasha-Aahs 12, then into Eckasha 11, through the Eckasha 11 core, and then directly into the center. Sorry, I think it's the Eckasha. Yeah, this is our Eckasha, and these are the Vecas. I missed a step in there. But anyway, it's coming down through here. It will hit the center of our Eckasha, our Eka center. And from here, it will create a triangulation that creates a big vortex that first allows these frequencies to hold the metagalactic shield from rotating. So it won't go with the phantom, and phantom will pull away from. So phantom is literally going to begin separating. After this activation occurs this morning, that's when the phantom system is going to start separating away. We'll meet up with it later, but because we're going to jump through the middle in 2012 as far as our system alignment, where they're being pulled through the accelerations, which means there's a lot of things that we won't have to see that would happen in those probabilities that involve wars and a bunch of other mess. Doesn't mean we might not see some of it, but we won't see nearly as bad as what it was going to look like in the acceleration drama that they are creating. So it is this huge thing, and this is huge. They call this the Mashayahana core. All right, and this is where the priest caste is. These are the ones that are actually inviting us to, you know, to join them. And as they're not just local guardian keepers, they're on a a cosmic level, actually. So they're inviting us into these studies that have to do with, they call it a priest caste, just like they call the Melchizedek thing a priesthood. That doesn't mean you have to wear a white collar and you have to be male either. It simply means you're dedicated to the service of the Templars and the template pillars, which are the whole Stargate, cosmic Stargate sense. So we start little, and now we're graduating, because these frequencies they'll open up first in the Aquafereion shield. We're running a short cycle ahead we have to activate first before we can assist the planet to activate when it comes to this particular crossover activation. So the next 3 workshops are about the Aquafereion shield getting its crossover, where it's made those alignments that are necessary, and the people's bodies have made those alignments. And this one is working on first opening up the connections to this that run through the biofields and through the brain. And we'll work on the ones that run through the body level on the Sliders 2 workshop, just like, or not 2, but Sliders 5. And then 6, there's some kind of integration process that I don't even know what that's going to look like yet. So I don't even know what the body part one's going to look like. I was lucky I knew what this workshop looked like. Boy, and I'm really hoping that they're not all going to be time crazy like this one. I do apologize for that. But this huge frequency set, there's like a set of big protective frequency arms coming down from the Adashi adepts that are the Mashianic priest caste of the Aquarian matrix. And again, this Aquarian matrix never falls. It's a control matrix. It's one that the consciousness that embodies there chose to be fully in service to the Christ, to the principles of the Christ, so they could, then they also agreed to stay in the matrix, where they weren't going to like push any envelopes too far, as far as like, how far can you push free will without getting in trouble, so they could retain enough frequency, enough of their own quantum in Christ alignment, that they could go and rescue. They're kind of like the rescue ship, almost like the Coast Guard, right? Where if your boat's sinking or something, they will come and try to assist you. And that is just the core purpose that their matrix was the consciousness field in their matrix chose to be in. And nobody incarnates in there unless they want to, unless that's the purpose they want to hold. So we're being invited to join them if we want to. It doesn't mean we have to be forever into service of the whatevers. But what it means right now is that we're willing to hold shield down here and, get ourselves out would be nice, and hopefully help this whole thing to work. Because if we don't if this does not work, we're not getting out either, is what it comes down to. If 2012 goes badly, they have a very short time to pull the shield and, to like get who can out now and get them into, they'd have to take it into the middle domains and through Middle Earth, and then there'd be a lot of rehabbing the gene code to do there as well. So it kind of pays back to the old titles of workshops, like personal healing through planetary service. Boy, they weren't kidding, right? Yes, we are healing ourselves, but we've been, in the planetary service mission all along, with these crazy midnight and 4 a.m. workshops, doing all sorts of amazing grid work. So this is what's coming in, and this is what it's going to look like. You'll see in a little bit what it's going to look like when it's coming into the maps, right? So this is from the up higher level, but where it comes in and starts to enter our Eckasha-Aahs and our Akasha core and into our Veca cores, you'll see where it comes down in the closer maps in a minute. Next one, please. Which one is that one? I was going to do that. I don't need to know now. No, I know I was going to, but it's not that. Yeah. Essential crossover alignment activation 2. It's called opening the Mashayana vortex of the Crystal River host into the Aquafereion shield. And of course, once our activations are done, then we will be assisting the planetary shield, the net Earth planetary shield, and that's where these drum circles are, what they're about. And we'll be using the codes, and they'll probably give us more tonal codes to use as well, and the drums, and literally bringing part of net Earth's grids online with the 333 alignment, because right now it's a 333 alignment that we've got to phase lock in to stop us from getting dragged in with the omega activations that are happening that would pull us into that acceleration that would take us into the Metagalactic 12 alignment with the wrong with the wrong axes of things. All right, and if we do, that's where we end up falling. Now, this is a good triangle. That thing that looked like a little Akasha looping around us from the Aquarian matrix, it will come down, come through our Eckasha-Aahs, which is Eckasha-Aahs 12, and it would come down through Veca 12 line into Eckasha 11 center, and from there it would ride through, actually all of them, but the one we're concerned about, it would ride through into the Veca core And it will also ride through into the metagalactic core. All right, that's the metagalactic core that corresponds with the Andromeda matrix. So it will come through Andromeda, but it will also split, and this was designed to do this. This is a particular grid set that was designed as part of this host. It will also have the center line coming, but it will also send frequency here to our metagalactic core, right, in the 6th alignment, while we're in the 6th alignment, and up to here, which is the Eartha system in Andromeda. So it's literally linking frequency-wise Andromeda. Here's our triangle that we started with, right? It's now turning that triangle into a vortex of energy that allows that energy to come down this way, and there's the other side of it comes down that way and comes in here, and it literally creates like a sling that will hold this system. So even though the black hole's pulling on it, it will still hold it, so it can't be dragged. And for now, that will hold us till 2012. Then in 2012, we'll go through, and I can hardly wait to see the grid stuff on this. I don't know what it's going to look like yet, but with this vortex, we will be able to be guided through, and there's some kind of activation that will take us, instead of coming around to the 12 alignment this way by the progressive accelerations, we'll actually come in through the center and pop out. We'll pop out in the same place on the Veca 12 alignment, but we'll be in a different set of positions. And right here is key for Earth, and what Earth is doing is actually key for holding the whole matrix till the end of the loadout. So before, when we had the other triangulation, the nasty one coming in from over here, there was a connection between Earth and parallel Earth that allowed the 666 to plug in, and the 1111s and the 1212s to bring that whole matrix online through Earth and, you know, Earth's sun. This has us, and it's a change. We will leave the probability alignment from metagalactic 6, galactic 3, right, solar system 3, and we will bring it into the metagalactic 12, galactic 12, am I right? Yeah, metagalactic 12, galactic 12, solar system 5, number 3 star, which is Earth, stellar 3. Why? Because in 5, this is the alignment that will occur with this one. Now this is the Andromeda one, the M31, over on the metagalactic 12, all right? This is Eartha in that system. They're still in solar system 3, still stellar 3, and still galactic 3. But to line up with those, we have to change our galactic alignment, and I believe, yeah, our galactic has to go to 12, and our solar system alignment has to go to 5. We're still in 3 because we're Earth, all right? And this will allow the staff of Eartha that comes down, the bottom staff, because the top would be up here at the center, and the bottom staff will actually send frequencies, and this is like coming down from the Andromeda galaxy, right? 2.5 million light years away. But these are like nanosecond bursts of frequency that just create a field and it doesn't take time. All right, they said it doesn't take what you would call time for the things to travel, because they go directly through the Aahs bodies. Oh, interesting. So there's still a whole bunch about the Aahs bodies we haven't learned yet. So anyway, this alignment will allow this frequency to come down from here. And also, over here is where we have the interface with the M31. Again, this is Andromeda, but it's the metagalactic 12A, metagalactic core. So we'll actually have this frequency thing happening that will hold our rod, the rod of Earth, because the rod of Earth is what the Omega is designed to split. We've talked about that in other workshops. That's meant to split the rod, and that will literally crack the plates and send us into, you know, catastrophic wipeout very, very quickly. That's why they call it the Omega kill code. And this will stop that from occurring. It will also block the triangulations that go over into parallel Earth that allows that whole big matrix to come in and, you know, and drag us all in. We will still have the phantom Earth and the quantum of this Veca shield. It is going to fall. The Veca is going to fall into alignment, into phase lock with this, but not until after the host is done. The host will last until 2230 AD. During this period, first we have the jump that we need to get to this set of alignments, which is the 12, 12, 5, 3. So we'll go from where we are to that. And then between 2047 and 2052, this system, the Andromeda system, is going to begin entering the Messianic fold, which is fold 1 in the folds of creation that we've talked about. So it will pull into alignment with its actual probability that's over there, and then it will begin pulling into alignment this way, where Veca 5 will start to pull into alignment with Veca 11, which would be his Adjugate twin, into the whole Eckasha center. So then there's a stage after that. We would still be able to be on planet during that period of time, but when it goes to fold 2, where they're literally parts of this system, they're ascension waves going up, where parts of the star systems will jump up to the next level, and we'll be able to jump up a bit to the next level. It ought to be interesting to see where on Earth we're going to be, because that's what we're aiming for eventually. But we'll have stops going through the middle Earth domains first, and down in the center of Earth, and that will take us. They will show us what the path is from there. But what will happen after we leave? In 2230 AD, that is when the fallen, the Christfall host, the Buddhara host, who allowed themselves to fall so they could actually serve this role and assist as a matrix. They're still running on Christic principles, but it is a black hole system. It's a last chance system for places that have fallen, but it still has enough quantum that it can hold them in the same position. This will be the position that the remaining part of Net Earth and CAD Earth and Phantom Earth will remain in a host, and until eventually once things evolve out of this system, because part of what they will be trained to do is to realize that they're in a falling system and that they're going to need to get off their planet eventually, because the sun is going through its Bardo cycle and it's not going to be livable. So they're going to probably see kind of like a Battlestar Galactica type of drama unfolding on Net Earth. That's not something that the Ascension teachings are meant for us to see. We're going to see literally an ascension, and we're going to learn to slide and get out of here and go see nicer places. But it's all been about this for eons and eons now, and it's coming down to the big final showdown in 2012. If we can make this, and there'll always be this issue, and anybody, where you're down here, even if we're protected by the host, there's going to always be the issue of these guys trying to blow frequency through to drag you down. And what it is for them is trying to generate enough quantum to overpower the quantum of energy that is actually holding your host, right? So they would have to overpower this whole set of frequencies coming through that will bring through those arms that are actually going to hold the system. But eventually, it would just... You can't hold a system like that forever. Eventually, you have to let something go so it can go back space dust return, because it's just stuck in the matrix otherwise. And that will eventually be the fate for Sovereign Fall Earth, that will go Christfall, but eventually it will have to relocate itself in its local galaxy, and it will have help with that from the other groups that are still working. There are Adashi Master type beings in the Buddhara civilizations that chose to stay in those systems just so they could assist with things. They're kind of like, sort of like the Aquarii groups chose to keep everything as perfect as possible so they'd be able to help and play lifeguards. Well, some of those, that even though the Buddhara ones aren't of the direct Aquarian line, they chose to allow the fall of their matrix to occur, but then to sustain it with using Chris principles. And because they use their system as a service system, where others from black holes, they're falling black hole and can't get out, they can come into those systems and still have a nice life, a nice existence. They can still evolve into the Christ, as far as the Christ understanding and working with it and learning to take the best way home, and realizing that there are worse things than death, there are worse things than space dust. Being stuck in a vampire matrix is one of them, because they're just crazy technologies that abuse the heck out of everything, and the experience is not very pleasant. So this is what everything we've worked up to this point has been about is the revelation of this problem that involves 2012, that has been a problem that has been there for all of the history that we have taught about Earth and that kind of thing, has to do with this beast machine. And this is looking at the guts of the beast and actually looking at it in the maps. I would be interested to see if, now that we know how these maps kind of translate into seeing the Milky Way galaxy and seeing the Andromeda galaxy, well, we know at least what general direction. If we could figure out, just like on the one sheet that shows how the galaxy, how the scientists' pictures of the galaxy, how they correspond to the maps over, over here, there must be a way to tell at least which direction in the sky this stuff is occurring from. And I'm very curious about that. So we could actually understand where the invasion systems are and realize we're not alone out there in the universe. We're not by far alone. And sometimes we're better off being alone than being with some of the things that are out there in the universe, like those who choose to make machines like this. Anyway, that is what it's about on the big picture level. What do I have next? This fits into time frames. Yeah, well, this is part of time frames. All right. Now, how do these cycles fit into where you can, how do these rotations through, or BPR leaps through these probabilities connect into time? What you're looking here at first, notice there are 12, right? There are the 12, but there's also a set of extra that look like extra 4. What you actually have is a set of 8 lines and a set of interface with a set of 12. The 8 lines, I didn't have time to go pull it out, have to do with that 8-lined octant chart that we've used, where you have 8 octants in a cycle, right? When you put them together, of what does that mean in relation to the probabilities, it means you get in one probability, if this is like line 1, probability line 1, right? This is where probability 1 starts. It goes to here. Then probability 2, I believe, no, that's 12 up there. Here. So this is where it starts. Probability 1 starts here. And then probability 2 starts here, but then octant 1 ends. So you get 1 probability and a half in each octant, right? So that means the progression of frequency accretion that raises the BPR and the encryption that occurs in one cycle is as you're passing through the, let me phrase it this way. All right, as you're accreting frequency through the processes of harmonic key generation, etc., that is increasing the BPR and moving you from one probability to the next. Those probabilities are literally, they fall within the octant cycle, the sets of the octant cycle, which have to do with time periods. Now, there are ways to calculate. They gave me the time frames that we need to think about right now, but they also showed me some base formulas, and they're not all cycles have the same amount of time, right? I mean, there are different periods where each octant would be, say, this long in one type of cycle, and it would be a different amount in another type of cycle. But what's important to understand here is this is the Milky Way here, right? This one. And this would be this is, looking at it this way, it would be representing the metagalactic shield. And remember, each little line in the metagalactic shield, each of the 12 lines, was a galaxy, right? So each one of these lines would represent the period of time when the galaxy, or the rotations of the galaxies through the metagalactic shield. So we can actually chart our time passage. If we're in galaxy 1, right? Where are we? Yeah, nope, up there. If we're in galaxy 1 of Metagalactic 6, which we just entered with the Sarasota workshop period, right? We would evolve through this period. Now, if we knew what date that was, right? We do know that was the Sarasota workshop period. Then if we could figure out about how long each of these cycles were, we could plan it out. And one way to do it is to know the start time and to know the end time. The end time is between December 15th and December 21st, 2012. So this is our final alignment cycle as far as coming into the 2012 alignment. This is in this period, we're going to have to move from 1 to 3. So we'd have to complete the accretion of the frequencies of this probability, probability 1, finish where we are, also probability 2, and also probability 3. But that's where we want to stay with our galactic shield, because it's the 3 alignment that we want to keep until 2012, right? There's some other things happening too, because simultaneously Phantom Earth is getting the accelerations, and they're right in the same place with us now too, at a different angular rotation and particle spin. They're going to be getting the omega accelerations, and they're going to be trying to drag us into the progressive accelerations to get us up into the 12 alignment when we're still on the Milky Way alignment instead of at the M31 alignment. So when we're in this, staying in Metagalactic 6, which would be, let's see, well, this would be Metagalactic 6 shield, and we're going to stay in Galaxy 3, which means we'd finish, where am I? Galaxy 1, finish Galaxy 2. We'd finish Galaxy 3, and we would stay like here. We wouldn't cross into 4. And it's from that position that we would actually make the leap in 2012. But meanwhile, the other one's going to be going this way. There's a point of interface that it becomes quite dangerous. It has to do with the crystal spiral versus the Metatronic spiral that we've talked about a long time ago. There's a point where the Metatronic spiral creates a harness, or attempts to harness the crystal spiral, and there's a point where they cross through each other, and that's the point where it tries to drag the natural crystal spiral into the Metatronic harness. And that happens right around here in this axis. All right, and I believe it's right here, actually. It's right when it's crossing into here. We'll look at the spirals in a minute, and then we'll look at the dates. All right, next one, please. Oh, this is a quick flyby. This is just to show you there are different cycles. They published this a long time ago. But if we're looking at the galactic cycles, like how the galaxies passing through the metagalaxies, how long they take, they're usually millions of years, right? Or at least hundreds of thousands of years. Up here, when we get to one time vector, well, one time vector is 2 event horizons, which means one line, right, where you have 2 of those, like say, I don't even know what level, it's 2 galaxies or 2 whatever, 2 balls, right, on one vector line, because it's not just referring to, this is talking planetary, so we'd be down in the, probably in the, planetary solar. I don't even know how to plug that in yet on the diagrams, but for the solar ones, you're probably dealing with the solar galactic levels, the solar system cycles. These would have to do with the cycles, I guess, going around the solar systems, or maybe the probabilities of the planets. I'd have to find out. But the correspondences between here is one time vector is actually 2 event horizons, which means one of those vector lines, say a 410 vector line or a 12-6 vector line. That would be one time vector. And when you have 6 time vectors, that's 12 event horizons. That's a full set, right? That's a full set of those lines. That's a full set of whatever of the Lumeridana spirit body forms, right? So that means that one time continuum, they represent a time continuum. Each time you see one of those cycles, it is a time continuum, and it is the passage through each of the BPRs, or base pulse rhythms, of each of those 1 through 12 probability fields that is the time cycles. Usually these are very, very long, and it takes, where's an SAC here somewhere? 26,556 years, which is 6 time continua, 36 time vectors. That's like 6 time continua. That would be 6 times round, right? In one of those probability circulations would equal that. So this is how what we're learning about probabilities actually plugs into the time scales that they told us about before. But right now we're jumping probabilities. We're moving them quickly because we are in a starfire evac ascension cycle. So it means things that would normally take lots of years we're moving through those vectors very, very fast. We're making future leaps as far as BPR goes. That will align us with the futures we would prefer to see, which is still in the living metagalactic shield of M31. So eventually we're going to evolve through into the systems of M31. And from there, sky's the limit, I guess. Next one, please. Got that. This is just to remind us of when we talked about quite a while ago, back I think this was before Tenerife, I think, even, whatever. But the beloved showed us how to use the Catharogrid proportions and how to actually spin them to create a set of embedded ones that actually create the natural Christic spiral, where there's a lot of hoo-ha in the New Age movement about the golden mean spiral and the Fibonacci spiral and the golden mean rectangle and all of that stuff. All of that stuff is Metatronic teachings. And there was a time when they showed us how to compare the crystal spiral, which has a different sequence. What's neat about the crystal spiral, it basically comes out to times 2, I believe, where you go 1 times 2 is 2, 2 times 2 is 4, 4 times 2 is 8, 8 times 2 is 16, 16 times 2 is 32, you know, all the way up, and it keeps unfolding at that rate instead of the Fibonacci sequence. And this is a natural cycle, and we went through all sorts of stuff explaining how these spirals and the flames that they form, how it fits in with the starborn cycle and all of that, with the light body structures and all of it. But I wanted to bring this back just for a moment because I want to show the interface of the spirals, because that's what's going to happen at a certain point where those octants interact with each other. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, too, one easy way to understand the octants, you know, here's the Catharogrid in there again, right? If you go, bug. Right. There was a bug flying. It's gone. No, it's still there. But the octant cycles come from, we were talking about the creation cycles, where, and it comes off of the Catharogrid, actually. So you have one line, that'd be the 0-point line. Then you have the next rotation, 2, 3, 4, where am I? 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? You have a set of 8 lines, right? They're the ones that interface with the 12, where the 12 are the probability lines, where you have the spheres and the spheres. But these are actually the time cycles. They have to do with the growth of anything, right? Because it starts with the creation point, and then it expands outward from there. You could also plug into this graph there's one circular graph that I have with all sorts of lines that talk about the tachyon cycles of the harmonic key generation cycles, even the point where it starts at fetal integration, and then you have the Navajo cycle, then the Sita cycle, then the Rasha cycle, and then the body's born, and then you have the growth cycles, right? So this all plugs in together. But they come out of here, basically those 8 axes that come off the Catharogrid. This spiral here, this funny looking one, here's the compare. You can compare the 2 of them. This one these are the golden mean rectangle proportions and stuff. This is the fib of no, we call it the fib of no chi because it has no chi. There's a particular type of energy. It actually doesn't have a relationship with its center. This comes out from the center point and continues to expand from there. This actually has to suck onto something. It's like a little snake that has to like hold on and then suck energy from something to be able to it's a vampire spiral, to be able to vampire energy from something else in order to continue to expand itself out into expansion. It has to feed off something. And what it's used as is a harness field. When you put these 2 together, this is the perfect crystal spiral, and that's again the Fibonacci one. When you put them together, what you get is the crystal spiral, right? That's this one. It's running inside. It starts off smaller, right? And at a certain point, it starts to expand and go through accelerations where it's starting to get bigger and stronger, right? Right here. Now, at that point, too, these are interfaced with the Metatronic sciences. They interface, and these are like technologies that are built on how to interface things in this way so you can harness them, create electromagnetic harness fields to suck and drain the energy from them. But you have to have a core something alive to start with. So what they do is they tap onto the core something alive, and they drag energy out of it, and they create this larger harness around the smaller, less quantum spiral that's just trying to grow. And at a certain point, they cross through right there, right? That's a certain time position in relation to the octant cycles, right? And that is where a certain acceleration occurs, and that's where the harness grab. That's where planet Earth is going to feel the grab of the Omega code, trying to pull it into the acceleration that will take it into the black hole alignments. Next one, please. Okay, and these are the ones that I do want to get to you, like, you know, if we have to mail them to you, you know, we will. Because just because it gives you the reminder of the dates, and I didn't have them, you know, down. They weren't done to get to Kinko's in time. But basically, we start here. This is the start of our cycle, was April, and this is the start of our entering into Metagalactic 6 alignment cycle, right? That started April 13th, 2009, Sarasota drum circle period, right? Now, from then until September 30th, 2009, that will be octant 1, right? Then octant 2 runs from September 30th of 2009 to March 15th, 2010. And then octant, where am I? Yeah, octant 2, right, octant 2. Then octant 3, am I at? Yeah. I get confused with these. I have to look at them head on. Octant, where am I? Octant 2. Octant 3 goes from March 15th, 2010 to September 1st, 2010. And then octant 4 from September 1st, 2010 to, where am I? February 15th, 2011. This happens to be the point where we're starting to get into issues of the sextant spiral, which is the spiral we just talked about, the Fibonacci spiral. That is when that draw starts to happen, where the crossovers between the natural crystal spiral of expansion of harmonic key accretion is occurring, and it gets interfaced, and that's where it's going to start trying to drag us into the Milky Way fall alignment. All right, and that is going to occur. The pull starts around February 15th of 2011, but the full interface of those spirals and the harness comes, and this is where Phantom Earth is going to be pulled into that alignment, into the fall alignment fully, is June 4th, 2011. Now, if we don't make certain things as far as the crossover goes, by that point, that will also be where we're going, where this planet is going. They haven't said anything about Earth change potentials when Phantom and Net Earth are separating. I don't know what that's going to look like. They will let us know if it's anything we need to know about, I'm sure. But then we have the octant 5 cycle. It's during the octant 5 cycle that interface occurs, where the pull starts to happen from the Omega code. And let's see, octant 6 cycle starts August 1st of 2011 and goes till January 15th of 2012. Then octant 7 goes from January 15th, 2012 to July, I think it was 5th actually, I forgot to put the 5, to about July 5th, 2012. And then the octant 8 cycle, which is the final octant cycle, right, goes from the July 2012, July 5th, 2012, to December 15th through 21st of 2012. And that is when we do that pop-through, whatever, I just call it a pop-through, whatever it's going to be, some kind of messianic fold that allows us to do the leap in BPR into the Metagalactic 12 alignment, right, in the, with the proper tilt, where we have our AAHs bodies are tilting into the M31 angles instead of being dragged into the black hole fall ones. So this is the beginning of understanding the end, the end times, right? This is what the end times, all the stuff about end times has always been about. We should be able to get through this all right. We've done really good so far. When you see what we've come from as far as those alignments that we had, I'm glad they showed us after we got out, because that would have been enough to just really, really be depressing. And it's not depressing now. We're actually in we've made all the alignments that we needed to. We were a little late on a couple of them, but we made up for lost time. And the shield is still holding. And even though the the Milky Way is going to end up as a fall system. There's still plenty of time for an evac, and that evac will hold with the host. And we are bringing that host here by anchoring these frequencies. There has to be somebody here that can run the frequencies, that has the DNA coding to be able to run the frequencies, to be alive on planet, to be able to let this planetary shield have the assistance. So there are times when we have to finish ours. We started our shield activations here, and we're running through here. Right here, Aquafereion shield needs to lock in, which means it needs to lock in to the Metagalactic 6 333 configuration. So we have to have passed. We're still in 1, Galactic 1. We have to accrete and accelerate our shields to the point where we're in alignment with 3, with Galactic 3, still in Metagalactic 6. And then we go into the net Earth shield doing it. So we're an octant ahead of them, or like 1.5 octants or something. Yeah, 1.5 octants ahead of them, I think it is. So this is where the net Earth shield has to be, and we have to be ready to assist the planet in anchoring that in the grids, and that's why we're doing the drum circles. 2 of them are drum circles, and 1 is nighttime Chandra shield on the beach type thing. And last time we did that, we got orbs all over in St. Kitts, so you never know. You just call them Orb Fest potential. And we're going to be learning more about the orbs. I really hope so. I do know there's a lot more on the AVS body training, but they want us to know, as far as the AVS body goes, that, and remember that when we say AVS, we're referring to the part of the Chalet light unit that surrounds each of your atoms, that is that top ball, all right, of the Triveca configuration. And that is what they call a water gel, as opposed to a thermal gel of the other 2 that phase. And there's a lot more that they're going to teach us about the AVS and the AVS bodies. But when we are working with the technologies that we're working with here, the activations that are coming in now, they're directly interfacing with the AVS body, which is the little ball on top around each of our atoms. And that is the one that will determine, they also call it the vibrational body, and the others they call the oscillatory body. So I believe this determines, the AVS body connects directly with the spirit body, where the VAS bodies connect with the light body. So we're actually shifting our spirit body alignments in like little atom by atom, the spirit body that goes with the atom, the AVS, into the proper alignments with the Metagalactic 6 333 alignment, so we can do the crossover. So we're actually crossing over the alignment of our AVS units in order to begin the process of our atoms being able to cross over into that alignment, which is required to be able to slide, and a bunch of other things too, including anchoring these frequencies on the planetary level during 2010. Next one, please. Okay. This is just to remind us of the fact that those maps literally fit in our, this is part, they're saying this is part of our VS body, or our VS body, where it's actually like a water gel. Now, it's a water gel you can't see from here. It's not materialized here. It's of a different substance than the atoms are, but it surrounds the atoms, and it literally forms like a cloud of energy around us. And our own fields, when we have our pentagonal flows turned on that we talked about in the other sliders workshops, the earlier sliders, it actually creates these little pre-atoms, like pre-quarks, that come together to form atoms. And that's how our atoms actually form in structure, by little Chalet light units with their AVS and their AVS coming together and forming the little sub-sparks in the center, and then they cling together and they form forms. And they build structures that you don't see first, right? You see the atoms later as they come together and actually fill out atomic structure. There's a form underneath, and they answered my question just briefly when I'd asked before I came down. I had mentioned, I think, in the orientation that I had seen this strange effect in Sarasota, where just like walking outside of the hotel, I was seeing this almost like crystal white like structure that was inside of and kind of like behind the structures of the building and stuff. And what is that? Is it ectoplasm or what? I don't know. Am I seeing, crystal chelons? What am I seeing? And they didn't answer me then. But they said, what I am seeing is the Aahs body. So this is what it looks like. It actually looks like it's made of crystal. Imagine crystal water gel, right? It's like a crystalline, but it's not hard crystal. It's kind of like squashy crystal. And it's actually the stuff you could think of it in terms of thought forms. Like where do thoughts come from? Where do they go? Well, they come from various places and they go various places, but when they leave our attention, they actually go into the Aahs field, which are certain planes that are connected to us and to the planet that are like thought form fields. And from there, they accrete and build frequency until they form atoms that become manifest and materialized down here. So they wanted me to know that that thing that I was seeing is that kind of like ghost image in and through objects, and it was stationary objects I was seeing it on, not like people walking by. It was just like the corner of the building. There's another corner of the building with it, but it's like made out of white stuff. What is that? So this is part of the teachings that they're just introducing. But excuse me, they called the sliders for a workshop, introduction or introduction or intermediate Aahs body training, because these activations that we're doing, we have one more activation and technique to do. Like we'll do it together. It's a technique, it's a journey, and which is a technique. The activation is coming in from the beloveds, and we will use the technique that you can take home with you, which is the call, because you can use that to call in certain things and to open certain frequencies within yourself at whenever you want to. Now, the certain frequencies within yourself have to do with the brain. I think I'll do the brain ones next. Yes, yeah. Yeah, double brain, that's good. Yeah, oh, by the way, with these brain diagrams, someone pointed out to me that I believe she's a psychiatrist. She said, oh, by the way, that's the bottom of the brain, right? That one's upside down. You're right. That's the underside of the brain, right? But that's okay, because I'm using it as if it were the top. What's most important is in the diagram, the only reason I use it is to show you've got the pineal thingies in the center, right? You have eyeballs on stalks, right? And you got your gray matter. These things I don't talk much about, which you might have to change those if you realize you're looking at it from underneath, because that would change left and right. But you don't need to change left and right in the way I've described it as far as the alignments, because I've been using the diagram as if you're looking at it from the top down. So those were the left and right orientations that I was giving. So even though the diagram is upside down, just ignore the fact that it's not the top of the brain. It has eyes and it has a pineal and it has a brain to show you the basic how things are lined up in relation to that, because we haven't gotten in heavily into things in this one. We talked a little bit about this stuff, but fortunately we used these graphs for it, the ones that are sideways, which the most you can do is get left and right mixed up. Anyway, next one, please. All right, this was just showing the correct alignment when you take that shield, right, that map, the metagalactic shield, and you align it on your head properly. Over here, here we go again. I'm kidding. Every time I try to do this, because it's not facing forward, I have a problem with this. Coming through from your left side would be the natural alignment for that Eka point, right? And the circulations, we've talked about those before. There should be circulations going back and forth through the head, and they actually would come out through all of them, so you'd have vision for coming in from 360 around you. Eventually we will go back to these flows. We're beginning the processes that will assist the Atmic structure, the mental body structure, and the Aahs body to go back into the alignments that these are possible. Next one, please. This is showing the misalignment, where instead of having the angle come in from the back here, it's actually coming in from over here, and that twists all sort of things that I talked about yesterday. The only reason I wanted to show you these again is so we can get to the next one, where we look at the triangle triangulation that we opened in the first activation and see what that's going to look like. Now, we showed it on the map where we showed the Mashaya-Aahs vortex opening in relation to that triangle on the larger maps of the cosmos. So we're also going to see that that applies to our heads as well. So we're going to get this opening that literally, and this protection frequency that comes in, and like the protective arms that come around and hug you, but they come in through your head at the moment. Right? We'll show you where that comes in. Next one, please. Right. Now this is what we activated yesterday. Is that backwards? Follow the scribbled words. That's upside down. Yeah.
Some isn't, some isn't.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, that's the right way. Yeah. So this is the triangulation that we opened yesterday. And there are little points in the brain that will act as receivers for the specific frequencies. These will be coming in from the Andromeda system, which are the M31 Eartha frequencies here. And these were from the Adjugate Eartha, actually, the Adjugate over there still. And this one will be receiving from Metagalactic core, but through this triangulation. All right, so it actually tempers the mess that's usually coming in from Metagalactic core in our, in our brains from the Prosiac broadcasts of the beast. And now it's going to extend out. Now, if you take the map, it extends out to this point that is the Metagalactic 12 core. That's what we're going to be aligned with in 2012. All right, that's the alignment we're going to leap to in 2012. So we're going to align there, and that will take us directly into relation to the Eka, and that takes us out to the Eckasha, and the Eckasha-Aahs, and the Eckasha-Aahs, and up into the Aquarian matrix alignment. So it's going to literally come in, and this would be, since we're pretending this is the top of the head, right? This would be the right side? Yeah, where am I? You have to go like this. You have to be over here. I get totally dyslexic, especially if I'm tired with that. So we have to look forward to this lovely tunnel opening. And, yeah, it's through the mentor space, yeah. And it's also, it'll have frequencies coming down here, but there will also be another loop that comes down around through the other side that makes those arms that are coming down, and to receive the direct frequency broadcasts from not only the Andromeda set, but all the way up from the source of the Crystal River host, which is the Mashaya, I can't get tired, Mashaya-Aahs, there we go, Mashaya-Aahs core of the Aquarian matrix that is in the adjacent Eckasha-Aahs. So, and they are the source, the ancient source of the Crystal River host. So this is a big one. This is a really big activation. They said that as far as the what do they call them? The sentence, right? The sacred sentence. As far as they're actually numerical codes, but in whatever specific language from over there, the Aquarian matrix, that when you use them, they call open certain gate sets, and that was listed on that sheet. We didn't have that. We didn't have that sheet ready to print either. That will be in the stuff we want to send you, as far as explaining what they are. Right. But we will be. They're going to tell me in a couple minutes. We're going to take a break before we do it because this will be the last thing we do. So there's not going to be a lot of chat or anything after. But we'll come back from a short break. And it's a good time to do the bathroom run if you need to, because we're going to do the toning bits with the sentence, the sacred sentence, and then they're going to take us through a journey of some sort, which is one of those they're going to run live. Oh, great, am I still awake? But it's easier to read them, because I can give them the Aahs and say, would you read this? Yeah, that was excellent. Yeah, that would be excellent. Yeah, the people who were doing the drumming when we walked in, and were singing them, if you would come up front when we get to that point where we're doing them and run that, we would be really thrilled. I haven't even got to pronounce them out loud yet. Right? Right? Actually, almost, but not all in a row fast. not all in a row fast. They're going, so anyway, we'll take about a 15-minute break, and we'll come back, and the activation will come through while we're doing the journey. So, okay, good. I just got the technique down. This is cool. Oh, this is going to be fun. Yeah, actually. And you get to, once it's open and activated, you get to take it home with you and play with it from there on. Basically, I'll give you a rundown on what it's going to be. They want us to do the sacred sentence set, and they would like us to do 3 rounds of 12 2 times, which means, no, 3 rounds of 6 2 times, which means 12. There we go. Yeah, 3 rounds of 12 times 2. I'm falling asleep. 3 rounds of 12 times 2. Oh, there, that's times 2 times 2. There we go. Yeah. All right, yeah. 3 rounds of 12 times 2 equals 6 rounds times 2. All right, so there'd like be a pause in between them, so you get 3 rounds of 12.
Speaker 22, have you got that?
3 rounds of 12 times 2. That makes 6 rounds.
Pardon? How
And
many
then you do
rounds
that
make?
twice. I think it comes down to 6 rounds of 12 twice. No, 6 or 6. I don't know. 3 rounds of 12 twice equals 6 rounds. 6 rounds times 2. Let's leave it at that. 6 rounds times 2. Yes?
Right.
With a pause in between the 6, like a little bit of a pause.
6 rounds.
That's what that comes out to be.
2.
Right? No.
No?
No. 6 rounds of 12 twice. Yes.
144 times.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I don't even want to add it up right now. I'm having a hard enough time speaking the numbers.
times 12 is
All right.
72.
So, yes, we'll do 6 rounds of 12. No. Yeah. No.
No.
I can't talk anymore.
No, wait.
We will do, 6 rounds of 12.
Twice.
Twice.
That's 144
That keeps it
times.
simple.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, it does, until you count.
Right.
Right.
Then, now these tones, this is the call of Aurora, the Aurora continuum. It begins the process of setting the, in your Aahs body, remember that's a water gel body, it's setting the vibration of the encryption of those, like unlocking the gates all the way up through that sequence that we described, going all the way up through into the Aquafereion matrix. All right. Once we get that done, then we're going to go into this journey, and the purpose of the journey is it's to get the activation to activate the. Oh, here we go. That word again. I'll just call it the Mashahana. I'm going to use a shorter version for this, especially since I have to repeat it once I'm doing the journey. How about just the Masha Vortex?
How about the MH?
How about the Masha Vortex? We'll just use it because we'll be talking about the Masha. I'll just call it the Masha Vortex, okay? But it means the Mashayana, Mashayahana. That's it, Mashayahana. Yeah. But I'll call it the Masha Vortex. That know what I mean, okay? So what we're going to do is literally, as the beloveds are transmitting, the opening of this vortex to our shield, we will anchor it in the shield in each one of ourselves. We're going to go into, they first want us to do a little bit of the AVS breathing, where you're breathing through the spaces in between your atoms, and then bringing yourself as made of blue dots, indigo dots, into the Aurora continuum. Then we're going to meet there one of the Arjuna, but as an orb person. Right, they're just going to be like an orb being hanging out with you. And, okay, let's see. Then, while you're in that state, you're going to pull yourself, that part of yourself that you projected there, into orb by pulling all the blue dots together into like a little core crystal inside of it, and just having the orb around you. And these are neat. These orbs, they feel different or more orb-like because they gave me a little bit of the activation as it was going. They're like water gel globes. They're really neat. They have a feeling that not as hard as Jell-O would be, but they cling together, like stick together. They're not runny, but they're it's a different consistency of right? And I could feel it. I was like, oh, that's cool. And then they're going to have us pull yourself in. There's like the breathing thing. You inhale and you contract up there and pull yourself into that orb state. Then you bring the orb and your little crystal that's you inside down into your azure, and then exhale it out, and it comes out around you. So you have the orb actually around you, and the part of yourself that you'd sent in a bilo projection, and still in your azure. And then they have us using the imagery of the Milky Way galaxy, and then behind that another spiral galaxy representing the Andromeda galaxy. One would be about a foot in front of us, and the other would be about a foot behind that. So 2 feet in front of us you'd have Andromeda, and 1 foot in front of us we'd have the image of the Milky Way. And then they have us do a couple things with that right in front of us, and I'll read those as we go. Let me see if I can turn my pages. There we go. All right, and then things say blue beam. Then they're going to transmit through those images. They're going to transmit like an indigo beam of light. It's kind of like indigo with a bit of aqua mixed with it, of light that, like a flash beam that flashes from Andromeda through the Milky Way centers and like right to you. And if you want the activation, allow it to come through. It'll go into your pineal, and then like right through your third eye, and sixth chakra into your pineal, and then it will make the triangulation that's already activated in there from yesterday kind of vibrate and kind of flash blue. And once we get that far, and what it's doing there is like fully activating the 333 alignment triangulation, in your head. Indigo. And then, okay. And then once that flash blue thing happens, then they're saying to feel what they're calling a wide pipe of energy, about as wide as like a tennis ball would be, but it's like a tube, like a tunnel of energy coming from over to your right. And just sense it there and just feel it coming, and it will come in and connect with the triangulation, and that's when it turns it into a vortice. And then the vortice would like come out this way, but the tube would stay attached. And the tube actually extends all the way up to, through the matrix that we talked about, all the way up to the Aquarian matrix. And at one point they say once the tube comes in and that opens, and I think they're going to do it all at the same time, so we'll be able to call it, which means it won't be just individual. It will be, they'll say, okay, and now, all right, this is when it's going to pop and turn into a vortice and open the tunnel. And they said we're supposed to like kind of turn around inside our heads with keeping our eyes focused here, but open our inner vision out the side of our head as if we had eyes there, and look up the tunnel. And then they're going to, and it was really neat when they did it, and they only did it really fast so I could scribble it down, where I really saw them and felt them like way at the end of the tunnel, and they're kind of going, hi. Right, and they're having the Aquafereions actually be there. The Aquafereions, they're the ones that are part Aquarian and part human, and they're kind of going hi up the tunnel, and then they're going to have us go into pull ourselves into the bilocation state, into our jelly orb, and send our jelly orb up to visit. And if we want to have the whole circuit, if we want to be able to keep doing this, and like it's a stronger projection where you get they call it, what do they call it, the arms of protection. Remember in the drawing it showed one current coming through the vortice, right, where like you'd have the tube coming down and then the vortice opening in your head kind of this way. Right? And then there's another flow that will come down, and if you want to have the arms of protection around you, which is the full circulation, then you'll feel another like just tube coming down, like entering down in and crossing through, so it creates the circuit. And then you can project, this is why I said we're going to have fun with this one, because you can use those tones, that sacred sentence, at home to open that chamber whenever you want to, and you can start orbing out and go up and interact with them, and you can also go just about anywhere from there through the Aquarian matrix. Like you can visit just about any place safely through there, so it's a safe very safe way to do the projections and those kind of things. And they say if you want to play with that when you get home, they'll assist you if you want help with it, and so will any of the other ones we call your Buddha buddies, right, that are the different races that are helping. But you can go if you want to go, you leave, you take your orb up into your, like make your orb with your blue dot body that you compact into a little blue dot in the center of a jelly orb in the center of your azure, and then you'd bring it up and just send it out to the right, and have it go on its journey, but then when it comes back, bring it back through the left. So you just keep with the circuit. And the circuit is like, it has many veins that go off in all sorts of other places, but it is a protection. It is like a circulatory system that is protected. So it's the beginning of another level, a more advanced level of projection, and we get to take it home and play with it, you know, with that. And they said, especially, you can begin to have more powerful experiences with, you know, interdimensional travel and things if you use that in combination, like just using the tones that we do here and then projecting in the orb, you know, up to go visit and learn things in other places. If you use that in combination with the technique that Az ran with you, that was, I even forget the name of it, the one that's on the paper that they're going to get. That I don't think everybody has a copy of that yet. It was on the internet that for the people from the Sarasota workshop. But if you use those in combination with the 33-day pattern, where it's actually, you know, you can use it for 33 days. If you use those two together, you can start to really clear the net fog. It will help clear the epigenetic overlay, and that's actually what's keeping the mental focus so phase locked into 3D. So it should begin to, again, peel off another level of blockage that's in the way of you being able to perceive more interaction more clearly. And they said, like this with anything, it work, you know, the more, if you use it consistently, it will work. It doesn't mean you have to do it like day in and day out. But this one seems fun. I mean, it just opened so quick, and it was so strong. That was really cool. So anyway, I just wanted to give you a run through on that. Let's see, travel out the orb, yeah. Yeah, so we will get the activation with the technique as we're doing the journey. The activation will occur when we get that current coming in from the side that opens the vortice. Well, actually starts when we get the blue beam coming in from the front through the galaxy lineup. And they're using that symbology because what it's actually doing is they're transmitting it through from the Andromeda Galaxy metagalactic core into our metagalactic core, but through the loop, so it can bypass the Procyon black hole at the center of the metagalactic core, so that doesn't allow that to open in our heads, because that was always one of the things that the Omega crew had planned on was, yeah, good, go let them try to activate, because if they do, it'll just open that, you know, that up right inside of their heads, and where they'll be, you know, full online with the Metatronic broadcasts, and this will bypass that because of the triangulation set and because of the higher frequency, or the stronger frequency that's being brought in from the, you know, above the Eckasha levels and things. So, on to the next one. Let's do the tone drumming thingy for the drummers. Thank you guys so much for getting that so fast. I was hearing you practice out there. I was like, oh, cool, they've already made it into a song and it sounds neat. Yeah.
I'm going to be the official counter.
Okay. No, what was it again?
It was, you said 6 rounds of 12 twice.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, how much of a break do you want in between round 1 and round 2? Like a big breath or a...
Kind of just like a...
Okay.
3 of those.
And then the second one. We'll have 2 more workshops for techniques to add to them. I wonder if we're going to dance.
I'm on your mic, though, too. I'm on your mic, though. No more of it.
Probably.
You're drumming and chanting on the... Mylar? Mylar? Mylar?
Yeah, they didn't have that, do they? That's why they didn't have that. We've got to get them the rest of the stuff. It's in the mail.
And if I remember, I will hold my hands up at the beginning of the last one, so you'll know when to stop.
We are going to take you home. My chair closer because I have to sit back like that. It's really tired.
Josh.
That was round one. So there's one more round.
Not 12 more?
You know what?
You call that high?
We have to do one more round. Is there anybody that likes to sing higher? Because it would be cool if we could break it up into. And they told me something during this, that the next part is to do the adjugates for each of these numbers, right? And then there's something else, there's another set of numbers where you end up with 3 sets with the tones, with 3 different groups of people singing them all simultaneously. So, not tonight. No, tonight is gone. Tonight is just tomorrow already.
Tonight's tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah, but when you get home, because you will have these, right? You'll have the copy of these. You can start translating that for yourself, at least with the adjugates. If you know, if you remember anything from what we taught of adjugates, is whatever's the number on the opposite of the same vector line. So you could look at a clock, and if you're looking at number 1, you trace a straight line down, you know, through the center, and it'll be number 7, right? So you can just translate them that way yourself, if you want, for the adjugate set. Yeah. We really have to do a whole other set.
At the end.
So do we do one
Yes.
round with the adjugate?
Yes. Yes. Right. Yep. You got that. Right.
They said there's a good idea. They think you got that one. That we will do the other set to close after we do the journey thing. All right, so we'll do the journey, and then right as we're closing, we can do the final round of it. They actually said it'll accelerate the activation of the Masha vortex in your head.
Goodbye to yesterday and hello to tomorrow.
Yes, yes. Alrighty. So now, let's take a couple of breathing where you inhale through the spaces between your cells and into the Aurora continuum as if it's within and behind you. Kind of inhale and hold. And then gently exhale back through the spaces between your atoms. And feel a lovely little flood of indigo light start moving out when you exhale. And just breathe for a little bit, being aware that every time you breathe, you're inhaling and exhaling through the spaces between your atoms. And you can hold a little on either end to just feel the connection a little stronger. Okay, and as you're breathing, Avias breathing gently. Next, imagine that you can feel and see all of your atoms in your body, and they're little tiny blue dots of indigo light. There's like billions of little blue dots of indigo light that make up a 3-dimensional you, but it's made of light. In a moment, we're going to inhale and pull that dot light body into the Aurora continuum, a little bit behind, still within your body, but a little bit toward the inside of the back of your skin. Your skin's the skin on your back, the inside of that, right? So inhale into that level, and then gently exhale upward from that level. And imagine that now you can get the second station turned on in your vision, where you can see your blue dot self up in the indigo blue hallway of the Aurora chamber, the Aurora continuum. Now hang out there for a minute and see if you can sense your the Ajuna, because everyone, an Ajuna will come and visit everyone, and they will be in orb form, in what they're referring to as the jelly orbs. They're a bit more solid than the little skinny, thin air-like ones. Okay, the Ajuna are coming in. Everybody should have their Ajuna now. If you don't see them, that's okay. They're with you, because they're all present and accounted for, they said. They just gave me the heads up over here. Okay. Now, they're gonna continue to hang out with you, but now we're going to inhale and pull together inhale from both your physical body and the projection of your blue dot body, and inhale all the blue dots into a center point up in the Aurora continuum. at the bottom, at the top of the inhale, just a little bit more, and pull that little dot into your Azure. And then exhale gently and expand orb out around you. And try to feel the texture of this. It's more like a jelly orb. It's a different texture than a lot of the orbing projections we've done. Try to sense the difference. You could fill the orb with a bit more of just gentle breathing of the Aahs breathing. Every time you inhale, you're sending back flow back into the Aurora continuum. And every time you exhale, you're bringing a backflow return out into the space around you and in your orb now. Now, they would like you to call to mind an image of a spiral galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy. And imagine about a foot out in front of you, right in the same alignment with your third eye. That it's right here in physical space out in front of you. Imagine that there is a point that is a spiral galaxy that is the Milky Way. And then about a foot out from that and up a little bit further, imagine there's another spiral galaxy, and that is the M31 galaxy. If you can't see them in your mind's eye, that's okay. Just intend them to be there. The beloveds will use those intention as an encryption-coded anchoring rod so they can begin the activations. And in a moment, the activations will begin when they send the blue beams. First, the beams will come through as a spark, like a spark in the center of the Andromeda galaxy image. And then from there, it'll create a blue beam that comes from Andromeda to the Milky Way and directly to you. And if you want the activation, if you don't, there's no obligation, you don't have to. But if you want it, it comes directly from the Milky Way part directly into your pineal, or your third eye and your pineal. And as soon as it comes in, it's like a really fast blue spark, like a pulse of light, and it activates to the next level the 333 triangulation that is in your head. So in a minute, they're going to get ready to transmit the blue. So let's inhale for a moment, and they want us to inhale and hold, and then they'll send it. And when they send it, we'll exhale. So as we're exhaling, the frequency is coming toward our third eye. Okay, so let's inhale and hold. And exhale now. You might sense a little bit of a vibration that once it moves so fast I didn't even see it at my own, but it was a pulse beam, okay. But I did feel this weird vibration sense in my triangulation in the middle of my brain. See if you can sense anything there like that. See if you can sense too that the triangulation inside, around your pineal is now, glowing with like indigo blue light, and it's getting ready to activate to the next level. Okay, as the frequency is building, the indigo frequency is becoming more intense in the triangulation. There's going to be a little flash point where the triangulation kind of pop flashes. And at that point, and it will be the same point for everyone because they're synchronizing the activations so nobody gets left behind. Just try to sense the vibration as the energy is building in that triangulation. It's almost like watching electricity run through a triangular shaped circuit, and it's getting stronger and stronger every time it runs. Okay, and let's inhale and wait for it in a minute. And exhale, and it will be flashpoint. Top of my head went numb. That was interesting. Okay. And now that it has flashed, try to sense going out from your right side of your head but it's not touching your head yet. Try to sense out there, past your mentor space, out a bit in the field, that there's a tube or tunnel, that wide pipe that's about tennis ball width, that is gently coming toward you. And try to sense it as it's coming in. You may feel a gentle wash of heat with it as it's moving closer, and it'll move right in through the side of your head, the right side of your head. And it's starting to move toward into range of your heads now. Okay. And it will move through your head and into only to the halfway point, to where it's lined up around that triangulation. Okay, and now inhale and hold for a moment. And when we exhale, the triangulation is going to pop and become the Masha vortex. And exhale. And try to feel this vortex open, coming out the right side of your head and connecting to that tube, that tunnel that leads way, way up and out into the Aquarion matrix. Try to sense that long tube and the vortex that opens in your head. The mouth of the vortex is actually pointed toward the left, where the small, skinnier part is to the right, and it's to the one on the right that the tube connects to, the tunnel tube. Breathe gently for a moment or two, and as you do, try to sense first as if you're turning your attention toward the inside of that vortex, and you're looking inside the vortex and all the way up through the tunnel that it's connected to, up to the right, without moving your head though. As if you can turn your awareness around inside your head and look out the side of your head, up into the, starting at the pineal, looking through the vortex, up through. Okay, now we can remember our orb is still around us, and call to mind the piece of our self that we had turned into the blue dot person and then turned into a tiny blue dot in our azure. Let's move into a state of bilocation now, where our orb will stay around our bodies, but we'll send that other part of us out with a small orb around it, and we'll send it first. We'll inhale and bring up the small speck of ourselves from the azure up into our pineal, where it's sitting at the mouth of the vortex now. And then exhale and pop out a small orb inside the middle of your head, which is the orb around that little spark of awareness. We'll inhale and hold for a minute. And when we exhale, we're going to push our orb self in bilocation straight up through that tunnel to about halfway. Exhale. Now, attempt to see from that perspective, of your bilocation perspective, you're an orb that has 360 vision all the way around, and you're finding yourself inside a tunnel that is like a tube. And in front of you, imagine you can see a whole group of guardian beings, and they look like they're just bathed in light. You can't really tell who's shaped like what or whatever, but these are good guys. There will be a lot of the Aquafereion there, but there's also other members of the guardian race groups. And imagine that they're up there. Try to feel they're beaming down to you, a greeting and a welcome. And they're also bringing an invitation for those who would like to be a part of the Mashayahana ministry. It doesn't mean you have to do anything different, but if you would like to be a part of, their educational programs and that kind of thing, you can let them know now, and they will be glad to work with you. They'll start in the dream state or in sati state, which is where you're not really fully asleep, but you shift your consciousness. So let them know if you would like that now. And if you don't, that's okay. You can think about it later, because you're being invited to join them and to visit up there, and in any of the many other conduits that this secured pipeline will be able to take you through in the wild world of the probable reality systems. And take another inhale breath and hold for a minute. And when we exhale, we're going to move all the way up the tube and into this big, bright, just bright white light space. Exhale. Now, if you'd like to have the full circuit, the protective arms to activate, we will come down through, make a loop literally from the Aquarian matrix, and we'll return our orb through from the left side. So it makes a link right into the, from coming in from the other side, makes a link in the center by connecting the mouth of the vortice. If you don't want a full circuit, yet, or at all, you can come back down from the right side if you want to. But we'll inhale and hold in whichever way you want to come back down. Push your orb down as you exhale. If you chose the path that comes down from the left when they connect, you might feel a spark, or for me it was like this starburst shot up and down my central vertical column. It was like, whoa, cool. All right. All righty. Now you can use this. This tunnel will stay open, but it will to activate it, where you can easily orb through it and visit them if you want to, or even go and kind of sit in the bottom part of the tunnel and say, hello up there. Can we talk? Will you help me with this, please? Or would you advise me on that, please? It will also give a secure place, even if you don't want to fully orb, to go visiting. This connection is actually run through the Aurora continuum, the protection fields there, which are around the central actuality dominions. So they're part of the network of the Aurora continuum. So they're quite safe and private spaces that you can communicate from. Working from this space can enhance your ability to communicate with and feel the responses of the guardian groups. So it is a beginning place. You can also visit anytime you want by just sending your jelly orb up. And also try to feel your jelly orb more often. Play with it when you're doing just a little bit of a VS breathing through your atoms. Just do kind of a hold on an inhale, and with the backflow return, push your orb out around you and just try to feel it there. They'd like us to get used to orbing too, and then we can go traveling and have people take pictures of us. Alrighty. Alrighty, that will be the activation. And again, using this with the 33-day technique that you will, if you don't have it from the internet, we'll get that to you. I think that's going to be available on the internet for everyone, isn't it? Yeah, the technique will be available. And the Stellaeus will be available on the internet for everyone. We can't put the maps out that way because they just won't print clear enough. There's too much detail, so the closest you can get is a photocopier. So we'll probably be sending those to a mailing address so you can get the physical copies. Okay, and we have one more round of the sentence. Oh, God. Yeah, it would be really good if we could put some modulation of tone in there as we're singing the same things, but do some harmonies and harmonics like that for people who are good at singing. I used to be able to do that, but my voice is shot at the moment. Yeah. Oh, and maybe I should say goodbye and have a good, wonderful trip home, and thank you and all that stuff now before, and then we can do the final activation, and then just kind of get up and go. At least it'll wake you up enough when by the time you get out, you feel you'll have a bit of energy happening. So I don't have to go back into and bring you back down again by chatting at you. So I just want to thank you before we do this last round. Thank you for being patient with this workshop. I hope you've enjoyed the information that you've received and the activations. And thank you for being here, and hope to see you again soon. So, and have a very safe trip home. And I guess we will go into the last set. I will just say set. You guys are keeping count. Start out, no, not to start with. No, let's start out slower. Yeah, but build up to the crescendo at the end, yeah.